Let's fucking go!
Okay.
Today is the day, folks. We got a good feeling. Look at it's already packing in here. Tim has got to take the signs down. Look at this. Hi, everyone. As we can tell, I can only read the first few letters of the words. Hi, Justin. Hi, DeAndre. Hi, Dis. Hi, Robin G. Yeah, let's fucking go, Robin. Hi, Magools.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Um, it's already packing in here with people parking everywhere and setting up. So I got a hair on my tongue. Hold on. Anyways, good morning. You know it. Who's that? Hi, Keith. Good morning. Today is the day. If this jury gets it by lunchtime, they're gonna come back with a not guilty. Today's the day. So um, it will officially not be Dedham down here until we hear a siren, which should be coming within the next hour because there's always a siren. I'm praying Mr. Reed gets the best Father's Day gift ever. Apps a freaking. Oh, look who's coming down the road. It's our girl, Erica. Scott McGinnis, Lauren. Let's fucking go.
Here we go.
Here we go, folks.
Go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh,
How are you?
no, I'm good. I'm pumped. Good morning.
Morning, how are
What's
you?
this one's name?
Kermit.
Hi, Permit.
Kermit, like the
Oh,
frog.
Kermit. Hi,
Okay.
baby. Oh, I love you too.
That beautiful color.
I know. Oh, giving kisses this morning. That's Kermit.
Oh, yeah.
That is Kermit the bomb sniffing dog. He's beautiful.
You're a handsome boy. Yes.
Oh.
No, I've been down there with
Hi.
Kermit, go get Eddie Bev, Kermit. Go get Eddie Bev. Go get Eddie Bev, Kermit. Oh, yeah.
He's precious.
Thank you. Yeah, you are. Early morning for him, but.
That's all right. He's doing his job.
Oh, yeah.
Bye, Kermit. There he goes. Kermit the bomb sniffing dog's got to do his job.
I don't.
I loved hearing that horn. It could be the last time it drives by here like that.
Maybe, yeah.
I know.
I'll go out there and fucking hold it until it's done and freaking recharge it and hold
You're
it
gonna
again.
have to. You're gonna have to run out there and like when that not guilty comes in, like wah, wah, wah.
I'll just drive around in fucking circle the whole time.
Yeah.
Live right now?
Yeah.
Okay. How many people you got there?
I don't know. I
All right.
can't see.
I
love you, Mama.
love you too. Sorry. I was texting with Karen this morning. She had just asked me to re-implement.
You want to?
You were
Yeah.
doing already?
We're gonna do that today.
Yes. So she said it was funny. She said, just please make sure everyone's kind. She said, please let people know that I would much rather see them out there than hear them.
Right.
She said, I would much rather see their faces than hear their voices.
Yes.
And I said, I got it, girl.
You guys.
She goes, and if you have to show anyone this text, you can. And I said, Karen, if I need to show anyone this text, they've already fucked up. And she goes, I knew I could count on you. I said, like, Dina and them, they've been handling it. It's been great. She's like, no, I know. She said, I think the crowd's going to be so big.
Yeah.
She probably knows.
All right, folks. So listen, this is a public service announcement. Erica, stand by me.
Yes.
Public service announcement from me and Erica, and this was passed down by Karen herself. It is so powerful when we stand there in silence because that's what the team wants. And you raise those freaking I love you symbols high up like we've been doing. It is so powerful, people. We're not squashing our voices. We'll never be quiet, but we need to be quiet with our voices while they go through
Doesn't want to
court.
give them any reason. She said she does not want to give Bev the slightest chance. She already knows they're gunning for it. Like, just don't. It's not worth it. Why
They
is it
want
worth
to,
it?
right. They want to
See
move
you
that
there. She knows
buffer
you're here.
zone.
She loves that you're here.
Yeah.
This is not about us.
Right. It's about
Karen.
her.
So let's be mindful of that.
So remember, no, you can't yell out like, I love you, Jackson. I love you, Karen. Don't, there's barriers up already. They put new barriers up over on the sidewalk where we be standing. don't run across the street. If you see some of us across, like Allison with her camera or me over there, we have permission to be over there. So don't. If don't yell. You can ruin what this movement worked so hard for to get us up into the buffer zone. Do not ruin it for any of us. I know you guys get excited. uh, and you almost don't think when you get excited. Please, I'm begging you, not one word. It is so that first day that we did the symbols high up in the air, that was so powerful. You have seen your Nettie come out. You have seen Jackson come out. You've seen Alessi. You've seen every Esty. All of them are coming out and they're thanking us for being silent. They want this. They want to see us out here, but they don't want to get moved, and we don't. Jason, Allison, Sam, and Lisa worked so hard fighting to get us back up in this buffer zone. If you yell stuff out, you will ruin it. The police are not going to put up with that stuff. Also, when you come down here, you have to keep the sidewalks clear for the residents. When you hear someone yell sidewalk, that means just go over to the side so that people can walk by. That's the side. It's very important. Tensions are high down here, folks. You please, we're begging you. This whole movement is begging you. Please listen, because this is coming from Karen's team herself. So if you have any questions about anything, please feel free to come up and ask one of us. Please do that. And pass the word. If you see someone, when you're standing out here and you see someone come up, right, and they haven't been down here yet or whatever, please let them know. Pass the word. This movement is about backing each other up so we help each other out down here as far as what to do. So please don't ruin us. We have worked so hard over the few years, and we're almost to the end, and we want to keep it as kosher as we can down here. And they're going to look for the slightest thing. You guys have seen it, the slightest thing to boot our asses out of here, and we don't want it. And Karen's team don't want it. You're showing how powerful this movement is in silence like this. I love you. That's what this means. I love you in sign language. And Karen came up with that symbol for this movement. The symbol's been out a long time because of the sign language, but that's part of the symbol here, is that you're telling her you love her. So please don't yell anything out. Not one thing. Don't do it. You saw the other day, Yannetti and them came out and thanked us for being quiet. So please just adhere to that. It's either today's going to be the last day or Monday. We're hoping today. And there's a lot of people down here. So enough with the rules. You come find me. You come find Erica. You come find Dennis Sweeney. You come find Scott McGinnis. If you hear us out here reminding everyone, please be patient with us too. We're just trying to spread the word. Okay? All right. So let's turn this around. We got Minion Mike in the house.
Hold free today, baby.
Yep, you know it. Texas is in the house.
Yes.
Well, two Texases.
Dallas and Houston.
There you go.
Howdy, y'all.
Howdy, y'all. I'm live streaming. How are you? Good. Good to see you. Good. It's Friday. I know. I took Friday off, Monday off, and Tuesday off. I said to my job, I'm always responsible. I'm totally unresponsible this week. Write me up, fire me, whatever you got to do, but it doesn't matter. I'm totally unresponsible. Oh my God. I love you.
Oh, thank you, honey.
Down here.
Likewise.
Hi, beautiful lady. I one hell of a leader, I'll tell you that. I reamed Morrissey's ass yesterday.
I couldn't make it, but I couldn't. You guys were doing it.
Yeah. His big fat ass is up against the wall. Good morning, Neil.
Good morning, Dina. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good.
How's the wife feeling? You having a good day today?
We're still on good.
Yeah. Well, that's all right. She's resting comfortably. That's all you can ask for.
Yeah. Thank you for asking.
All the time. Nathan, the dog's here. Hi. I have your ginger thing in my car too. I'll give it to you later.
Okay, nobody. Good
Morning.
morning.
How are you? I'm good. I'm live streaming. Anything you want to say?
Tina, have you met? I'm sorry, I already forget your Eileen. I was the last year, you might not remember.
I don't. I'm sorry to say I don't. It's nothing
down here
personal. There's
every-
so many people down here. It's someone
I
came.
just asked her name 2 seconds ago, crossing the street, it didn't even come right.
It did.
But I think we're gonna have a huge.
It's like,
today.
oh yeah, I think so too.
You feel it? Whole different vibes today.
Yeah.
You already got this.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The frame signs right here.
Is that who wanted the picture of it? Did you call Peter?
Yes.
All right, I brought it this morning.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's no other, like, nobody has the actual plate, huh?
Not, this isn't an actual plate of anyone down here.
No. I know, but like the minion guy had the.
Oh yeah, he's here. He's down there talking to Dennis Sweeney.
Oh, yeah, he's got it.
Yeah, he's got it.
Yesterday,
Yeah.
crowd, it went well.
Good morning, ladies.
How are you?
Let's fucking go.
Let's go. Like Christmas. Tick, tick, boom.
Tick, tick, boom.
I'm gonna get in it.
Oh, there's a duck here today.
Sorry.
Quack, quack. Good morning. Oh, I love the sign.
Still a floaties.
Yeah. Hopefully, Mr. Reed has gifted the Father's Day gift of Karen being set free of these bogus charges.
It's okay. My phone is the same thing.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, that's a nice Castle Island sweater. I was admiring the nice Castle Island sweater. You guys don't know Castle Island's really famous here, but it became really famous too because Whitey Bulger used to walk it to do his business. He used to walk around with Kevin Weeks doing his business. I'm sure Hank Brennan knows about that. That rat bastard. Morning.
How are you feeling?
And we got a nice Laconia shirt here, which Laconia is beginning this weekend. There we go. Nice. Are you heading up?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I'm on Amy's channel.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, we met.
I know we met before, but
copies.
yeah. Oh my
Third
God.
one.
Yeah.
Has to be a third one.
The third one.
Hey guys. Check out Amy and Kelly's channel. One of the mods in here will end up reposting the links to people's channels. Make sure you put the glare up too. I love me my glare. The glare was here from the very beginning with us, so make sure you put the glares up.
What are you gonna do next?
And there's Sam. Henry. Look at me. Here's Sam. There's Henry. This could be it, my dear. Oh, I know. Henry, say hi to everybody. I don't have treats. He's like, Mama, Mama.
I don't have any treats either, dude. I promise.
Go see Dennis.
Let's go. It's gonna be it, Nina.
I know. Cheryl, how's your husband doing?
It's getting better.
Is he home? No. Oh boy, he's
Actually, he's a miserable man right now.
you've been married long enough that you can say that.
Yeah, I told the nurses, don't take it personal if he yells at you. Because he yells at me. And then he'll say, like, 2 minutes later, I'm sorry, I'm picking on you. He's going to be all right. It takes time. It's a big thing.
This sign has been around from the beginning, folks. If you've been following this trial, this sign has battle scars on it.
So, you know what? I was going to make like a finally or something for today.
Yeah.
And I said, I better not switch it up.
Don't switch nothing up.
Switching it up.
Oh, there's Ireland.
There's Ireland.
Ireland.
Good morning, Chief.
Hi. We love Ireland. They've been supporting us forever and a day, Ireland.
Oh, I'm not American.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm Irish American. That's
Yeah. No, but we have a lot of people in the chats from Ireland that support it.
wow, really?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
followers from all over the world.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Good morning, Cynthia. Where are you, Cynthia?
So yeah, so right where it says.
There's Cheech.
A lot of people stand over there. Good morning.
It is filling up down here, folks. There are so many people here.
My kids are
Right.
That's why I brought absolutely nothing today. I said to Nancy, I just have to try.
Good morning.
Hi, babe. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. Sidewalk!
8 o'clock. I have to get.
If you guys hear sidewalk, it means to get over to the side so the residents can come through because most of them hate us. So when you hear the word sidewalk, it means go to the side because it means like a resident's trying to come through, and a lot of them don't like us.
Oh, okay.
So we try to just be respectful. There's a few that love us, but there's a lot that hate us.
They always say to them.
Yep. Kiss our asses. We're fighting for the good fight here. Sidewalk. Sidewalk. And feel free to yell it too if you see someone coming up.
Okay.
Well, one guy on one side of the other.
Yeah. All right, hold on. Sorry. No, that's all right.
Yeah. I was saying.
Oh, you got to stop, buddy. Thank you. You be disturbing the peace. All right, I want to get a shot of everybody out there. It's filling up already, folks. My God. It's like the old days.
Just said on Twitter, like there's not only this many people at Southern Walk.
No. There's a lot. They're here for morning prayer. There we go. We can't put her on camera, but there's a newscaster here, news journalist that we all love and respect, and that's Penny. And we're going to miss Penny when we leave because she's one of the few that we have respect for. Can't put her on camera. I'd like to, but we can't. But we'll miss her when we go. She's going to have good things happen to her too, folks. We be disturbing the peace. There you go. There's a lot of people. This is going to fill up down here big time today. Big, big, big time.
Later when it gets warm, you have to take off your jackets.
I was in Dublin the summer of 78 Island. Oh, wow. Look at this.
Yes, it is.
Scott McGinnis's sign here. Did you get your Nettie yet?
I have not.
All right.
Yeah. You know.
He was interviewing a lot of stuff. He made an episode.
Falling apart.
You can honk your horn now till 8 o'clock.
Being from here in Colorado. Signed it.
What is this?
I've had them for 2 weeks. I just forgot to fucking bring them.
Mama.
I love you.
Oh, Erica brought me back a bracelet.
Bobby.
Huh?
Thank you. Nana Susanna. Thank you. Prayers for the jury come back if they're not guilty. Exactly.
I mean, she knows better, so I
Kim
can't.
Jong-woo out of Boston.
We were skipping like Timmer. Through the tulips.
Tiptoe through the tulip.
All right, so I'm done with that.
You're all done with that, all right? Because I got to pack it up and put it in the car.
I don't want anything.
Because well, no, it's got to come down for 8 o'clock because we got to be out of here. Can't stay.
Right. Yes.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. What time is it?
7:10.
Oh, we got a while. I'll put it back in the car after. You be disturbing the peace.
Out of here.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm fucking big. You're a fucking rock. Come on, please.
This is the last day, folks. Stop that. Stop. Take a
You keep your hands to your fucking self.
what you should do.
Get up, you fucking bull.
Hey, Bobby.
Bobby. Fucking assaulted my wife.
Hold on. Take that.
I don't know what happened. I was live. No, no. Not at all. Where'd he go? They're both separate ways talking. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I in a black shirt with coffee and a third guy. Oh, are you kidding me? What an idiot.
Oh shit. Oh yeah. Okay.
Want me some coffee on the guy?
He touched his wife supposedly. I don't know what the fuck happened. Huh?
Thought it would have been the girls first.
I know.
I don't see nothing.
Frank, mind your business.
All right, folks. We were live streaming, so I really don't know what happened. But
There was coffee in that guy's face. No, sir. I got beef in there.
so we don't know what happened. I was live streaming and
That was the heat of the moment.
Right on the board.
Where's that little minion guy?
he's up the other end.
No.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's getting ugly out here.
Yeah.
Oi.
Did you see?
This is just gonna. I didn't see. I was live streaming. Oh shit! Bobby's in cuffs.
Yeah.
Oh fuck!
What is that smell?
It smells like shit so bad, doesn't it?
Yeah. Fuck!
Is it a garbage truck to buy us something? Jeez.
Shit!
One girl was walking across the street and he put his hand on me.
That's Bobby's wife.
Oh,
That's why Bobby. Oh
I
fuck!
wish they would just let him go. Not taking away.
Yeah.
You can't walk away. Dad, that's the way to. Dennis, come on.
Dennis.
There's no yelling for Karen. This is her.
I think Netflix caught it on video. I didn't see the whole thing till it started screaming. I'm live streaming. Bobby's in cuffs. Bobby's in cuffs. Hold on, let me turn this. I'm back on live. Yeah.
All right. She'll be here in 2 minutes. We'll get you some ice.
All right, folks. Let me get. All right. So what just happened? I didn't see it all, but what happened has nothing to do with the case down here. It has to do with two people down here. So I didn't see what happened. I can't comment on what happened. Um, yeah, somebody is in the police cruiser. I don't know if he'll be coming out there. They're talking about it right now and asking people that witness stuff. So I don't know what's going to happen. Let me turn this around so we can keep an eye on it. You know, we've been at this for 3 years down here, and you know, there's things that I can't really comment because I didn't see everything that happened, but there's some tension stuff, and yeah, Bobby, it's here. Bobby is in cuffs. They're over there talking right now. I don't know what's going to happen.
I watch you all the
Hi.
time.
Oh, hi. Nice to see you. Thank you for coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi. Thank you for
Going on
coming.
already?
Yeah, a little fat here, so um, we'll find out what happens. I know. Ay, ay, ay. All right.
Dump it right off. She was very nice and allowing people.
Do you want to say anything about what Karen personally told you about coming down here?
Oh no, so
Personally.
we just want to be mindful of our voices, and we need to make sure that she said she would rather see our faces than hear our voices. As in, she would much rather us be on that sidewalk because they're gunning for us. Anybody that yells, claps, cheers, they're gonna say something. They were out here recording us the other day for noise and trying to, whatever. So just don't give them any. She's just asking, don't give them any reason to do anything to any one of us. Ew, it's so good to see you. How you doing?
All right. So that's the message, folks. Just stay down here and be quiet and put your hands up in the air and stuff like that. And, and when you're down here, people, when you got to make sure if you're hugging somebody or anything like that, that they are receptive of being hugged or anything else, because some people are not. And when that happens, um, tensions can get really high. So people have to be receptive to stuff.
Okay, and I'll talk.
Okay. All right. I want a cigarette. We're walking down to my car for a minute.
What did I say this morning?
All right. Exactly. I'm one of those hugging people too, but there's people down here who aren't huggy people, but you can tell if they are or not. And sometimes I don't know what happened. I didn't see the whole thing. Um, but it can cause um, problems when someone feels they're touched or something. If you invade someone's space, let's just say that. Good morning.
I don't know what just happened.
I
He was like, he told me to pull over. I got enough of you, pull over.
going out of everything.
I stopped to let somebody cross the street, like right there. So he like put his hand in my window for me to pull over. So I did. And I'm sitting there, sitting there. Did you hear this fucking guy?
No, it's because an incident happened, so they're trying to control the scene right down here.
Okay, so that
Yeah.
he was like, that's when I was pulling by, so I got nervous.
Yeah, no, it wasn't anything to do with you. They're taking Bobby out of here right now. So, yeah, I'm having a cigarette, folks. Um, like I said, if you go down here, like tensions can get high if someone feels their space is invaded. So that's all I'm going to comment on that. But, I think it's time to have a little cigarette to calm it down. Oh, here comes Brandy. Brandy's here. Brandy, you're a fine girl. Just one moment, one moment. Thank you. I'm directing traffic. Stop. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta move my car forward. Hold on, folks. It's gonna sort of be upside down for a minute. Hold on. Hold on. I had to move my car forward so Brandy could get in here. All right, she's parked. All right. No, she was back. She was trying to fit into a space, and she's got a big car. So, if I moved my car forward, then she could fit in. So, all right. Hold on. I'm having a cigarette, folks. Today, when the verdict comes out not guilty, I made a promise with someone in the movement I'd quit. So I will. All right, let's get out of here. Might have to put you on friggin' quiet for a minute. So hold on a second. All right, I'm back on, folks. Sorry about that. I was just trying to update Brandy and Ross.
I want to tell him, you should be ashamed of himself. I don't even want to. That's embarrassing. That's
Yeah, but you know what happened? The police officer.
Oh my God,
All right.
thank you so much. I love you. You're a freaking lifesaver. Spot saver, lifesaver.
What, the Dakotas?
Oh.
Like for bike weekend, the Dakotas? I thought, I'm like, oh, you like to see the Dakota? I'm thinking of New York where John Lennon lived.
I got here.
So
5:45. It's cool here.
I know it's nice though. I'd rather have it like this
Yeah.
than friggin' hot.
I felt like it was warmer.
Yeah, it was warmer in Whitman. Like, I'm freezing. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
Oh.
Brandy, you want this for a minute so I can smoke my cigarette?
Yeah, take the keys, girls.
Just for a minute.
Take the keys, please.
The keys. Wait.
Hi, guys. How are you? Good morning. Hi. Oh, that's hey. I follow you on TikTok. Oh, hi. Yeah. Hi, nice to meet you. How are you? Oh, I knew. We're live right now. Is that okay?
Oh, hey.
We're live on Resistant to Silence. Hi.
Riding at Bobby's Ranch in Westford, Mass.
Horseback riding. You want to take a picture? Oh, you did. Okay, good. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I did. Yeah. All right. Bye, Brownie. We'll see you over there. Yeah, let's sorry. Just
Greet your fans.
No, my face. That's my first fan. I'm so excited.
I went on my first TikTok live stream. Someone was on live, and I'm like, oh, how do you do this? And I went on their live, and then I was talking, and then I'm like, they're like, oh my God, it's Dina or whatever. I'm like, oh, I'm just learning
It's so
TikTok.
cold here. It's so much colder here than it is in winter.
I know, look at you shivering.
Oh my God, hi.
She wears a goddamn sweat. Hi.
It's cold, huh?
Yeah.
But it's true. Yeah. Feels such a good.
All right, let me turn this around, folks, so you can see everybody.
With the ice?
Yeah,
With the ice?
you guys like got the sky a bag of ice. I swear I'm out of state.
I know, right? Like,
I'm live streaming.
okay. But I will go first.
I don't know.
I know my first was Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Hi, how are you? Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's good to see you too. I'm live streaming, just so you know. No, if you see me with a camera, it's live streaming so they can pick up your voice.
Nope.
They know this.
It's running here yesterday, like that. Yeah, well, go get that the guys.
She's standing there.
How are ya?
Hey, this could be the last day, dude.
What are you gonna do after this?
Work.
You went to one.
Do you want this for a few minutes?
Sure.
I just want to go over the house.
Don't want to be on the line.
Not like right in my face. Prayer and all that.
7:45-ish. Normally.
That side. So
It is.
It is? Okay.
See, this is going to be quite the crowd today. Already meeting new people this morning that have traveled here.
Oh, I know.
People here from New Hampshire. Good morning.
It was nice meeting you. We'll see you later today.
Okay. Bye. Hi, everybody's saying hi. For some reason, everybody's usernames are abbreviated, which is weird. Oh, the buzz on the street is everybody's hoping closing arguments are done before lunch. And the jury is charged with the case and goes into deliberations right after lunch. And everybody's dream is that a jury comes back with a fast acquittal. But go back to trial one. A lot of us thought that was going to happen in trial one, and it ended up being 3-4 days of deliberations. And we all know what happened there. Hung jury. But I think the state did a worse job this time around. I think there's clear, present, obvious, reasonable doubt. So hopefully we have 12 jurors that agree, and she's acquitted on all 3 counts. which she should only be facing one of the 3 counts.
Yeah, you're right. Valley is.
I mean, we've been lining up on Pearl Street over there, Karen's SUVs to arrive, but there's already a big crowd here, so it's going to be tight spacing over there. But in the last few days, we've been trying to tell everybody, especially the newcomers, Karen does arrive, or even the other side, anybody involved in the case, the rules of the buffer zones, we can't yell, cheer, or jeer. So we're telling all the newcomers today the same thing over and over again. Yeah, I would imagine Aiden Turtleboy will be here today. I just don't know what time he'll get here. Yeah, that is a worry. You know, is there another plant on this jury? I mean, if this jury takes days and days deliberations, that would be the assumption is that there's plants or holdouts on the jury. Hello.
Oh, excuse me. Can I ask you, was the person, the bartender, the black man doing this thing, you saw the 2 people today. Is the one doing the tapping.
I have an idea who it is, but I didn't see it, so I don't know. I can't. I'm just going by previous stuff.
I'm just guessing as the guy.
Yeah.
I see him all the time. Yes. Oh, thank you for coming every day. That's sweet.
I get it.
By the other day, after being here, day before yesterday, and you were over there, like at 11 o'clock. You like stay here all day?
Well, even though Karen and her team left early yesterday,
Yeah.
the Aiden Carney Turtleboy trial was still going on at the district court.
That was.
Yeah, so I switched to my free Turtleboy sign,
Yeah, right.
and I was listening to the. There was a bunch of people in there supporting Turtleboy.
Yeah.
I chose to remain outside
I see.
and carry my free Turtleboy sign.
Yesterday?
It was yesterday.
Yesterday too?
It was a bench trial Monday, Wednesday, and yesterday. It finally wrapped up, so it took 3 days.
Oh.
But he was acquitted, found not guilty.
But he still has the harassment charges.
He has other witness intimidation charges still remaining, but that one had to do with a woman that he was with that got brought into the court by the O'Keefes.
Yes.
Yeah.
She had a restraining order, and Aiden was forced to leave the court.
Yes.
And he went across the street here to the Registry of Deeds on the advice of the police.
No.
But when she came out of court, she tried to later on in the day say that he violated the restraining order. It was all bogus, and the judge saw right through it, and the judge acquitted Turtleboy yesterday.
Did you get acquitted yesterday?
Yeah.
Still in more trouble.
He has other charges remaining, but that was one of the more
Busy.
egregious, bogus.
I think he's.
Paul O'Keefe had to testify yesterday as to why he invited her into court. They invited her into court because she had a restraining order on Turtleboy to force Turtleboy to leave the courtroom. It was all a scheme.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's all planned. That's all he needs.
Yeah.
State police. Everything, even down to sexual charges. They're working. She had the cops' private number.
Yeah, Tully. Tully and
They were cooperating the whole time, working on setting up.
yeah, it was a complete setup.
Yeah, just a setup.
They turned her into a honeypot trap.
Also,
I've read comments like,
the
I'm
former
not even gonna-
attorney for the state, Mello. Yeah, Mello. Yeah, Mello's really. Now he's.
Morning, Scott.
Morning.
I met you on Tuesday, Tara.
You have the handicap.
What opinion they must have of this?
Car behind you, it's directly in front of the post
And the whole
office.
story.
Handicap
Night.
2 hours, but
Everybody
doesn't
driving.
fly, but
It does.
In their 40s,
So
going over each
the
other's
Dedham
houses.
parking enforcement
People
guy
you know,
probably will come today.
Yeah.
And even though you do have like a handicap
yeah,
plate or tag,
yeah,
it's still limited to 2 hours.
really.
I know, but they've been. So what we've been doing is, if he's going to enforce the every 2 hour thing, all we do is just shuffle vehicles around. We'll figure it out.
Okay, it's okay for us to put our chairs by your truck.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah,
And I have a
sure.
case, I have a case of water that I brought too. Like,
Yeah.
go in your truck.
Can go in the truck. There's already a case of water back there.
All right, awesome.
They know nothing's
Thank
gonna
you.
Yeah, you saw how he set up down
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah, we kind of have a good working relationship with the Dedham parking enforcement guy. So he's not gonna just like tow your car.
Right.
He'll come to us, the regulars down here,
Right, yeah.
and if we have to move
Yeah.
cars around, we'll move them around. It's not a big deal.
Hi, how are ya? All
They're
right.
already talking about the parking down there
Where?
because they're in one of the handicap spots.
Oh, you can't be.
You know, you gotta keep moving them around.
Yeah, you can't. You park behind the registry of deeds.
2 hours. I have handicap tags. So
Oh,
I'm not paying for that.
if it's in parked in front of the post office, I don't know what the rule is with that.
Well, he's
Yeah, all right,
he's basically saying that even if you have a handicap spot, you can't park there all day.
yeah,
But I already told her that we have a good working relationship with him.
Yeah,
If we
you
gotta
do.
move him around,
we'll move them around.
Yeah, Paul.
Is anybody down here that's their first time? Okay, so what's been going on is they've wanted to move the buffer zone because of us being too loud. So Karen and her team has asked, as you can see if you've been following it, that we remain silent. Don't yell anything out. Not like I love you, Karen, or Jackson, you're hot, or Yannetti, you're hot. Like, don't yell any of that stuff out. They will move us. It's not even a joke.
Got it.
They're not putting up with it.
And if it came from Karen.
And it's coming from Karen. They're appreciating us being silent. And this is the symbol. It's sign language for I love you. So what we're asking is everyone just hold your hands up, really high like this. And that it's very powerful. When you're down here and you see it, you're going to see how powerful that is. So if you see somebody walk up that, just tell them like we got to be quiet. Like it's nothing bad. We don't want to be assholes about it.
Yeah.
But Jason, Lisa, Sam, and Allison have fought really hard to be able to fight to even get us back up here. And we don't want one thing to deter that. And Karen's team wants it too. All right. Any questions? If you hear someone's new for the first time, send them to me, Erica, Keith, Robin. I mean, there's tons of us here that you can ask. Scott McGinnis. Okay? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Or else we'll toss you out on your asses.
I know you.
You don't want that from me.
All right, let's go down and instruct these people down here. Good morning, folks. Anyone down here for the first time? Okay. So, Allison, Jason, Sam, and Lisa all fought the buffer zone rule to get us to come back up in here.
Yeah.
Okay. So the judge wants to take our right away if we make too much noise out here.
Okay.
All right. So the rules are do not pass the end of this building.
Behind you.
All right. The jury bus pulls in down there. Do not film them. Do not say anything. Nothing like that. Okay.
Yep.
No yelling. If they pull up, it's silence like this. Just put your hands up in silence like that. And the team's asking that everybody does that. Okay? You can take pictures of them. Yes. You just got to be quiet. Good. You can talk amongst each other. You can't make noise in the crowd. It's this. This is the symbol that means I love you. Oh, we missed morning prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance. Hold on, folks. I missed it. Can I get in here? Sorry. Yep, I missed it.
We got our spot over there. And we gotta tell them, all the Karen Reach is gonna come off.
All right.
I've been warned. Yeah.
Is it time to go down there?
She's gonna be coming early. She's gotta be.
And she's coming early, so everyone get behind the barriers down here. We got to leave this place. Come on, down this way.
When there's any Karen Reach stuff on, he's gonna be a ball buster. I'm telling you right now.
Gotcha. Gotcha, Dennis. Thank you, Dennis.
No, he's not. He's gonna be.
All right.
I don't know.
I'm gonna wait till everyone gets over here, and we're gonna tell everybody like the rules down here.
You're awesome. Thank you.
Not that we want rules, we don't. The Karen Reed stuff you do.
Karen Reach stuff. Well, how did really enough?
Yeah. Because of the little spat this morning. Where's Hardman? Have him come over too.
All right, what are you doing? You only told me to take
I'll take that after because I got my pocket for both.
Everybody is.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right. Everybody listening. Okay. So Jason, Allison, Lisa, and Sam fought for the buffer zone for us to come back up here. And we don't want anything to ruin that. And right now the judge wants to push us back because of the noise level. And we don't want to break any of the things about Karen Reed gear and anything like that. So what we're asking is, Karen's team has put out that they just want us to be quiet. And if you guys have been watching the case, you can see that the other day when everybody was silent and just put their hands up like that, it was powerful. And the team loved it. They thanked people for it. So Karen actually messaged Erica this morning and said, please have them keep on doing it. So this is a symbol in sign language that means I love you. So we're asking everyone just to put their hands up like this when they arrive. Also there's no yelling out like, I love you, Jackson, or I love you, Yannetti, or I love you, Alessi. None of that. You can't have, as of 8 o'clock, you can't have any free Karen Reed gear on. You can't have it. The Jackson Yannetti shirt you can have on that you're wearing, they've approved that. You can have the criminals, Norfolk County, like that stuff. But they're not messing around down here, folks. They're not at all. They will take you in. You can't cross the street. They might. I don't know if they'll come out for pictures. I doubt it. But pictures. Before they were crossing the road to take pictures with people. But I don't think they're going to do that now. So I took it down here because they wanted a picture. We'll have to. I have to bring it.
Does anybody mind holding it on the thing?
Yeah. So if you see somebody like Allison across the street with her camera, she has permission to be over there. That's why she's over there. So any questions, ask anybody that's been around for a while. Also, if you hear someone yell sidewalk, that means to clear the sidewalk. And you guys aren't going to be able to be on the road there. The police will come down and tell you. So just police yourselves too. And if anybody steps up that's new, just let them know. Because today might be the last day you're all down here, hopefully. Being not guilty.
Come back for blast off time for bed. When there's no buffer zone,
Yeah.
let her hear it that day.
So another thing is, I don't know if the jury bus has pulled up yet or not. I haven't seen it. Do not take pictures of the jury bus. Don't yell anything. Don't do anything. That's interfering with
Ooh.
Did you want to talk to them? Because I'm just trying to
Just get behind.
put out what.
You already said it though. We here, we're adults.
Why?
We're adults, you don't have to keep it. We know, we know.
You,
That's.
Karen
You know,
actually just
you
texted
know.
me and asked me to repeat
I
it.
know, Erica. I heard about it. I heard she texted you, okay? So we've already heard it. She gave it.
You stink angry.
There's a lot of people that haven't heard it, all right? It's the first time.
No track either. No track either.
Well, we don't need aggravation from you, people like you.
Like you either.
Oh, please.
Oh my Lord. Wrong side of the bed
It's
today.
the moon, baby. It's the moon.
So-
I'm telling you. It's the moon. I'm
I know.
telling you.
It's not worth it.
It's
No,
not.
it's not.
Worth
Wait,
it.
what's wrong?
We've been. You see the cameras come right away.
I'm sorry. My bad. I just figured we could hold it over here.
The cameras come right away. Don't do it. Let peaceful. We don't need to have that energy here.
No, you don't have to.
Okay.
No,
Stop that.
I'm not. Yeah, there's Jess and Aiden. Oh. Maddie Mo.
You know what?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, I'm good.
How's things?
Good.
I don't like it.
They should stand silent.
Myself bad. You'll be like, I know. I'm like, okay.
I'm like, wait, now I know him.
Now I'm getting shit for it. But anyways,
You better keep order.
I'm getting shit for it too.
Yes.
I know. I don't even know why.
I had this feeling once before.
She,
That's why we're witness that from South. So. Yeah, I know.
I know. Good morning, Aiden. Good morning, Jess. I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
I wish I could have been there, but I went to Mizzy's standout at the DA. I came for a little while and then I went out there. I know. One more step of freedom for you.
One more step. One less thing I gotta worry. Don't convict.
No, exactly. They're all saying hi to you.
Hey, today's the day.
Today's the day.
It's happening.
Uh,
It's happening today.
it's happening.
Help you get your ass together.
I'm gonna.
So stay on time.
Get
There's everybody there. My boys here. Auntie Deb's over there? Oh, yeah. Not right now. Wait till everybody comes in here. Hi, how are you? Did you guys all down there send Erica told you about just this and silence?
Are you
Perfect.
being yourself? You told me not to sorry.
Hey, Erica.
Imagine being like,
Hold on, I took it off.
but it's like the words and tones that it's like like
No, I told no, I told Harrison I go, you take this thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you do.
Oh,
Keeping this crowd in control.
yeah.
Thank you very much.
Well, you get a little shit for it, but I don't care.
There's no,
Do you want to do a? Hold on, let me start up here. We can do shout outs to
Yeah.
people. All right. If you want to say where you're from and give a shout out, you can.
Cindy from Milford.
Lori from Westboro.
Wendy.
Claire from Rentham. Cheryl from Taunton.
Just turn around.
Hi, I'm Megan from Lakeville. Tina from Shirley. Jen from Hanson. Jenna from Methuen.
Patty.
Yeah.
Baby.
Bruce from Brockton.
Jen from Easton. Tori from Easton. Yeah.
What's that in the house? 508.
Julie from Braintree.
Nancy from Foxborough.
Jill from Douglas. West Boylston. It's gonna be a great day.
Great day.
Amazing day.
Free Karen Reed.
There we go.
Free Karen. Today's the day.
Karen.
Today's the
You can do a shout out, say where you're from.
Canberra.
lovely.
Well, there we go.
Oh,
From Dennis.
Nice. Dennis is beautiful.
Come visit us.
Where you from? There you go.
That's
Nice.
oh, so you wanna?
Maine. Nice. Maine. What part? Oh,
Auburn.
Auburn. Oh, you made that excellent. Yeah. That got passed along to some other people. I keep on giving stuff away. Hey, oh, nice to meet you. Do you want to say where you're from?
From Canton.
Oh, not. Oh, God bless you. Thank you for being here. You guys go through hell there. Texas is in the house.
From Drake. Hi, everyone.
Yes, Lowell.
Drake it.
There
Connecticut.
you go.
Fonzie.
Sandown, New Hampshire.
Hyannis.
There we go. There we go. Want to say where you're from?
Right?
Rhode Island. Nice. Lowell.
Being a cool guy.
New Hampshire.
Yep.
Somerville. New Hampshire, Worcester.
Texas. I know where she's from. Texas.
Martha's Vineyard.
Oh, lucky you.
And you know who's there? Maureen Hancock.
Oh,
I saw.
she's not a Karen Reed fan.
Someone just told me that.
Yeah, she's not. I took her off my page. That's all right, but hi. That's Jack. Canton.
I apologize. I hope it's safe. Not with my family.
You got to get up on the sidewalk. You got to get up on the sidewalk. I can't. No, maybe afterwards because I don't know what the mood is today. Sure. Can you hold that? You're live streaming.
Towards you, right?
Towards you.
Oh, towards me. I don't want to go towards me.
Do the two views just in case.
Yeah.
I do that so I don't hit my double chin. I know.
See that? Yeah.
Oh, I am? No, I'm not. No, hold on. Wants to tell me something and then I unmute it. Thank you.
You can see the sign across the street.
We have one rule.
Oh, yeah. That's all right. They have a right to be out here.
Yeah. Covered his face.
Yeah.
Okay.
Watch out behind you. It's nice to see this crowd.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
This is the best sign right here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I always tell guys this best I've ever seen. Oh my God, this would be the perfect gift.
There's people across the street. Auntie Deb's here too. Mike's here.
I know, I gotta get home, but.
You got to come out of the road. Oh, it's he's got Dunkin's. You got Dunkin's too. Oh, you got Starbucks. I love me Dunkin's. I love Honeydew better though.
Yeah.
Honestly, but I don't have Honeydew up by me. There's Aiden up there with Jess Machado. Tim's up there too.
Yes.
I know. You're scared.
You want the
That's shit itself. They gotta clean up the best. 3 days.
Oh my God. I know, I saw that. That's adorable. No, not yet. I don't even want to carry it yet because I got the camera thing here. Oh, she's waving her little pom pom. Jilly is. What time is it? 7:58.
Got that sign left, I guess.
Oh, Joe! All right, Joe! Jilly!
You only got 2 minutes, Jilly. Honk that horn if you're gonna. 1 minute. 1 minute now.
I got it down by seconds, so.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, look at his sweatshirt. Oh, really?
I know. I think it's so much anxiety. And I went down. And I went back. And then I walked up that way.
Oh.
Tina. Tina.
Oh my God, that's the best sign.
Oh, all right.
I mean, she's at me.
I love you too, Texas. And I love when Scott McGinnis gets to carry that sign in here. It was approved, folks. That sign was approved. Oh, here comes Kurt with his Red Bull.
I wish I was joking.
He's pumped. He's free. I know. Aiden, we're watching you across the street, and you have the best smile that we've all seen in a long time, dude. It's infectious. Yeah.
I just have a good feeling,
Yeah. We all do.
especially after yesterday.
I know.
You know, it was positive down here.
I know.
The guy.
You started all this, dude. You did.
I'm really looking forward to seeing Alan Jackson's closing today.
Oh my God.
Lights out. I think they've learned from last year, and it's going to be a way better closing. And, it's concise and to the point. It's going to be awesome.
It is. I can't wait for it.
I can't even. Excited.
I'm so nervous. I don't know.
I'm looking at this and all these people here, and all I can think of is you're representing the people of the Commonwealth, and everybody here thinks it's not guilty, and it's going to be. Hold on, let me shut this down. It's past 8 o'clock, so any free Karen Reed stuff has to come off right now. So if you have free Karen, even a pin, a sticker, anything, he just said that it's got to come off, or they're gonna. You got love. All right.
No, all right, thank you.
Christina.
Yeah, corruption's okay. You can't have Karen Reed on it. Just keep it that way. He just came over. If you have any free Karen Reed stuff on like that, you've got to get it covered, or else they're going
It's
to.
okay for those, for all those.
I mean, hey, listen,
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
think it is. I question it, but I don't think it is. I mean, he's got MSP on there too. No, you can't. That has to go.
Really?
Yeah, they'll take you in for that. They'll arrest you.
Unless you're on the other side.
Yeah,
What if I change my name?
that's got to come up. You can't have that. The shirt.
Just have it.
You have to fold it up.
Anything.
It'll break.
Literally like a halfway shirt.
Yeah.
Or if you're.
Or they can arrest you. And they will. That's what he just came over and told me.
Erica knows.
You got to turn it inside out. It's past 8 o'clock.
That sucks. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
in
there's a time.
Technically, you're in the buffer.
You're in the buffer zone.
Yeah.
It was wild, like pulling up and seeing like.
So the buffer zone sign is in front of, right?
I know, right? I was like, wow, this is real.
Someone threw up in the sidewalk too. I don't know who it was. Hi. Remember, when you hear sidewalk, you got to clear the sidewalk.
That's good.
Okay?
Show us the signal. Put it on time.
This one.
All right, you kept shit like.
This one way high in the air when they pull up.
All right.
Means I love you in sign language.
Should have plus me.
No one else just popped up. You guys are all telling each other the rules, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Somebody had, those are my glasses. Right?
Yeah, as long as I don't get bored.
As long as I don't get in here, it doesn't say anything on it. Oh my God, she's got my glasses on the shirt, folks. Look at that. I freaking love it.
I saw that earlier.
I love it. I just noticed it. I'm like, wow.
She's like, am I gonna be able to?
What do
wear
you
it?
have on your shirt? Because it'd be all right. You're fine, Melanie Little.
Look at, I got my little thing. This is for Lucky.
That's for Lucky Laughlin.
Yeah. I'm making it work. So it's for Lucky.
They saw her. Yeah, and they took that off. The ruse was
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
School may be out, but he is still learning. I love that.
I'm watching your live right now.
Oh, well, good for you. You want to give a shout out to your friends at school and stuff?
Yeah, sure. Fairview School, Auburn. I'm missing school right now, but that's okay.
This is a learning lesson.
Yeah, political science.
Exactly.
Something I don't learn in school.
Good for you. Hold on, hold on. Can you hold this?
Absolutely.
Your live stream.
Oh.
Yeah, I got it.
Be on live. Everybody come riding at Bobby's Ranch in Westford, Massachusetts. Okay. Take you on guided trail rides through the woods on horseback. It's cool. We have like 59 horses on property, donkeys, goats, So you guys gotta come, okay?
All right, folks, reminder again. They want me to remind you guys that when they come, it's got to be quiet. We got Rita Lombardi here. She's never quiet. But there's no, you have to keep it quiet. We can't yell. We can't clap. You know, just do the silent symbol. And they want me to remind you in case anyone else new came up. So again, no yelling or anything. Just put these way high in the air. And Alan got out the last time, was like, thank you. Yannetti said, thank you for being silent. So please, just remind everybody as they walk up, okay? Thank you. Thank you for not giving me any shit about it. I'm just the messenger.
We respect you.
This one looks like my girlfriend from when I was in grade school.
Respect you. We love you. Not too much to be talking like that.
Huh?
Not too much to be talking like that.
Oh, I know. That's all right. It's not unexpected. But you know what? This is about positivity, right?
Yeah. Because it's hard to see.
No, I don't even know. There's a lot. I mean, look at all across the street and stuff. There's probably a couple hundred. Three, four. I think by midday, I think a lot of people went to work and did it halfway off. And, you know. And thank you for giving me. Oh, yeah, wonderful. That was it's not unexpected. What? Huh? When everybody walks out of court and they're gone.
Okay.
So another thing, folks, just so you guys know, if the not guilty verdict comes down today, court is not officially over until every last person has left that building in the case. Just so you know.
No celebrating.
So there's still a buffer zone, even if the court's over, but I can't control that, but that's how it is.
Really? I don't want other people. If the verdict comes down and it's not being due, so we still have to do.
That's what I was just saying. The buffer zone is technically in effect
On the sidewalk a little bit.
as long as court's inspection and they do. But when they actually leave the building and they're gone, then court is over. TB's down here. Look at him with the crack dummy. You're killing me. Oh
Tina,
my.
you want to hire me?
Yeah,
You want to hire me? Ready?
Yeah.
400.
All right, guys. So, the crowd. Yeah, sure.
You guys got to be out of the street. You got to be out of the street. You have to be out of the street. All the way on the sidewalk. Not you. On the sidewalk. And if someone comes by, you got to clear this sidewalk.
Okay.
Is anybody here new? Just down here for the first time. We cannot make any noise at all when the team arrives. You just do your hands up in the air. Complete silence. No yelling. I love Jackson, Yannetti, Alessi, Liza, Karen. Like, you can't do that. We're trying to keep the buffer zone in effect so we can stay up there. If you guys break this, we are going to be forced to go all the way down the road. So please don't do that. Karen's team's asking for you guys not to do that. When someone comes up the sidewalk, you hear sidewalk, that means get to the side, okay? Because the residents still have to go through. And do not go out in the road, please. No free Karen Reed gear. You're in the buffer zone. If you have any of the defense names, like any of the people that were witnesses, or like, you can't have any of those names on you, okay? Thank you.
Thanks.
And the Dedham police have been nothing but nice to us, so please be very respectful of them.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dina.
You're welcome. What's that? He's all the way down the end right now.
Yeah, because I
Is Brian?
Yeah.
I don't know where he is. Aiden, when you get a chance, there's been a couple people that came up new and they're all itching to have a picture with you.
Yeah,
I said, I'll
I
tell
just
them.
can't lose my
Yeah.
spot.
No, I know.
Yeah, first I got to get my spot, and then we'll come out and we'll have a
Hey, here's Spanky.
Just spank you behind.
Yeah. No yelling. And another thing, don't yell anything to the prosecution. You will get a federal charge.
Quiet coyote.
It's quiet just when they show up because they will give you a federal charge for it. There's no joking around. It will show up in the mail.
12. You're gonna get stomach.
So did everybody hear that when the prosecution team shows up, do not say anything at all because you'll get a federal charge.
Yeah, we're not gonna say, they can't say anything.
Right. Sorry, I've been ignoring the chat. I'm just walking back and forth.
You just look really important for a second. Look like you were getting a Brian Albert.
Oh, here comes Mr. and Mrs. Reed, folks. Yeah. I'm live streaming, but I think you're going to get the best Father's Day gift. Yeah, he's going to be set free today.
Thank you.
That would be great. You're welcome. I'll get ahead of you, so I'm live streaming.
Yeah, he told me.
Hey, good.
Oh, Jesus, Rita.
Yeah. Didn't anybody drive it the whole time? Make great for it.
No, that's.
Yeah.
Tell her they felt the closing down, section I've seen him get up.
Huh? I walked up and said, we ain't going to keep her quiet.
I watched Buddy a couple of guests.
Happy guys. Happy Father's Day.
Sidewalk.
Hey, happy Father's Day. I know you'd rather see Karen, but.
Happy Father. Happy Father.
Went to school. I bet somebody get a I should ask them.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh.
Raise your hand.
Strong gentleman. That's the reading. Thank you.
That was your daughter.
This is done. Move this thing.
Live in America.
I'm following you.
Happy Father's Day.
I shouldn't say that. I've seen the worst in humanity, particularly in Norfolk County, but I've seen the best in mankind like this.
Oh.
I need to make it all worthwhile.
Love you.
Love you. Janet's right there.
You're here. That's for sure. Your father had a role. You're here. Yes, you're here. This legacy lives on.
I'm telling you. It is a job.
You sure you can't go? Jackson?
Yeah.
My wife is still eating.
Oh.
Tell me where you're from.
Mrs. Reed's up there.
I went to state 76. 68.
You're from Weymouth? He's from Weymouth.
Yeah.
My grandparents.
wife?
No, no.
Oh, no, I've been like it.
No. They miss each other.
I don't know. I don't know.
Probably describes a lot of.
Yeah. Oh, mystery. Oh, that's so cute. That's I'm trying to get back on it. Yeah, so I'm Maybe yeah, I like her. Yeah, no, yeah. And I know. So
Everybody's gonna get out of the street. They just said it. Everybody on the sidewalk. You guys, you gotta push it back. Everybody off the street. They just came and said that. They're gonna push it all back.
Are touching sidewalk.
You guys gotta get it all the way in. All the way in.
Driving that fuel boss.
All the way.
Driving that fuel boss.
Sir.
Tina, you're doing great.
Yes, ma'am.
I get bitched at, but I don't care.
Yeah.
Makena. Kendra, Lebassur, right?
Me too. Oh, I love it. That means you're amazing.
This is amazing.
You gotta get off the street. Everybody quiet.
You guys.
Yes, getting them there. How are the kids?
Thank you.
It's happened. I just like that on my face was like, and I was like, I'm not trying to be boss of son. I'm telling you to see anything. That's it. Get arrested, you know.
No doubt. You sure you can't? It's Jackson. Oh, yes. Yes.
Either push it back down more, but you gotta clear the sidewalk.
Oh, I need Mama.
All of them were across the street.
They all should know.
That's all. I saw you addressing them.
Yeah, no, a lot of them, like they get scammed and then they get help. Yeah. I'm trying to-
You're doing a good job.
Remember, everybody be quiet when she comes out. She's still a mother that lost 2 children. Good job, everybody.
That was my car. Thanks. Steve.
I'm not ignoring you on purpose. Good morning, love.
Take a hold.
Is that why they over there?
Yeah.
Yes, the suitcase ready. Had it ready yesterday. Better.
Guys are awesome. I didn't even know we were there. Yeah. Hello, two behind you.
You gotta get up behind the barriers, please. You get everyone behind the barriers.
We all
The
get
barriers.
behind the barriers. Behind the barriers.
Street behind the barriers.
They're coming down to tell everyone to get off the street behind the barriers. Off the street behind the barriers. You gotta get off the street behind the barriers.
Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day.
Come this way.
Oh,
Good luck, Mr. Reed.
Good luck today.
good. Thank you.
How you doing?
Good morning, Mrs. Reed.
Hi, darling.
Good luck today. We love you.
Time. I'll take two things.
Thank you.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good. Thank you.
Right. You gotta come off the, get off the street.
Hey.
You gotta back up.
Good to see you. All right. Let's go. And you're going across. Hey, good luck.
Get back in my spot.
Where's Hardman? I don't know. Oh, the camera people?
No. There.
She works for a media company.
She's so there.
Yeah.
She was like. That's amazing. He deserves this.
Yes.
Oh, like, so shocking. All I smell is coffee.
Huh?
All I can smell is coffee. No,
Coffee?
Yeah. Here's Karen.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I feel like with that camera, do you post that or something on TikTok?
So remember your hands up.
That's totally camera needs to.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll try to.
Watch out, Penny.
I don't think so. I don't. It's not a. Okay. No, I'm gonna put that one. Oh, did it? Yeah. Thank you. Let's do this. All right. Hey, so, here we go. And it's kind of a, like a change up to the person.
But I mean, I could hear you. Yeah, and I saw your piece, I watch all the time. Not yours. I assume not, but I understand there's some here. I heard.
He meant something. Well, I was thinking, you didn't say anything as she walked in, right, Karen?
No.
You'll have to get off the, Rodrigue might know, but, Alan Jackson, her attorney, came down.
That's pretty much it. They've had my. Courthouse, it's a courthouse.
I don't know so you're on two sides of the, like, next to the courthouse, I gave the color to Kathy. Then across the road, there's probably several dozen, like 2 dozen, 3 dozen. It's more than yesterday, but I would say that's, I mean, they're all, I mean, it's hard to say that.
Yeah, when Alan was walking in by the car, if you guys rewind it, I hope you picked it up. He said, let's do this.
I guess they say the mood is, they're real.
All right, they're in phone.
Maybe festive, but it's, now you're festive, they're all standing, holding signs, the big signs to, so we can say they're and a lot of them are in pain, waiting to see this flag. Yeah, the one that says signs. Okay, so maybe you don't need to sign right now.
Oh, we gotta go see Auntie Deb.
But
Yeah, but
that was the guy that got.
Good morning, Lisa.
Hi, Tina.
I remembered it. Hi, how are you? Good to see you.
You too. For me, you're doing a great job.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. Are you from Waltham?
I'm from Newton, but you go to someone's house right near one of my accounts.
Oh.
She sent me a picture of your account. I'm like, oh my God, I know her. I see her all the time.
My family was down the lake.
Oh, okay.
My father's side of the family grew up down the lake. Nice to meet you.
Take care.
You too. Look at folks. Look who's down there. Yeah. Hi, how are you? Good. I don't remember your name. Casey. Oh, Casey. Oh my God. Now you're gonna give me another hug. Like, there's so many people. Nervous. It's like, oh my God, I'm trying.
Oh, you are Chicha's sister.
Yes. That is Chicha to see you. Oh my God, how are you?
Good, how are
That
you?
is the best goddamn fucking song I've ever heard. I love it, the Iggy song.
Glad you like
Oh my God, that's wonderful. Look, folks, they were all, everyone's like, Auntie Deb's across the street.
I'm glad you like it. Good.
I love it.
Good.
We were playing it down at Morrissey's office yesterday at the stand up loud over the intercom system. I'm not even kidding you. We were all dancing and everything. It was classic to be playing that in front of the DA's office. It's on Resistance to Silence. I'm sure it's there. Oh yeah, you have to. I'll try to see if I can learn how to clip it and send it to you. Whatever. But it's there.
Who's that?
I reamed his ass out yesterday. He interrupted Rita yesterday. I mean, I'm Mizzy.
Wait, you didn't sass him? He said, I didn't know. I was.
So yesterday, I was such a bitch yesterday to him. So yesterday he was interviewing Rita, and then he finished the interview with Rita, and then Mizzy started talking, and he fucking mid-sentence he turned around and turned his back and started walking away. I was screaming at him, "You get back here! You get back!" And then so then I came up on the steps and reamed him out. And then yesterday at Morrissey's office at the end, I fucking called him out. You fucking orange pale foundation work and fucking oh I reamed him out.
Mary.
Yeah, nice man.
Yeah.
You know, someone.
Yeah.
His name's Matt Joff.
You need a
John,
jury
I
cam?
think it's Matte. Too much foundation.
Yeah, Matt.
Matt.
Yeah.
Go fucking lay down, Matt.
Exactly. My God, if it rains out, his face will fall.
Nice to see you. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Tiffany.
Always love watching you.
Oh, good to see you. Thank you for being down. I'm live streaming.
TV. Are they?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're down there at the end of the bus. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
You're welcome. Oh my God. I'm glad to do
We met you at the Halloween party.
Oh,
We met her in the bathroom. You talked about Seinfeld, like can't spare, and then sponge. Seinfeld, you're
the sponge episode.
Yes,
when she stalked
yes,
one
you
piece
brought
of
that
the
up.
sponge,
You're
the sponge
laughing
word.
about it.
Oh my God, that was
He
the
was
best
Colin,
episode.
and I was that slutty girl that Colin with the martini.
Oh, I remember.
Yes.
Oh my God, that was such a good Halloween
That was
party.
so
That was awesome.
fun.
Thanks for coming down.
Sure.
Sure.
Crowd followed
I got some pushback, believe me. But it came from Karen herself.
Okay, thank you. If I got it on mine.
I'm live streaming too, folks. So just like no, it's all right if you really don't want to be.
You were holding the sign up to the petrol.
Oh my God.
That was so funny.
Hopefully this ends today, but if we have to come back Monday, I'm sure he'll be here because I got to find a weave and wear a weave behind him, like his bad weave. The Petro.
Oh,
The Petro.
is he here?
No, not today. He's not.
Sorry,
That's all right.
Dina.
That's all right. They were wondering if you had your TV.
Yeah, it's down there.
Yeah, that's what I said.
It's amazing.
Hey, I don't. Dina,
How
you got him?
freaking beautiful he is.
You
We
don't want to
got
let.
to take him on a world tour.
I think so. He's got a good fit. But
I know.
the mailbag is overflowing every day.
Really?
Hey, handsome guy.
Hey.
Good,
Honey.
how are you?
Nice to see you.
I'm live streaming, just so you know.
all
Gotta
good.
warn everybody.
It's all good.
I don't want wiretapping charges.
Ah,
Uh,
I'm so jealous of your tan as always.
it's the tanning booth, dude.
Yeah, but you get so dark.
Oh, I get darker than this. This is nothing. Wait till I really go to the ocean. I get
What
dark.
do you mean? It's like a gallon of milk.
Someone said like my niece goes to tan. One visit is $30 now. It used to be
That's why
$30
every-
unlimited.
That's why everyone joins Planet Fitness because you pay that a month,
Right.
$24.99. You go every day if you want.
Remember the unlimited at the tan? Yeah, $30 a visit now. I was like,
It's crazy.
oh, I can look for
Crazy.
Probably.
Oh yeah, folks, that's Mike Caputo. Look at that. Look at that. Everybody's talking about a sharp dressed man. Check out his sites because he does a lot for the music world.
Sorry to interrupt your show.
Oh, hold on. You want me to silent it?
No, you're fine. Where do you guys all watch together?
Yeah, down here. You know where my car is down there with the
With the
cameras?
signs, yeah.
Yep, that's where
You
we're
guys
gonna
gonna
be.
be all down there, like watching it on a computer or
TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Just want to know in case like the verdict comes on and reactions and
Yeah.
stuff. Okay. Thanks.
Yep.
I don't think so. I don't know.
Yeah, we can get some money.
God, I gotta pee.
Did I say they all saw it?
No, but I can you believe this? It's gonna end today. I gotta.
Not guilty. That's why she's keeping them there till 5:30.
No shit. That's what exactly.
Dina.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, I'm running to the ladies' one.
I know. I gotta go too. Hi. I know your face when we were at Tesla. That was awesome. Hold on, folks. Like, you want it? Can you? We put you on? Sure. All right. Out of the whole Tesla crowd, this one, I noticed her right away. She was at Tesla with me. With
I was on the contract.
That's awesome. Good to see you. Hi, how are you? Let me turn this around. I'm good.
Have you seen my son David?
He was up there just a little bit ago. He was right in this crowd in the beginning. Yeah.
That's separate. I don't like him to be too far away from me.
Yeah,
Make
that's
sure he
where I
stays
saw
up
him last. If I see him,
down here.
yeah, he was up there. He's got the white t-shirt
He's got
on.
the white t-shirt.
Yep.
So he's up here.
I saw him up there when I first came down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. If I see him anywhere, I'll let you know.
Have you seen Tom?
She's right there. She's modding and live streaming for Tom, so she'll know where he is.
Oh,
Yeah. You're welcome. This is awesome. All right, folks.
yeah, that's
They're totally in there. Um, it should start soon. Oh, who wrote "I love you"? Dear, I needed to love you. I got bitched out bad. Linda, darling, Linda, that's my Linda, my Aerosmith sister. Oh my God, I'm just seeing that, Linda. I love you too. I miss you so much, girl. Hey, Linda, if she's a rock legend, she really is. Linda Darling. Let me tell you, she's gone to more concerts than I can't even tell you about. And she has such a beautiful heart. It's unbelievable. I absolutely love Linda. I hope when I grow up, I can be just like her. She inspires me. She's beautiful. Linda, I miss you so much. I really do. And you're in here watching. I'm gonna cry. It feels like forever since I seen you. We're going down to the car and stuff. I got to see if afterwards someone can hold this so I think I can go to the ladies' room. Gotta pee. I got to get some breakfast and stuff. Oh, you can lean. No, lean on it, sit on it, whatever. Doesn't matter. When you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. All right. Not guilty verdict comes down that I made a bet with Brenda Sweeney. I'm going to quit smoking. Oh my God. There's so many. This feels like the old days from last year down here, doesn't it? Oh, it's Silver Fox after Silver Fox. I know. Silver Fox is all decorated, people. I'll show you. As usual, like the old days. I got rid of my other car. It got rehomed, and here's Silver Fox. I wonder if Silver Fox will be down here.
That was the best idea ever.
I know. I got to get letters for the back of it that say Silver Fox.
Yeah, maybe I'll buy them
No.
next time I see
No. And this one here, hold on, folks. Anyone that from Waltham, when I was growing up, I had a friend, Dawn, and that one right there reminds me of my old friend, Dawn. She just walked away.
I literally got ripped. I was like, they're not behind us anymore. I knew you was going that way and look at the side. Yes, I seen that the other day when I was dead.
And this is the TV, Brandy's vehicle.
Wear this and like hope it works.
That's the St. Ross. Hi, good morning. The St. Ross. Where is he? We got him on film.
Oh, got the TV going.
Morning.
Turn the camera. An AP reporter asked permission to take pictures of your
Yeah,
car, which
that's
I
fine.
granted her, and she wants to talk to you. So I
Okay.
told her to find the chick in the turquoise blouse.
At least it's chick, not the broad.
Yeah.
What he'll do is he'll press on the back. Yep, they're all lined up down here, folks. Hi, you look beautiful today. I know, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I know they're like so nice. I don't think Belinda's gonna have like caring and kind and like.
They're the best. I'm telling you, he's the best. He's Massachusetts' best dad.
He really is.
It's what a dad should be.
Yeah, truly.
Yep.
I know that's voice.
Yeah, Tina, when
I'll come over and say hi when I'm done smoking.
when Janet came by, she's like, "Oh, it's been 2 years," and I'm like, "I know, Janet." And she's hugging me, and she's like, "I'm gonna cry." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm not crying. No, yeah, I'm crying."
That you heard it here, folks. Scott McGinnis, his eyes watered up a little. It's been a long journey for a lot of people down here.
I'm not down here, but.
No, I say it's the same with the keyboard warriors. It is very emotional.
Because you're like, I got it. I finally gave it.
Yep, they kick us in the ass. Oh yeah. Hey, good morning. Hey, Shay Shay. It's gonna end though. It's gonna end.
Somebody smiling.
Hi.
Smiling.
You look beautiful today. You're beautiful.
Karen Free, it's gonna be free
I know.
within hours.
Within hours.
And
Amen to that. I'm live streaming just so you know. So, how are you, honey? I'm good. How are you? I gotta get breakfast too. Really don't. I gotta pee and get breakfast. I haven't eaten yet.
how much she is?
We're trying to come up.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Familiar face.
I know. I know. I have to pee. Can you take control of this just while I pee? Yeah. All right. There you go.
You can trust him. You can trust me.
Introduce yourself.
Famous last words. Hello, everybody. Kevin from South Boston. You're wrong. You wrong. You wrong.
Wow. Look at the socks too.
Yeah. Socks are great. I love the socks. Yeah. I love Karen Reed supporters. Look at them all.
I love it. I love it. I think we can scan it, right? Right, oh, yeah.
So they made a couple of things in there.
Look at this. Look at this.
Hold on your hand.
Fantastic.
45.
Thank you.
Fantastic, everybody.
Just somebody in Rhode Island.
Who was proud of Rita? I was proud of her this morning. She was quiet when she needed to be, loud when she didn't need to be.
Hopefully today's the day, man.
They're not going to. It's 4 hours. I'm there by 5 o'clock. It's done. This is done by 5. Guaranteed done by 5 today. They're not. Get this.
Well, they're either gonna immediately acquit today.
That should be.
If it goes into
yeah,
another
they
day
have to
of
make a
information,
motion like
somebody have
that.
another plant on the jury.
Yep. Yeah.
That's the only thing that worries me.
Yeah.
Not to be, Debbie Downer.
Right. No, I completely agree with you.
You know what I mean?
I just can't see how this charade can go on anymore.
No. Exactly.
Especially after we were talking about a fucking ham sandwich and a murder fucking case.
And tofu.
Like, oh yeah, tofu. The brain's like tofu.
I would think so, but I know it's kind of rare. Are you watching on Melon? So I have they actually yeah, she is. Hey, Simon, how are you?
Good.
Jury instructions, short lunch, the judge said. Then she said she's going to ask the jury to see if they can stay until 5:30. So, I mean, I was really not anything.
So I like that. Good. I still have to go back to 18. They're trying to charge me with something else, so it's got to be that. Yeah. They're trying to predate charges. They're trying to basically charge me for something that happened.
Ham sandwiches for lunch, everybody. Ham sandwiches for lunch.
Hey, Charles, some screamed on ones out over there.
Let's go take a walk up towards the courthouse. Enter in the buffer zone. Let's go take a walk up here. I know Auntie Deb's up here. Let's go take a walk. Oh, goodness. Goodness. It's really busy up here. Really busy up here.
Once they're taken down and they're arrested, then the justice with John begins. You can't have a murdered Boston police officer left on another Boston police officer gone and have him not come outside and say that there's nothing wrong with that. The failed investigation was intentional. All 20 cops didn't become incompetent after 20 years on the job in one night, in the same night. And there should be zero tolerance for an incompetent police officer. There should be zero tolerance for someone that interferes with the safety of the American people. You're there to serve and protect. So stop serving, but most importantly, stop protecting.
Thank you so much, Brandy. And is there anything else that you wanted to mention that I didn't ask, or just anything about today?
I just feel great, and I know the jurors are not.
Time to right, yeah.
Exactly, right.
Hey.
Yeah,
For sure. For sure.
You got longer selfie arm than I do. I like that.
Oh no, because my armpits right now.
Oh my God.
It's a ham sandwich.
Don't forget the tofu.
Oh, let me see your sweatshirt.
You're First Amendment kind of guy.
Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit.
Yeah. So it's not going to make it in. That's too bad. He was here early too. It's too bad. Well,
How long do you have to?
I can ask you to just minute. She was an all.
they won't let you in.
Can I ask somebody to see?
Yeah, Aiden, did Jessica get in?
Yeah, Jessica's gonna get the last spot. Yeah.
Okay, Jessica's going to get the last spot.
You're very welcome. So Aiden didn't get in. Jess Machado got in. So it looks like we're gonna have updates from her.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, look, everybody. Here she is. She's back. Sorry, I took off on you.
No, I'm glad. I saw you walking up. I'm like, oh my God. What happened? He didn't get in?
No, Jessica got the last spot.
He should be in there.
Of course, he should be in there.
Some of these other people that barely are ever in there.
Well, the
that's
good thing is because Jessica's in there. Grant
Yeah.
Smelly Ellis can't be in there.
Yeah. Well, you know what? He's going to be out amongst the people that he made this movement.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Yeah. Yep. All right, we're going down. I got to go get a breakfast sandwich.
Yeah, okay.
Hi.
I don't care.
Look at that. The kids are learning about this now, folks. And I love it. I love it.
Better than being dead, you know.
I'll talk to him after.
And he was in my car. I'm like, I don't remember a call or a leash. People go down here all the time. But like, knock it off. Be quiet. Shut up. Think about
All right, be back, folks.
it's so bad.
We're back. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I caught a little shit from somebody, but that's all right. They're gonna get it back. They I just ignore it. Ain't worth it. I need a breakfast sandwich though. I'm hungry, folks. I'm hungry. Just watched Karen arriving at my ice tip. I know it was beautiful. And Mr. and Mrs. Reed came out in the crowd. So that was beautiful. Erica, my love, are you going to be down here just for like 15, 20 minutes?
Yeah, why? What's up?
Because I want to go get a breakfast sandwich. I haven't had breakfast yet.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just trying to look for something real quick.
What do you need?
My vape pen. I dropped it, I think.
Oh, gee.
And I don't want to be homicidal today.
No, I'm going to go down and get a breakfast sandwich. I'm going to be good today. Thank you, though. All right, folks. Return. Oh, let me see how much batteries left on this. Oh, we're at 32. Let's get the battery pack first. Hold on, folks. Hold on a second. Saw the Viet Morris was off. Someone was just messaging me. Hold on, folks. I just got to charge the telephone. There we go.
Oh, it's bad. It's
All
bad.
right, I'm
All
going
right,
to
I'm
shut
gonna
down
shut
for
down
now.
for now.
Jurors on their way?
No, we need to be heard, unfortunately.
Okay, come over to sidebar, please. The jurors are on their way. Come set this up. Thank you. Plug it in here. I need to see that flash drive.
Now we'll see the
Here, I need my mouse too. All right, so why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar? I've got my computer up.
All rise for the court, please. He. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court and before the country before. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I have started far too many mornings by saying to you folks, I apologize for the inconvenience, having you wait around so long. I appreciate your patience. I didn't want to do that today, but I had to do that today. Everybody has worked so hard on this trial, the jurors, the lawyers, the witnesses, that everything has to be right before you hear it. So I needed to do that this morning. So I apologize. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here yesterday? So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't take notes on them. But the reason it used to bother me is because I sensed that it made it sound like they're less important than anything else in the trial, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. And we've all noticed that you've paid very close attention to this case, and we know that you'll do the same to the closing arguments. A couple of things I want to say, and you'll hear more about this in greater detail when I give you the charge. First is, you folks are the fact finders. So it's what you find from the testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial, but your memory of the testimony, not the lawyers and not mine. So if the lawyers or I say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly, there are very important constitutional rights that I hope that you understand, or constitutional concepts that you need to understand. First, again, the burden of proof in this case is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And the Commonwealth bears the burden of proof. Right? The burden of proof is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And because of that, in Massachusetts, because the Commonwealth has the burden of proof, the Commonwealth goes last in closing arguments. I've given each lawyer an hour and 15 minutes, and I'm not going to stop them. So we'll start with the defendant's closing arguments. Mr. Jackson.
There was no collision. There was no collision. There was no collision. I want to take a minute to start off with thanking you. I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank you for your patience. I want to thank you for your diligence. This is not an easy undertaking. Most of all, I want to thank you for your courage, because courage is what this moment demands. Not just to listen, but to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth. This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Reed, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt. This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice. In our system of justice, Karen Reed sits here today presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty. It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable, that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs. Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof. Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case. As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away. Well? He got no response. And then we see this. That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look. Sparring, practicing, fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him, tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm. You'll see that in the video that you're about to watch. It appears that Chris is trying to calm him down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only, John O'Keefe. In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John. A gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look. Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later, Higgins then texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe. This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house or that basement or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. "You come in here?" Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated because he didn't come back out of the house and he wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home at about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn just under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides. If there was no collision, what are we doing here? In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John, period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows. None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert, think about this, not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one. That's not just significant. It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scorti-Bello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy, in any fashion, any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scorti-Bello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own experts said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact. If you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scorti-Bello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data. Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory. But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rinchler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones, fractured, broken, and shattered. But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claimed the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, that it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen? Somebody needs to answer that. Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory, why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm? The Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen. Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it, to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence, in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens. That's out of his mouth, not mine. The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts, folks, a cardinal sin. It's called confirmation bias. It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again. They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38. Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact. And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question. Can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified, he came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whithen's data, Ian Whithen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet, and then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. You remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation, this is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold, he was inside somewhere a little bit warmer. Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside. He was someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rinchler all agreed Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer. He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. La Posada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch. And it's equally clear that there was no collision. Dr. La Posada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision. Dr. Rinchler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scorti-Bello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done. Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here? Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully. And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start, I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A man, a police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants. No consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher: it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away. And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house 30 feet away. And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too, end quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you. You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation, quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously. Get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time, quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops. Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks. And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot. Leaks poo. Zero chance she skates. She's fucked. And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done zero investigation. Nothing. Save talk to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Butnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends. That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake. And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it. Ladies and gentlemen, a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Reed. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being. He was fired for this blatant bias. If the Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation and with your verdict? And with Karen Reed's life? The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks. Wouldn't you want to hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from it. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired. He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses, and for bias. Not just any bias, bias in this case. Fired. This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact. What he failed to ask every single every single witness, is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments, and the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for, before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those Solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the Solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it? They've got nothing. Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog. Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer, smooth part of the housing. Not any shard, it was the outer, smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk. They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John. The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sallyport. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard? The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, the quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass. None of it. Remember, February 11th, Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those two go together. The only two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash. Didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. That vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John? Wasn't outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down. There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me. He was in the house. But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth hasn't presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe, grudgingly, had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever. Not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house. She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage. I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door, and her answer was, oh, actually there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn. You can betcha. But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with him for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning? We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07. We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. But Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history. A dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet? Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth, as we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was time-stamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Hoslong to die in cold. It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help shift the blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses, lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Reed made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Reed made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Reed, or anybody in that position, might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video, it's not on audio, it's not in a single police report, it's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video, multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? She would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered, he's bleeding, his eyelid is cut, his nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up! Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07 with all this chaos going on. No answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08 with all this chaos and bedlam going on. Still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister. There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Dever's statement to law enforcement. And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged? Well, you don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert. And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene. 2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight. What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption. A front row seat. Kelly Dever was interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer, she couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office, the same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop, and all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said, it's a false memory. What? So she's called to the commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. You bet it does. That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate. Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation? Dr. Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining it about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested. That test does not represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress-up in John O'Keefe's clothes, or identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics, has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision. Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know, I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you. And asked Dr. Wolf about it multiple times. Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt. He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole. Dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence. That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with. It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it. Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Reed. The truth is, Karen Reed is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car. There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Reed because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Reed, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Reed of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in. John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying. And he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911, even anonymously. Not take responsibility, just to help. And there was only one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the front yard, she made a choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box, the forensics from the SD card, we know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night, because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described for you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot, and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos. You can call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks. More shots into mixed drinks. Count them yourself. Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins. Barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later. Is that the story? They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe. In the celebratory mood, you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest flat time. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 or 29. I mean, it was quiet. The roads were very quiet. You can see on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't be driving.
Thank you. You think she drank when she got home? When they leave the waterfall bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass not from the Albert's home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12/12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took the data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key, critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently, and it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it at the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiff would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location, the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows his movement. And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship, and then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost, and when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I have slide 4, please?
Very close to the Alberts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the Alberts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data, the red, the green, if you could move down, please, Ms. Gilman. And then in the bottom left, that's 34th Fairview. You can see, second by second, the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think about how accurate the battery temperature is, that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data, and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. Is a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly, perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data. And secondly, Mr. Nagel and Ms. Mason at Cedar Crest, at that intersection before it goes down to the right, they meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They fall behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. And they didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole for minutes. It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Ms. Mason and Mr. Nagel said they were there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Ms. Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down? She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves for 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly what John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves for 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data, 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail and every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, Jen McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame has been dispassioned, she's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home. She could have broken up with him. They could have talked about it the next day. Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse. Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here. I have no authority to talk about the law in this case. The Honorable Judge Cannoni will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the facts of this case with the charges against Miss Reed. She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove, and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder, is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and that that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge, and they see cars going by, and they have a boulder, and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill, And when they throw that boulder off the bridge, and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, child, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died. I suggest to you that is second-degree murder. The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly, did she operate her Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not, I submit to you that is wanton, it is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene, knowingly causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left. We know from the tech stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorgo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving. Forever. Forever. Next slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can't probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA, they did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Tech stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing. Take that down, please. When Ms. Reed hits John O'Keefe, collides with John O'Keefe, we don't know if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her taillight's all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you would need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12:31:56. 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 is the data, which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks with Alexis. 12:32:09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12:32:16 is his last steps. Mr. Desordi says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Can you play that, please? Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car. Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene, knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself. She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been? I mean,
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo, and I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house. Did he come out and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone, and I ran over his foot, and then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him. She knew she'd hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house. And she started calling on the way back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls. Slide 12, please. Can you play voicemail 1, please? The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body, the cold ground, 72 degrees. It tells you the story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61 at 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house in 20 seconds and his cell phone is found under his body the next day, and how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it. It's registering everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house. His phone never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
John, I'm dealing with a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you want, fucking pervert.
Did you hear that? Nobody knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him. Not suggesting she meant to kill him or for him to die, but she knows she hit him and now he's not responding and she's getting nervous and she's getting anxious and she's leaving call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, where's John? She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight? She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand what she's saying. Call Jen McCabe. Call Jen McCabe. Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? When did he leave the house? What happened last night? No. She calls and says, I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall. See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. I left him at the waterfall. And Jen says, left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house. Click. Hangs up. hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Carrie Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Carrie Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, Carrie, Carrie, Carrie. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow. Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. I think he got hit by a plow. And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that. For what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night, in a blizzard, out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce, and she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The spirit and kindness she displays to put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Carrie Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Carrie Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help, because they have a common denominator, a common bond, John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welcher showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken, because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are. You take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing. Because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Carrie Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind. She sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to go back to Meadows. You're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Carrie don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Carrie Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window. They can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving and driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview. And this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, They get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find him because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving Jen's in the passenger seat. And I've described this to everyone, so you probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn in a heap that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird-shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird-shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe? She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry, and Karen, and she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him, you're going to see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night. All night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. But remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her glass. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to give a glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact. Things move. The glass comes with him, lands near his body. Debris field moves past him. Shoe, hat, straw. Jen McCabe makes a call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a cell record is not the same as a call detail record. There was no evidence, there was a conversation, no lights go on, there's no conspiracy. You can call somebody, it can ring, it can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen, on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road. Like, Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left, you can see where they're working. Right off the road, that's not 20 feet. That is a clip, a stumble, and a fall. And remember, when John O'Keefe fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of the dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time. If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the glass in the nose? The glass in the nose. See on the bottom left, that's where the Canton Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. He didn't fall back 8, 10 feet from the road. It broke, and then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind, a trail to memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture and leaving the waterfall at 1212, the black straw in the drink on the street. Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head. Could you play the clip on the left, please? 59.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full.
169, please.
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And it just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody. But to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder, this is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him. She is now coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him, could I hit him, perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy. Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help happen to remember that she admitted what she had done? I know that doesn't reconcile with the boogeyman Proctor and the bad government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is, you have independent, core people who hear her say, I hit him, I hit him. And the attempt is to portray everybody as a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good people, although you should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
My husband said was, did I hit him? And I've always said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement is claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Ms. McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Ms. McLaughlin, she tells you that she saw or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity to say that? And now we know that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Ms. McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Ms. McCabe was next to her. Ms. McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things. The villain of the story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself. The irony. Could we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature. You're going to have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it started to go down to 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61. And you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And his blood is still warm, either way, under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? And not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in what's happening during that time. It's a frantic scene. She tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes or completes the input. And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did. And what happens to her after? Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning when she puts in how long to die in cold. And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy. She gets vilified as a murderer, a soccer mom who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make those, oh, she got the glass from inside the Alberts, maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. Look at the data. And it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word. Trying to evoke that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, and the data. He was terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate. It's distasteful. It's dishonorable. Remember, Trooper Buchanan was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't, but that does not change. It doesn't create a conspiracy. It doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there's a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce 3 of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper Buchanan and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He hasn't been near the car. And in the Dighton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. You can play any angle you want, but if you look at this angle, it's gone. You know, plant is already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on the Reedfield. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when you do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller. If you play that and watch the lights go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expand. It's gone. So when you have Dighton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why. But then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing. And I say, is this the way it looked? That's, of course, before the snow melts out in the salad port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the salad port. There's no one tearing out pieces. In fact, remember I played you a clip and you'll have it where the defendant says, I was picking out pieces, it was crashed in, the bulb was showing, when I was showing Kerry and Jen, when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip, you'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves, there's no ring video when she gets back. And so, now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, on her profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, and then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions, she says, well, I can't tell if I look at each one of them, but all together it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense has bragged about bringing in. Dr. Russell telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog bite before. This is the first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's coming in saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. La Posada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. Oh, is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen? So obviously, there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scorti-Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Ms. Lee. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that, in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen, because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information. A fraction. And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries, the suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car and have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test, that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time, in 90 days, that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there was no car accident. Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them. What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is, so that it's a tool for you, so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity. We've heard words like confirmation bias, objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand, and before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert has a court order for text messages and then deletes the text messages? What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.38 pound arm is less weight than John O'Keefe's metric, which would be 11.8. That's all, and because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic. It's basic. And he fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective, that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Rexel came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust for that. That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judge Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it. Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Renshaw, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. He said no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian, and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judd Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judd Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judd Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that. And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe, and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. They were fighting. It was a relationship in decline, and he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. And when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk, she hit him, she left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Could I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us, this is viable. Look at the debris field. Look at his turn. Remember his sneaker on that curb that got lodged against the sneaker? Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence and you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Straight, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You would say, well, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous and thoughtful. She left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please? He is not an it. John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
Take that, thank you. All right, jurors, the next up is my instructions to you on the law. I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time, so I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right, so we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long, and we want you to be able to get this case to start deliberations today. So I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks? All right, so we'll give you a half an hour for lunch, and then we'll come back. I'll give you my instructions on the law, and then the jurors will go out to deliberate. I know there are 18 of you. We seat only 12 deliberating jurors, so 6 of you are going to be alternates. I can just tell you that you know the odds, right? And I can tell you it's Mr. McDermott's least favorite part of his job is smoking. So we'll do that this afternoon. Do not discuss this case. Just see you in a
I honestly don't think so, but they might. Let me turn this around. How long does he want me to stay here? I don't know. He just told me to stay.
Just for the van.
Oh, he just told me to stay here. Stay here. I'll stay around this side. Thank you. Everybody's lined up.
Are you live?
Yeah, hold on. All right, folks, I'm back. Hold on a sec. Okay, I'm back, folks. There's tons of people here. I don't know if they'll eat because the car's here right now. Did anybody come after a certain time? Like, did you guys hear the speech about everyone being quiet? You got to keep this sidewalk clear, and you cannot be in the street at all. And then when they come out, don't yell anything. Just do the handsome. In case you're new, that's why I'm repeating it. So again, don't yell anything out, and just stay out of the sidewalk. And if for some reason, like at the end of the day, like you're not supposed to take pictures of the jury bus and everything else like that. Okay? You guys all heard about being quiet and not yelling anything and the hand symbol. What?
I'm just kidding, Dina.
All right. You guys all heard about being quiet and everything. Good, perfect. They just want me to reiterate. That ain't me. I know they're supposed to be doing it across the street. I can't be two places. I have no idea. The ones over there were supposed to tell them all to be quiet.
The security is high with local and state police around the courthouse as the buffer zone around the area.
Yeah, there's lots of people over here. I don't know who came out for them to say anything, but Karen's team should be leaving. There is a car. There's both cars are here. Mimi's here in the handicap. Of course, Mimi will be. Huh?
I tried to tell him again.
What?
Just about the sidewalks.
Yeah, you got to get back up on the thing though. They'll say something. Just remember, if you hear someone yell sidewalk, that means you got to get to the side so a resident or something can get in between. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Probably not anymore.
Look at how many people there are out there. And just so you guys all know, the police down here have been nothing but good to us. I'm just letting you guys know.
We're friends.
What?
One of the state reps said they ain't coming out. They're only giving them a half hour. Just a heads up. Take that
Yeah.
with a grain of salt, whether you believe it or not. But I don't know. Just to let you know, if you don't want to bake in the sun, that was. But the driver's here. He could
The drivers are both
he could
here,
be
yeah.
dropping off food. He could. I don't know. That's just what I was told, so I figured I'd spread the news. Oh, they might not be coming out.
Their cars are here though.
I know.
So I don't know.
One car. Usually I can't.
No, there's two. There's two cars are here. Yeah. Make sure you have any of your Karen Reed gear covered up too, because you're in the buffer zone. Look at how many people there are. It's blurry because there's too much media pulling off the internet here. That's why it's not going to get any better at all. It's not going to get any better than that. Where'd Brandy go? Did she leave?
Yeah, okay.
There's Scott McGinnis. He always has his Sandra Birchmore stuff. Do you know where Brandy went?
She was over
No.
on by the steps on why, but then maybe she, last time I saw her, she was.
I'm gonna
Okay.
go step on the brakes for my car.
All right. So tell Erica if you see Erica. What's that?
You going back over here?
Yeah. You guys can't be out in the road. You got to get on the sidewalk.
Another. Yeah. Take a picture. Make sure that.
How many people do you think are down here?
Oh my God. Yeah, right. So that's all that. Yeah. Right.
Hi, Robin G. If you can put the sites up, that'll be wonderful. That's TB coming out of court. I guess that whole other side hasn't heard about not yelling and screaming, so nothing I can do about it. I know, I heard it too. It's across the street, but I have no part of across the street. I don't know why they haven't told. There's a lot of new people, and they probably didn't give them instructions over there. So I have no clue. They're not supposed to, though. So we can only do so much so no one gets arrested. You know what I mean? You can only control it so much. I take it that people are going to be coming out. So, because there's 4 limo cars here. They pretty much, honestly, they really can't control too much. You can only do the best that you can. But we just don't want to see the buffer zone pushed back. But at this point, there's going to be a verdict today, so. Hold on a minute, folks. There is a lot of people down here, folks. There really is. And it's so nice seeing a lot of people that came out a few times last year and stuff. And it's like meeting part of your family like over again. And JFK and James is here too.
Work on your tan.
I know, huh? Okay.
Every single day.
So coming up. Remember, everyone, I don't know what they're doing across the street because I didn't warn them. I can only be on one side, so.
Hey, Aiden.
What's going on, guys?
Just good.
Don't do that. Oh my gosh.
I know. You excuse me?
Vertical option.
You in?
Here, come on.
Alan?
Yeah.
Okay.
So just please do us that thing.
Alan's across the street, but I'm not going to run over there. He's talking to everybody. Brandy's over there.
Brandy! Let's do this, guys. Do this. Do you know it? Hold on. Do you know it?
Ah! Not my glasses. I got them.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, Dave.
Can I take a picture of your phone? Oh, yeah, pause. Go ahead.
Good job, Brandy.
Can I talk to you about the
Yeah,
post?
I'm just live right now.
Okay.
But once they go back in, and I'll shut it off.
Okay. Can I get your name?
Yeah, Brandy.
Okay. Let me write it down. Brandy. Brandi.
Yep.
What's your last name? MADN.
So maybe the next time Alan will come out on the other side.
I'm like
That
a
was
live.
awesome.
But yeah, I'll come back.
Look at how many people are down here, folks.
All right. Yeah.
All right, Brandy's on. I'm bouncing out.
Oh man, he left me alone. Now I'm starting. Just kidding. Hey guys, I can't see the chat, but let me see. Oh, there's the chat. All right. Hey guys, we're live. Yeah, RTS. Hey, live on RTS. Hi. Oh shit. You guys, pick up your trash. Who's not picking up their trash? Listen, where the trash is this way. I gotta go throw people's trash away. Sorry. Oh yeah, I'm right here. Girl with sunglasses from TikTok is here. If anybody on here is a TikTok fan, hey! How are you? We're back again. I know, it's so good. We're gonna get a not guilty real quick.
Yes, we are.
Quick.
Today's the day.
Yep, within 3 hours. This nightmare ends Friday the 13th. It is ending today. It started on April 1st as a joke, and the nightmare ends today. What did Jackson say, Brandy? He said, please be quiet. Doing this means just as much as saying I love you and screaming, please be quiet. He's asking everyone to be silent every time they come out. Please, all of you. Because we want to be here, right, Brandy? Yes, exactly. This came directly from Karen. So please, everyone, silence is the best. It's the loudest. It really is. It speaks a lot. And if anyone needs the restroom, it's in the deeds.
You were on TV this morning.
Sorry, we're live right now. Oh, sorry. Just so you know. Yeah, he came through here twice. I know. She said something to him, and then he went through. Yeah. You can't say nothing to no witnesses that walk by. Please. You are?
No, I'm not leaving till 3:30.
Okay. All
I
right.
need to charge my phone again.
Sorry. No. Oh, you are? Okay.
Cover's awesome.
Oh, thank you.
I'm doing a collage for TikTok, and I'm gonna spread this today. So
Oh, cool.
this is
Awesome. Yeah, nice to meet
God
you.
bless you guys. Nice
All
to meet you
right.
as well. Take care.
Beautifully fit already.
Oh, he did?
Yes.
Where'd he go?
He went this way and then he came back with a cop. I think he's back in.
Stay inside the court and he will be removed from this area if it gets loud again.
Yes.
Tell Ceredigion to stay away.
No,
Is Turtle Boy up there?
he went back in, I think. I'm not sure though. Hi guys, sorry, I'm not reading any of the comments. I will when I get back to the car. Dan, all these new cameras making noise. I'm sorry. Oh, you mean like the movies? I know. It's like they're excited, but I see, they don't know because they're not here every day. But like, we kind of have to be not mean, but we kind of have to be stern because they don't care if we're new or not. We're all going to suffer the consequences if we don't tell them. So I need to get my stand. My arms hurt already. Hi, how are you? We're live.
Thank you for the TV here.
Oh yeah, no
So
problem.
great to watch it here. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Oh man, up by the courthouse, man, it is 10 degrees hotter than it is down here out of the buffer zone. It's brutal up there. Oh, you're back. Look who's back, Jack. Just kidding.
Hi.
Hey.
Hey, what's the story? They going to lunch or they going to?
Yeah, they got a half hour. Jackson came out. He said, "Please be quiet." Yada yada. Yeah. Yep. Stop it. Yeah, people said that. That's what they said. They said, "Keep Turtle Boy away because we can't. We want to talk to him." I said, "Listen, we're all going to suffer. You can't do it. Just behave yourself." People get excited about Turtle Boy. Yeah, it's like he comes out and a whole ruckus like goes flocking towards him. It's funny. Oh man, I hate walking through and hearing my own voice. It's terrible. Did you step on the brake? Can you get me the stand? My arm hurts. Oh man, I hate walking through and hearing my own voice. Oh Jesus. Hey guys. Yay! Oh, a message from Karen and Alan Jackson. They came out. If you see them come out of the courthouse, please do not scream. Don't say anything. They want you to be silent. Yeah, okay. They want everyone to be silent, or they're going to make us all leave, and we want to be there for the verdict. But he just came out and said it, and so we got to listen, you. See this troublemaker right here? Karen knows you're the troublemaker. Oh, yeah, where's the pocket man? Get her. Hi. We're live. You made it. Just in time.
Yeah, this is
Done.
done.
Oh, sidewalk guys. Behind you. Hi. Yeah, we're going to get a quick verdict. I know it. There was a rainbow. Jesus' workers came. Woo! Hey. The joke started on April 1st, and the nightmare ends on Friday the 13th. Yes, that's the last time I'll say that, because I have nothing else to say, so I keep repeating myself.
I know what that's like.
Yeah, right?
And I can't even see the chat when I'm doing it.
I know, it's awful, like flying.
You ladies signed the book yet?
No. Hey! We're live.
Christine.
Hi, Christine. From Canton, we're live. Hey.
No, that'll go to
Oh,
Karen.
I hate
So anybody that's here, you write a
Can you
little
put this
message
in
to
for me?
what date it is, where you're from.
So it can stay this way. Yeah.
Okay. Does everybody know?
Yeah, I just told them.
You were down there. Okay. I'm like,
And I was like, listen, we're all going to suffer.
They're looking for, and I want us to be able to be down there for the verdict.
I know.
They're just looking for a reason.
Make sure you tell Lauren Sacco because she's out of control. She doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, I was like, wait, what? I was like, what happened to her?
Just kidding, Lauren.
We need to hear this verdict.
Yes, be quiet, people down here. I'm just kidding, Lauren. I love you. It's because you're always so quiet. Ross, did you step on the brake? Hey, did you step on the brake? Ross, did you step on the brake?
I don't need you to.
Hold on one second.
I gotta
You guys
hear you
want
say it
anything
twice.
going down here?
No, thank you. I appreciate it, though. Thank you. Ross, did you step on the brake? So it's literally 10 degrees cooler down here. There's a little bit of a breeze. And
I can hear it, but I don't think I'll get it off. I love this.
why is that door open? Oh, he's in there. You guys don't listen to my voice. I hate it. This is my favorite pocket man ever. He loves me. No beeping in the buffer zone. Friday the 13th. And Friday the 13th. Margaritas sound good. They do. Yeah, exactly. They do need to be reminded. Hey, no beeping in the buffer zone. That goes for you too, firefighters. No, it doesn't. Just kidding. Yeah, you know what they should yell on the horn? They should get on their horn and be like, sidewalks. Hey. Oops. I gotta run. Yes.
Hi.
Hey. Hey. We're baking out here, guys. We are baking. There's bacon everywhere. I'm sweating. I'm baking in there. Hi, how are you? Let's go through the crowd. Trish is here. Oh my goodness. Hi, darling. I love you. We're live on RTS.
Hey, RTS.
Hey. We got Julie at hen.
It's hard to get like Wi-Fi here,
Yeah.
so it just may not like die.
Lots of people. Flags.
Not guilty.
We're all three, yep. Absolutely. Let's go peek and see here for a bit. So this is Kendra from Texas.
Everyone say hi.
Hi! We love you. Not guilty in less than 2 hours. Yes. Yes. Less than 2 hours. Yes. Yep. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Case is closed. It's over. It's over. I got a charger. I got a portable one, but it's at the car with Ross. Yeah, way down out of the buffer zone. It's a hike. I know. What do you just need? An outlet, maybe? You know, all these cop cars got outlets. You want me to ask them?
Hold on. I'm going to show you guys the street real quick.
Show them the streets. Work the streets. There's got to be an outlet. Maybe.
Yeah, I have a cord and I have a box.
Maybe ask a camera. Oh, no. Christina Rugs, can we borrow?
Well, and I went in there to plug it in, and the guy was like, "You cannot charge your phone here." I'm like, "Okay, I'm gonna ask over here." Well, it's like maybe one of these media people on the side.
Yeah. Yeah, otherwise Ross has one way down there. Sorry. So Hodman said earlier that people had to get off the stairs. It looked really sweet earlier. Everyone, it was covered. I'm sure you saw it, or if you didn't, I'll post pictures later. But all of the steps were full of people. It was awesome. But he said it's a county property and they don't want people there. So, hey guys, not guilty in less than 2 hours.
I hope so.
Yep. Oh, this breeze feels so
unbelievable.
good up here. You're smart. You're in the right spot. Oh my goodness, I'm baking down there. It's so hot.
Much
Oh.
better up here.
But yeah, I think it's coming.
I hope
Oh yeah, it is.
I pray.
Listen, there was a rainbow over those two buildings earlier. Those people, the Lord's people were here.
have faith. Believe me. I
Yep,
saw-
yep. Father's Day's on Sunday, and Mr. Reed deserves the best Father's Day. You know what I mean? Like this, it's gonna happen. The nightmare ends today, Friday the 13th. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, I saw
We're live right now on RTS. Sorry. Sorry. Yeah. I have to keep stepping on the brake every 10 minutes. So me and my husband try like, did you step on the brake? Did you step on the brake? Or it'll shut off. It thinks it's like automatically left on. So then the TV will shut off. Yeah. So. Huh? Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. What time did they go to lunch? Do you know?
They only supposed to have them. Yeah.
30? Oh, half hour. Yeah, they were gonna.
Oh, a
Half hour. They said they were gonna give them a half hour. She's like, is that enough for you, jurors? What do you think they're gonna say? No, give me 2 hours.
Right.
Come on, they want to get out of here.
They're gonna be done by 2:27.
I'm surprised she doesn't want to get out of here. Not guilty. All 3 charges at 2:27.
Yep, that would be great.
That would be She was sworn in at 2:27. Remember?
That's crazy, isn't that?
Yep.
That would be amazing. Friday
Yeah.
the 13th.
Yes, I just got chills. My leg hairs are growing. Stop.
Listen, you just gave me chills.
I love it. It's happening. It's happening. Yes. Oh my God. Everybody just feels it. Everybody. It's awesome. It's just everybody feels it. It's so good. Oh, there's Mrs. Reed coming out for some fresh air. She's behind the pole, but poor thing. I can't wait for this to be over for her. So cute. I love you. I love you. She's the cutest ever. Oh. Look at the people driving by taking pictures. It's so cool. This man is an animal lawyer, and I love him because he's an animal lawyer. One of the greatest flags. I love all the flags down here. They're like awesome. I do. Hi. Oh, her instructions are long? Oh. Yeah. I mean, like.
Jen route is not.
Okay.
So I'll give you Jen.
Oh my God. Precious. Hi. Can I count him? Sure. Yeah. Hi, sweetie. Oh, Rocco.
You know what you can buy?
Oh my God. I love it. You guys look at Rocco. Oh my goodness. He wants to run.
I know.
He wants to run free. We all want freedom down here. Oh, thank you.
Freedom.
Oh, yes. Good. Good luck. It's good luck. It's good luck. Yes. Yeah. Yep. I know. Manifest that. Oh, stop. Oh, I just got chills for you. Oh.
If I'm in traffic, I gotta pull over.
Yeah. It's happening. Oh. It is hot out here. Under that last, if you go to the corner right there in the shade, they got a breeze. It feels so good on the corner. It does, yeah. If you need to cool down, walk to the corner. There's a nice breeze down there. They're right at the corner. If you go to the corner, there's a breeze standing at the lights. Yeah. Right here too, though. Yeah. Don't lose your spot. Yeah, don't. You guys ready for 3 not guilties?
Yes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
1, 2. We should hand out tissues. If anyone's in the area, bring us tissues because we're all going to be crying. We're going to be crying tears of joy. Well, I know I am. So just bring them for me. Just bring them to me.
I'll run to the pizza place and get them.
Yeah, we should right now. I'm going to be a sap. I can't help it. I don't care. That's what my sunglasses and hat are for, to hide me. I would like to guess how long I have 2 strokes. Oh, God. You know what? I like your shirt. Yes.
Like it?
Yes.
Do
So
it.
sweet. Love it. Oops, sorry. You ready for the not guilties?
Of course.
Yep. Hey, we're live. RTS. Hey. Hi, buddy. Is it okay if he's on camera? Oh, okay. All right. Rika, read. Oh my God! Stop! I'll cry. Oh my God! This is the speeches. I love that. Yeah, you did it perfect. Yes. Good job, buddy. Oh my God, look at the little kids. They're the best. You look so handsome. Look at you all dolled up.
I just put this on.
Look at it.
See if it was all right.
Oh,
Gonna
you
be,
look so good.
on NBC tonight in studio.
Oh, are you?
Panel discussing the case.
We're live on RTS.
Yeah.
Does that matter?
Yeah.
Okay, hey guys, are you ready for the not guilties?
Yeah. I'm fine.
Oh, so go down to the corner. There's a breeze. Yeah. Yeah, it's Jason Grant. Yeah.
I thought so.
He got fans.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you for fighting for us.
Oh. He's a good dude. Yeah. Everybody's a good dude. Until they're not. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, man. Yes, there's confidence everywhere down here. You can feel it everywhere. Soon we won't have to see them anymore. Although the denim cups are good. I know. Shouldn't better knock it off. I came down here to tell you. I did. They're like, tell Rodney. I was like, I know. I told him.
Yeah.
No. What time did they go to lunch? Does anyone know?
It was like 12:39
Oh, what time is it now?
and a half.
12:39 and a half? You're an ass. Dude, I'm
Second chatter.
I know.
We don't miss a trip.
Oh, man. So that man right there was in Turtle Boy's hearing the other day. He's actually out here. I think his sister was murdered when he was a child.
Oh.
And he's still fighting for her. He reminds me of Jen Root, like still fighting for their sibling. Like, breaks my heart. I said, listen, we'll be here with you, you know? Ugh. Hey. Good, yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'm going to check on my car real quick, and then we'll walk up to the corner and see those people on the other side of the street. Oh, I thought someone was roller skating. Ready, let's block the road. I love you. I will miss you. You know that, right? Yeah. I will miss you.
I'm coming back.
Okay.
But if you guys...
Well, okay, yep.
before I come back.
All right, yep. See ya. Oh, all right. Well, I'm leaving anyways. He knows. Hey, filming you, filming me.
We've been watching you.
Yeah. Oh, God, I hate my voice. Don't listen to me. Mute me.
No, we love you.
What? I know. He said he'll be back. Well, because I just got there, so he said in 2 hours, do the switch. I said, okay. Because I just switched a minute ago. Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, right now?
They're going to this one.
All right. He said I could do. I got it. You got it? All right. You know what? I don't know if Ross is going to get this. Let me take my signs off. No.
Okay.
Let me take this down so he can see.
These two are going up and Gina's going in the truck spot. Oh, no.
You're going backwards?
I think so.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me ask. Are you going backwards?
Yeah, I'm just backing up.
All right, cool. Yeah, he's going backwards.
Backwards, okay.
Yeah. Oh, here, I don't want this stuff. Yeah.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, have fun watching.
You're not recording,
I
right?
am. Sorry. No.
Hey, everybody, Leanne's going
Hey.
to the bathroom.
All right, we'll go say hi to the people, and then we'll walk up there. Hey.
Hey, want to hop on here real quick?
Hey, how you doing? We're live.
2,000 people over here. AV.
How you doing? I'm Boston Brandy in the buffer zone.
There you go.
There's no beeping and no barking down here, all right?
You get jumped if you say Hank Brennan, right?
Yes, yep. Oh, I love you. Nice to meet you virtually.
Yeah, no, I'm AV. We got 2,500 people watching.
Oh, hi. Yeah, not guilty within 2 hours. I'm calling it. And they're ready. Everyone's ready. I feel it. There was a rainbow over these two buildings earlier. The Lord's people came. Did you see them? The people?
I did.
So they came. There was a rainbow. The joke started on April 1st, and the nightmare ends on Friday the 13th.
There we go.
It's over. It's done. It's over. She was factually framed, and she will be found not guilty, not guilty, not guilty.
On all three.
All three within 2 hours.
There you go. You heard it here
Yep.
first. Thank you, love.
No problem. Hey, listen, did you hear me earlier? I'm like, you better tell Lauren Sacco. She's out of control. Yeah, I do. There's the queen right there. We're talking about how loud and all you always are. Cops came down. They were like,
Uh-oh.
yeah. We know. The truth comes out. Oh, I love it. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. You guys are baking down here. My God. A ham sandwich. I've had enough. I've had enough. I've heard it. I never want to see a ham sandwich. But thank you. Call me if you have salami. I love you. Only down here. Ross gonna hook the TV back up. Yeah, it's always busy down here. Hey, we're live on Resistant to Silence. Hey, hey, the Queen is here. Yes. Brandy on the shelf. How can anybody find her guilty? Nobody can. Hi, how are you?
Are you live?
I am live. You want to say hi? Yeah. Say hi. Yes, it's coming. It's coming.
A lot of people are not going to hear.
Hey.
I just wanted to say something.
Yeah.
I think it's very nice. This is your husband.
Yeah, that's Ross.
I think it's very nice of you
Oh,
guys to do what
thank
you
you.
do.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, we have it. Might as well. You know what I mean?
It's so nice.
Yeah, and it helps out. You know. Yeah, we need as many people as we can. So if we can do it to get people here, we'll do it. You know. Oh, thank you for saying thank you, though. You're so sweet. But yeah. Oh, thank you. Where are you from? Are you from the local? You are? Oh, you are? Oh, God bless you. God bless you.
I know in where I work. I work for Monkey Sports, which was
Yeah. Sorry, we're live. Yeah. Stop it. Stop it. It's going to come out soon. It's coming out soon. We will know what really happened. Once the arrests start happening, that's when people are going to start talking. Hi, how are you? I know it. Truth is going to come out. Well, we will find out what happened. Maybe not today, but once they start clink, clink, people are going to start crying, and it's going to be great. Look at these three. These three. Yep. Pretty soon. The nightmare ends on Friday the 13th.
Yep.
The joke started April 1st. Yep. Yes. Hey. I want to. No.
Good.
He goes right up to her like, yeah. Sidewalk guys. Oh my God. Twin Dalmatians are coming. Are you kidding me? I love dogs. There's so many twin dogs in Dedham. This is awesome. There's twin Dalmatians coming.
Oh yeah. Probably brother and sister.
Oh, so
I'm
sorry.
Don't worry about it.
I'm not watching where I'm going.
You have a good afternoon.
Sorry, there's so many twin dogs in Dedham. And you have twin Dalmatians. Oh my God, thank you for stopping. What are their names? Is it Pongo and Purdy?
No, it's not.
It's not.
It's Penny and Kai.
Hi, Penny and Kai. They're beautiful. I said this last week. I said, you never see people with Dalmatians.
Oh, well, there you go. Got two and I live literally half a mile.
Oh, I love it. My dad was a firefighter, but I never had a Dalmatian.
They are free can read all the way.
Oh, I love you. Good to hear. We're going to hear that not guilty soon.
A lot of Devon people are.
Yeah.
They're all like
Oh, good. Yeah, they know it. That means Dedham people are smart. They have common sense. Yeah. Thank you. God bless you guys. K9s for Karen. All right, we'll start walking down here. Ross, keep an eye on that break. It's coming. It's coming.
I just came from the Denver police. I yelled them.
Wait, we're live. Should I mute it?
Hi, sorry guys. All right, I'm back.
Sort of my language. Screw them. I love my hat.
No, I said no. I want to wear his hat.
This
You
is
hear
the
him?
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the
Take the
reason.
hat
No,
off. Shut up. Keep your
no.
comment to yourself.
That's Gary Titus.
You know what I mean?
That's Gary Titus. Good
Yeah,
people,
yeah.
they're good people.
Yep.
But liberal. I said
Yep.
myself. So put it aside. That's the reason we're
Yeah,
here because
yeah.
of the corruption, the left.
Yeah.
Okay?
And then people say don't make it political. It's all political.
Yeah, it's all
It's
political.
all
And that's why
political.
we're here. Dude. But look, I was here. I was
It's
just.
just that people like the
Yeah.
Department of Education failed so many people. It's just like if you don't understand it, that's probably why you're against it because you just don't understand it. You know what I mean? And it's yeah. It's almost over, guys. It's almost over.
Pray to God.
Easily, yeah, I need that shirt. That is me. Easily distracted by that. Yes, I was just recording them down there. I was like, yes.
I just got
Yeah.
in live streaming.
Our shirts
Boston
are
Brandy's up.
distracted.
Oh, am I on here?
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
I
Hi
am here.
guys.
Want to say hi to everyone? Look who's here, folks. Dylan, look who's here. Oh, shh. Are they coming? Oh. Oh, there's a lesson. A lesson's here.
I was gonna say he's pretty intense right now.
Oh, she's got it anyways. How often do you guys get what?
Hey guys, we're live with RTS. Hey guys, we're live with RTS. Resistant to silence. Hi. You guys ready for the not guilties? Yes. You're all ready? Yes. Hi guys. It's almost over, guys. It's almost over. Yes. I'm just gonna go around. It's almost over, guys. All right. It's almost over. Listen, it's almost over. You're almost done with us. God bless you guys. Yeah. So they want it to end just as much as we do. Oh my God, she's so cute. Oh, I get to see them again. Look at them. I love them. Oh, she's so lovely. Look at her, how beautiful she is. You're part of history, baby, and you don't even know it yet. Yep.
Watches every day.
Oh.
Loves Alan Jackson.
Her first word's gonna be framed. Sidebar. I love it. Sidebar. Hey, they get. They'll say ba. That's an easy one. Yeah, sidebar. Is Dylan here? No, Dylan's. Oh, is Dylan in here? I don't know. Where's Dylan today? I don't know. I honestly haven't read anything, and I'm so sorry. Is that? It is. Hi, it's Vinny. It's Vinny. Vinny. I love you. We love you. She's right there. Yeah, there he is. Yeah, hey. All right, I'm going back down there.
Everybody loves Vinny.
Yeah, I know, it's so cute.
What about me?
Vinny, we love Vinny.
What about me? Oh, good. You're on, Brandy. I'm coming on.
Oh, come on, you did that to me last time.
Your turn.
No, it's been my turn. I'm melting. God damn, Tina. All right. Who wants a free live stream? I don't want to do that. Like, come on. Has it been a half hour? Ugh, I need some shade. Here's Ross. Here, Ross. The people are asking for you. No, yeah, take it. That's funny. Hey, there's Brian. Hi. Look at everyone looks so cozy up there. Hey. Kendra up there from Texas. Hen still here. It's been 50 minutes? Really? So they should be back on any minute then, huh? It's been 50 minutes.
They gave him a half hour. It's been 50, they're saying.
Oh, so that's what they show at lunch?
Yeah, they got to be back soon then.
So then she has to give the jury
The instructions, yeah, which will take a while.
So the longer she's stalling this, the less likely of a verdict today.
Oh my God, you're right.
She's stalling it.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know. I know a guy. I know a guy. Look at. Wait. Can you hold this for me for 1 second? Oh, sure. Sorry, ready? Oh. I love it. Sorry, we're live right now with RTS. All right, thank you so much.
Where you coming up?
Well, I'm just going back and forth up and down the buffer zone, but
How many watching?
how many? I don't know. I don't know how to see.
Oh.
It's for resistant to silence, but I don't know how to see. It doesn't tell me how many.
So you've got it now.
But yeah, they stick me in here. And I just walk around aimlessly. Yeah. But many, probably many.
Here you go.
Girl with sunglasses up there again. She's a TikToker. Follow her. She's funny. Who's down here, you guys? You know who I met earlier? Let me see. I don't know how to turn it around. Let me see. So I don't know if you guys follow Auntie Deb, but the girl that he had on the other day, the new teacher, Miss Emily, she was down here from TikTok. I remember my first standout in Weymouth with the national standout last year. I met Boozy Beauty from TikTok, and yeah, TikTok loves free Karen Reed. We're all, except for what is it, the truth, freedom. But yeah, that's it. That was my story. Oh my God, the breeze feels so good down here. You guys, I might just stay here for a while. Woo, it is nice. Wait, now how do I get back to the chat? So yeah, lunch is only supposed to be a half hour. But when has it ever gone according to schedule? When has Bev ever been considerate of anyone's time? And you know it's not the jurors holding anything up. They're prompt. You know what I mean? They have to be. But hey. Is Dina getting yelled at, causing trouble? She's always causing trouble, that one right there, that little one. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh man, it is hot up here. Yes. Hey. Say hi to the chat. So nice up here. The breeze feels so good. Yeah. Well, this is YouTube. But did you? Oh. I don't know. I apologize if I said anything bad. Bad words.
But I'm driving, so I have.
People. No. But I'm not saying any bad words, even though I didn't eat yet. But I'm being good. Oh, no, not yet. Thank you, though. I want to go. I got to walk back down there and get a water. But. Oh, yeah. And they're such good people down there. So they I hope they get good business. You know what I mean? He changed. Hey. I know. It's so hot up here.
Might stay there a couple more hours if it's soaking wet.
Oh, it's awful. Down the corner, though. It's a good breeze. Yeah, it's a good breeze. Hey. I forgot. She asked me to do an interview earlier, and I said I couldn't because I was live. And then I didn't go back, but it's all right. Love. Yes. Look at all the crowds. I love it. Look at the crowd. I know. Oops, I'm going behind you. Yeah, resistant to silence. I'm on live right now. resistant to silence. Yeah. Yeah.
And when you were over there, was that YouTube or was this?
This is YouTube. Yeah, this is YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, it's I'm part of their team, but yeah, they have a YouTube channel. Yeah, so it's like a bunch of us. But
okay. So
I'm on TikTok, Boston Brandy, but and
yeah, because you had us
other
over
things.
here and
But
you had
yeah.
some of the videos. And I
Yeah.
just
So
wanted to look
yeah.
back
So the ones I took on my phone,
Uh-huh.
I'll probably put on TikTok, and then I'll put on the Resistance to Silence page and the Justice for John O'Keefe page. Like I'll post the pictures on there. So was it Dina?
Yeah.
So Dina's on this. She's on Resistant to Silence too. So yep. Yeah. So this live has been going all day, and they stream ad free and everything. So yeah, I know. Well,
Did she come back and watch it?
she should have. It's been an hour,
Yeah,
and she said a half hour.
Oh, she's already in? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. It is hot. It is hot, boy. Oh yeah, I gotta walk down to my. Oh, Ross, you didn't step in the car, huh? Yeah. I'll go do it. I'm going down. Hey, how are ya? Good afternoon. I'm just sweating. Sorry.
I heard you down there.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that's so cute. Hey. Uh-oh, they're back. They're back.
So who wanted to see me? I'll see you at sidebar for just a minute. Some space here, please.
Hold 1 second.
Okay, Paul.
Rise to the jury.
Jim. Now you're gonna have to go through all of those to pick the alternate out.
You okay with that?
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, jurors, going to give you the instructions now in the law. But first, I want to thank you for serving on this jury and for being so attentive. You'll soon deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict, but before you do that, it's my responsibility to give you the instructions concerning the law. These instructions are divided into 3 parts. The first part, general instructions that are provided in every criminal case. The second part, specific instructions concerning the crimes alleged in this case, and third, guidelines for your deliberations. Please listen carefully to all of the instructions. Do not ignore any instruction or give any special attention to any other instruction. To make sure that I give you the instructions accurately, I will read them to you. You'll also get a written copy so that you may refer to it in the jury room during deliberations. I will try to make sure that my oral instructions match the written instructions. If there is any difference between what I say aloud and what the written instructions say, please follow what I say aloud. You must take the law as I give it to you. You may not quarrel with it. You can't do that regardless of any opinion you may have as to what you think the law ought to be. Lawyers or witnesses may suggest something about the law. That's not necessarily the law. That's because it's my responsibility as the judge and mine alone to instruct you what the law is. I'll now turn to part one of these instructions, which are general instructions that apply to all criminal cases. As I've explained to you at the beginning of the trial, there is a fundamental rule that applies to all criminal cases, including this case. Every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of that crime. Ms. Reed is presumed innocent of the charges in this case. That means you must consider Ms. Reed to be innocent unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented at this trial that Ms. Reed committed the crimes charged. I'll explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in a moment. Ms. Reed does not have to do anything to convince you that she is innocent. She does not have to explain anything. She does not have to testify, call, or question witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume she is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charges against Ms. Reed beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. After you have considered all the evidence carefully and fairly, if you have a reasonable doubt about Ms. Reed's guilt in a particular charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You may find Ms. Reed guilty of a charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. How do you decide whether the Commonwealth has proven that each element of an indictment is true beyond a reasonable doubt? Let's talk about the roles we all have. First, the function of the jury. You are the most important people in this room. It all begins and ends with your function. You will determine the facts in this case, and that is your job and yours alone. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. If there are any conflicts in the testimony, it is your job to resolve those conflicts if you can do so. Once you determine the facts, it is your duty to apply those facts to the law as I explain it to you, and to determine whether the Commonwealth has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must decide the facts solely and entirely on the evidence as you have seen, heard in this courtroom, and on nothing else. No prejudice, no bias, no fear, no favor. You must not be swayed by personal likes or dislikes. Your deliberations are no place for emotion, sympathy, passion, or prejudice. The Commonwealth and Karen Reed have a right to have the case judged by fair and impartial jurors. All parties who come before the court stand as equals before you. Therefore, your verdicts must be based on the law as I'm giving it to you, and on the evidence and the facts that you find, and nothing else. You cannot allow yourselves to be influenced by any personal feelings you may have about the nature of the crimes with which Ms. Reed has been charged or the consequences of your verdict. Just the cool, reflective, and impartial sifting of the evidence so that here in this courtroom, justice may be done. Your focus is on the evidence. I am the judge of the law. My job is to teach you the law that you must follow in the case. However, I have no opinion about how you should decide this case. You should not consider anything I have said or done during this trial as reflecting any opinion by me about how you should decide this case. If you believe I have an opinion about the facts of this case, you must disregard it. You must decide this case based solely on your evaluation of the evidence. The arguments of the lawyers are not evidence. They are not witnesses. If a lawyer during argument made a mistake in summarizing the evidence or argued something not supported by the evidence, you must disregard it. It is the jury's collective memory of the evidence that controls the matter. Lawyers' objections are a proper part of the court procedure and are not part of the evidence. So don't hold it against the lawyers or their client if they made objections, motions, or other requests. They're simply doing their job during the trial. There was testimony at trial that the lawyers interviewed witnesses when preparing for the trial. You may not draw any unfavorable inferences solely from that fact. There is nothing improper about conducting such interviews. On the contrary, the lawyers are obliged to prepare their case as thoroughly as possible and may interview witnesses. The verdict must be based only on the evidence and the jury's collective reasoning applied to the evidence in a fair and impartial manner. The extent to which you believe or disbelieve a witness or what an exhibit purports to show, and the importance to give any testimony or other evidence is entirely up to your own good judgment. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits that were introduced in this trial. You will have those exhibits with you in the deliberation room. In addition, as you heard during the trial, the prosecution and defendant agreed that certain things are true. Therefore, you must accept those things as true. There are some things you have heard about that have not been introduced into evidence, such as previous testimony of witnesses, police reports, autopsy and accident reconstruction reports, and perhaps other reports. You may naturally wonder why neither side has introduced any of them into evidence. The answer is that under our rules of evidence, such reports usually may not be admitted, although the parties may refer to them for certain limited purposes while questioning witnesses. So you should not hold it against any party that you do not have them, and neither should you speculate on what they may or may not contain. Similarly, as you review the exhibits, you may find that some information has been removed because it is not relevant. Please ignore that and don't try to guess what may have been removed from there. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I made, the lawyer's opening and closing statements and any comments they made, are not evidence. If the lawyers or I made any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence and you must base your verdict only upon the evidence. In an interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. Answers that I struck from the record and told you to disregard are not evidence. Only the testimony of the witness, that is, their answers to the questions and the exhibits are evidence. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. It is important to remind you folks that the verdict cannot be based on emotional reaction or sympathy for any person or side of this case. Certain of the testimony and exhibits may have provoked an emotional reaction in all of us. You may feel sympathy for the family of Mr. O'Keefe, and you may feel sympathy for the defendant as she sits here in the courtroom. But your job is to decide the case without bias, fear, sympathy, or favor, to view the evidence with a certain clinical detachment, and to decide the case based solely on the evidence and the application of the law. I have allowed you folks to take notes during the trial if you chose, and you may refer to those notes during your deliberations. But remember, they are not evidence or a substitute for the evidence and your recollection. They are for your personal use. Please do not share them with the other jurors. Please consider the evidence as a whole. Do not make up your mind about what the verdict should be until after you've gone to the jury room to decide the case and you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. Keep an open mind until then. For each indictment, you must decide whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that specific charge. Your decision as to each charge must be unanimous, meaning that all 12 deliberating jurors must agree. You will receive one verdict slip for each indictment. When all 12 jurors agree on the verdict for a particular indictment, the foreperson should check off that verdict and then sign and date the slip in ink. For each charge, if you all agree that the Commonwealth has proved every element of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then you should find Ms. Reed guilty of that charge. On the other hand, if you all agree that the Commonwealth did not prove one or more elements of a particular charge beyond a reasonable doubt, then your verdict must be not guilty on that charge. You'll remember that we took a view in this case. It seems like a very long time ago, but we took a view in this case. The purpose of the view was to help you better understand the evidence that you heard during the trial and to help you appreciate the locations and their surroundings. Your responsibility in the view was to see the places, observe them carefully, and remember what you saw. The view is part of this case. You may use and consider the observations that you made while on the view in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The same is true about the demonstration we saw from the witness stand. The demonstration was done simply to help you understand the evidence, and you may consider it in your deliberations. It is the jury's job to earnestly seek the truth of the matter. In doing that, the jury must decide questions of credibility and reliability. The jury must decide how truthful or reliable or convincing any part of the evidence is. You should evaluate the testimony of a police officer in the same way you would evaluate anyone else's testimony. You must not automatically believe or disbelieve a witness just because the person is a police officer. In deciding questions of credibility and reliability, you may rely on your common sense and reasoning powers and your life experiences. Consider a witness's testimony in the context of all the other evidence, not in isolation. You may consider the demeanor, candor, and appearance of the witness in testifying. Who was the witness? What relationship did they have to the case, to the other witnesses or parties? Did the witness have any bias, reason, or motive to give false or shaded testimony? If so, you may consider that bias or motive in your deliberations and ultimately as to whether or not it impacts the credibility of the witnesses and the assessment of the evidence presented. Is the witness someone likely to give an honest and impartial account? Consider not just whether the witness was honest, but also whether the witness's testimony was accurate and reliable, or honestly mistaken. A prior statement by a witness, if inconsistent with his or her trial testimony in any way, may be considered on the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. Also, if there has been a suggestion that a witness recently contrived their testimony, you may take into account any earlier statement the witness made which was consistent with their present testimony. The prior statement is relevant only as to the witness's credibility and reliability, and only for this purpose. You have heard some evidence suggesting that the Commonwealth did not conduct certain scientific tests or otherwise follow standard procedure during the police investigation. This is a factor you may consider in evaluating the evidence presented in this case. With respect to this factor, you should consider three questions. First,
whether the omitted test or other actions were standard procedure or steps that would otherwise normally be taken under the circumstances. Second, whether the omitted tests or actions could reasonably have been expected to lead to significant evidence of the defendant's guilt or innocence. And third, whether the evidence provides a reasonable and adequate explanation for the omission of the test or other actions. If you find that any omissions in the investigation were significant and not adequately explained, you may consider whether the omissions tend to affect the quality, reliability, or credibility of the evidence presented by the Commonwealth. All of these considerations involved factual determinations that are entirely up to you. And you are free to give this matter whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate based on all the circumstances. During the trial, I gave you some instructions on how you were to consider some of the evidence you heard, and importantly, how you are not to consider the evidence. I'm going to summarize those limiting instructions here. Ms. Reed is not charged with committing any crime other than the charges contained in the indictments. You've heard evidence about interactions that Ms. Reed may have had with Mr. O'Keefe in Aruba and others in Aruba. The evidence was admitted solely for your consideration as evidence of the nature of the defendant's relationship with Mr. O'Keefe and whether it goes to her knowledge or intent or motive on January 29, 2022. You may not consider the evidence as proof that she has a criminal personality or bad character. You may not take the defendant's prior acts as a substitute for proof that the defendant committed the crimes charged here, or to conclude that if she committed the acts in Aruba, she must have committed the offenses with which she is charged here. You can only use the evidence for the limited purpose of how it goes to the defendant's state of mind, motive, and the nature of her relationship with John O'Keefe. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the persons who authored the electronic communications were in fact John O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, Michael Proctor, Brian Higgins, or others alleged to have authored or created them. If you do not find it is more likely true than not that the persons alleged to have authored or transmitted or created the communications were the persons alleged to have done so, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding the case. Photographs have been entered into evidence, and in some instances, those photographs will be inside an envelope when they go back to you to the deliberation room. The photographs may be graphic and unpleasant. As I told you when you first saw them, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be graphic or unpleasant. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy. Consider a photograph only as it may show a medical condition, the nature of the injuries, or the details of the incident itself. You heard evidence of statements made by John O'Keefe. These statements were admitted only for a limited purpose of establishing John O'Keefe's state of mind. You are not to consider this testimony as proof that the defendant has bad character or propensity to commit crimes. The testimony of witnesses recounting conversations with Mr. O'Keefe or messages the defendant's phone received from him can only be used as they go to the defendant's motive or intent on January 29th, and only if you find that Ms. Reed was aware of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind at the time of the crime and would be likely to respond to it. There need not be direct evidence that the defendant learned of Mr. O'Keefe's state of mind, so long as you can reasonably infer from the evidence that she did learn of it. Now, you have heard testimony about statements allegedly made by Ms. Reed. Before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence or not, and for what purpose it may be used. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all of the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether or not any statement made by the defendant was voluntary, you may consider all of the surrounding circumstances. You may consider any evidence you have heard about the defendant's physical and mental condition, her intelligence, age, education, and experience. Your decision does not turn on any one factor. You must consider the totality of the circumstances. Some testimony came from witnesses who saw or heard something. Some witnesses also told you about opinions or conclusions they reached based on some special training or experience. But special training or experience does not necessarily make the witness's testimony any more believable or important than any other evidence. So you should consider the same questions about witnesses' testimony that I mentioned earlier, including any bias or motive these opinioned witnesses may have had to testify in a certain way. You may also consider the witness's level of experience and training and whether they base their opinions on the facts that you find to be true. There were hypothetical questions asked of some of the witnesses. You may give whatever weight you deem appropriate to the opinion based on the hypothetical, but only if, after careful consideration, you find that all the facts in the hypothetical were true. Remember that witnesses, even those with special training or experience, do not decide cases. Juries do. It is up to you whether to accept or reject, in whole or in part, any opinion or conclusion that a witness offered during the trial. You have the same powers with respect to the exhibits that you do with respect to the witnesses. Look them over and decide the weight, that is the value, that they deserve to receive in helping you resolve the case as you make your ultimate judgment about whether the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to believe something simply because it's written on a piece of paper or appears in a photograph. You are not, of course, required to disbelieve it because it appears there. You decide whether to believe what an exhibit purports to show and how much weight, if any, to give the exhibit. Certain charts and summaries not admitted into evidence have been shown to you as testimonial aids intended to summarize, clarify, simplify evidence, or to help explain the contents of records, documents, computer data, or other evidence introduced in the case. Charts and summaries are not new evidence, and you should give them only such weight as you think the underlying evidence deserves. So you've heard me talk about sources of evidence in this case. Those are the tools that you have to decide the case. Now, with that evidence in mind, what can you do with it? As jurors, you may bring to bear all your knowledge and experience. You don't check your common sense at the door to the jury room. Just the reverse. I instruct you to use your common sense. Give the evidence a reasonable and fair construction in the light of your common knowledge and experience. In determining the facts in this case, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you're entitled to rely upon both direct and indirect or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with their own senses. Indirect or circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that sought to be proved. Such inferences may be considered with all of the other evidence in reaching your verdict. Indirect or circumstantial evidence alone is sufficient to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what do I mean by an inference? An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. Sometimes you can draw more than one inference. You have to decide which inferences are reasonable and decide which seem more reasonable to you. Remember, when you're dealing with inferences, you never have to infer anything. You may, but do not have to draw inferences whatsoever. An inference drawn from indirect or circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one, which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess. You may not speculate. You may not engage in surmise. You should not pile inference upon inference until the pile gets so high that it tips over logically, or that the chain gets so weak that it doesn't hold together anymore. When you run through your inferences, check the starting point and the ending point to make sure that they're still reasonable. Further, when the evidence tends to equally give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an example of an inference. Suppose that the issue you must decide is whether the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail today. If you go home and someone in your household hands you the mail and states that they observed the letter carrier deliver the mail and retrieved it from the mailbox, this would be direct evidence that the U.S. Postal Service delivered the mail. The witness perceived the events with his or her own senses and told you what he or she observed. The issue you would have to decide is whether that witness was credible. On the other hand, if you go home from court and find mail in the mailbox, you may infer that it was delivered by the U.S. Postal Service today. You draw this reasonable inference based on the following known facts. The mailbox was emptied yesterday. You know that the mail is delivered by the U.S. Postal Service Monday through Saturday. The letters in the box are postmarked. You have exactly the same power in this case. Not the power to speculate or to guess, but the power to draw reasonable inferences warranted by the evidence in the fashion I've just described. You may have noticed that Ms. Reed did not testify at this trial. Defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. It is not up to the defendant to prove that she is innocent. The fact that Ms. Reed did not testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. You are not to draw any adverse inference against the defendant because she did not testify. You're not to consider it in any way or even discuss it in your deliberations. You must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. Now that completes the first part of my instructions. Now I'm going to turn to the elements of the charges against Ms. Reed. The Commonwealth has alleged that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed did assault and beat John O'Keefe with the intent to murder him, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder John O'Keefe. So in that indictment, Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. Now I just want to tell you that our Supreme Judicial Court has promulgated jury instructions on homicide charges that I have to read verbatim. So I want to make sure to do that right. So murder in the second degree. In order to prove murder in the second degree, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements. 1, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. 2, the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to Ms. Reed, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. I will now discuss each of these requirements in more detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act, in a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe, or intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. As you can see, the second element has 3 sub-elements, which I shall call prongs, and the Commonwealth satisfies its burden of proof if it proves any one of these 3 prongs beyond a reasonable doubt. The first prong is that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. This means that the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause John O'Keefe's death. The second prong is that the defendant intended to cause grievous bodily harm to John O'Keefe. Grievous bodily harm means severe injury to the body. The third prong is that the defendant intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. Let me help you understand how to analyze this third prong. You must first determine whether the defendant intended to perform the act that caused the victim's death. If you find that she intended to perform the act, you must then determine what the defendant herself actually knew about the relevant circumstances at the time she acted. Then you must determine whether, under the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known that the act intended by the defendant created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether John O'Keefe's death was accidental because the death was caused by a negligent, careless, or mistaken act of the defendant, or resulted from a cause separate from the defendant's conduct, you may not find that the Commonwealth has proved that the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. In deciding whether the defendant intended to kill, intended to cause grievous bodily harm, or intended to do an act which, in the circumstances known to the defendant, a reasonable person would have known created a plain and strong likelihood that death would result, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. If the Commonwealth has proven both elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the second indictment is the indictment charging manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. And there are lesser included offenses on this verdict slip as well, and I'll explain those to you as well. In order to prove manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly so as to create a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. To prove the first element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was operating a motor vehicle. A person operates a motor vehicle while doing all of the things, the well-known things that drivers do as they travel on a street or highway, and also when doing any act which directly tends to set the vehicle in motion. A person is operating a motor vehicle whenever they are in the vehicle and intentionally manipulate some mechanical or electrical part of the vehicle, like the gear shift or the ignition, which alone or in sequence will set the vehicle in motion. To prove the second element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant operated a motor vehicle in a public way. Any street or highway that is open to the public and is controlled and maintained by some level of government is a public way. This would include, for example, interstate and state highways, as well as municipal streets and roads. In determining whether any particular street or road is a public way, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether it has some of the usual indications of a public way. For example, whether it is paved, whether it has street lights, street signs, curbing, and fire hydrants, whether there are buildings along the street, whether it has any crossroads intersecting it, and whether it is publicly maintained. To prove the third element, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant was under the influence of intoxicating liquor, that is alcohol, and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. I will now instruct you on both theories. What does it mean to be under the influence of alcohol? It is not illegal to drive after consuming alcohol as long as the operator is not under the influence of alcohol. However, neither does someone have to be drunk to be under the influence of alcohol. A person is under the influence of alcohol if they have consumed enough alcohol to reduce their ability to operate a motor vehicle safely by decreasing their judgment, alertness, and ability to respond promptly and effectively to unexpected emergencies. The amount of alcohol necessary to do this may vary from person to person. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant actually drove in an unsafe or erratic manner, but it is required to prove that the defendant's ability to drive safely was diminished by alcohol. You may rely on your experience and common sense about the effects of alcohol. You should consider any believable evidence about the defendant's alleged consumption of alcohol, as well as the defendant's appearance, condition, and behavior. In deciding this theory of whether the defendant operated a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, you may also consider whether a blood test showed that the defendant had consumed alcohol. However, no matter what the reading is, the blood test is not sufficient by itself to prove that the defendant was under the influence of alcohol. Under the second theory, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time of operation, the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. The Commonwealth may prove a person's blood alcohol level by a chemical test or analysis of their breath or blood. In deciding whether the Commonwealth has proved the defendant's blood alcohol level beyond a reasonable doubt, you may consider evidence, if any, about whether the test was administered within a reasonable time of operation of the motor vehicle, whether the person who administered the test was properly certified, whether and how the pre-test procedures were followed and employed, whether the testing device was working properly at the time the test was administered, and whether the test was administered properly. You may also consider any other evidence pertaining to the test or the test results. The fourth element the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant operated the vehicle wantonly or recklessly. A person drives recklessly when they ignore the fact that their manner of driving is very likely to result in death or serious injury to someone, or they are indifferent to whether someone is killed or seriously injured. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant acted negligently, that is, acted in a way that a reasonably careful person would not. It must be shown that the defendant's actions went beyond mere negligence and amounted to recklessness. The defendant was reckless if she knew or should have known that such actions would pose a grave danger of death or serious injury to others, but chose, nevertheless, to run the risk and go ahead. Whenever I refer to the defendant's state of mind or her intent, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite state of mind or intent even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Here, the defendant must have intended her acts in the sense that they were not accidental. But it is not necessary that the defendant intended or foresaw the consequences of those acts, as long as a reasonable person would know that they were so dangerous that death or serious injury would probably result. As such, the Commonwealth does not need to prove that the defendant intended to kill John O'Keefe. Rather, this is in that category of cases where public safety requires each driver, once they know what the situation is, to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of behavior. In determining whether the defendant drove recklessly, you should take into account all the facts of the situation: the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well the defendant could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, what kind of road it was and who else was on the road, what the time of day, the weather, and the condition of the road were, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The fifth element that the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt is that the defendant, by her actions, caused the death of John O'Keefe. The defendant caused the death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act is a natural and continuous sequence, results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. If the Commonwealth has proven all five elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you should return a verdict of guilty. If the Commonwealth has failed to prove one or more of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt, you must return a verdict of not guilty. Now, the lesser offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor includes the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with that lesser included offense. The Commonwealth may prove the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence. So I'm going to define involuntary manslaughter for you. To prove that the defendant is guilty of involuntary manslaughter because of wanton or reckless conduct, the Commonwealth must prove the following elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused John O'Keefe's death. Second, that the defendant intended the conduct that caused John O'Keefe's death. And third, the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. I will now discuss each element in detail. The first element is that the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Remember, Ms. Reed caused John O'Keefe's death if her actions directly and substantially set in motion the entire chain of events that produced the death. A defendant's act is the cause of death where the act in a natural and continuous sequence results in death, and without which death would not have occurred. The second element is that the defendant intended the conduct that caused the death. The Commonwealth is not required to prove that the defendant intended to cause the death. You may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. The third element is that the defendant's conduct was wanton or reckless. Wanton or reckless conduct is conduct that creates a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm will result to another. It is conduct involving grave risk of harm to another that a person undertakes with indifference or disregard of the consequences of such conduct. Whether conduct is wanton or reckless depends either on what the defendant knew or how a reasonable person would have acted knowing what the defendant knew. If the defendant realized the grave risk created by her conduct, her subsequent act amounts to wanton or reckless conduct, whether or not a reasonable person would have realized the risk of great danger. Even if the defendant herself did not realize the grave risk of harm to another, the act would constitute wanton or reckless conduct if a reasonable person, knowing what the defendant knew, would have realized the act posed a risk of grave danger to another. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to prove the defendant acted negligently, that is, in a manner that a reasonably careful person would not have acted. The Commonwealth must prove that the defendant's actions went beyond negligence and amounted to wanton or reckless conduct, as I have defined that term. In deciding whether the defendant knew or should have known her conduct created a high degree of likelihood that substantial harm would result to another, you may consider any credible evidence that the defendant was affected by her consumption of alcohol. A defendant may have the requisite knowledge even if she consumed alcohol, but you may consider such evidence in determining whether the Commonwealth has proved this element. Now, the offense of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, and negligence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you that charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also charges her with the lesser included offense. With that lesser included offense, the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of motor vehicle homicide, even if it fails to prove the greater charge of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. You may find the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide. On the verdict slip, that just means you start from the top and you work your way down. In order to prove the defendant guilty of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove the following 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated the motor vehicle upon a public way or in a place in which the public has the right of access. Third, that while the defendant was operating the motor vehicle, she was under the influence of intoxicating liquor and or the percent of alcohol in the defendant's blood was 0.08 or greater. Fourth, that while operating a motor vehicle, the defendant did so in a negligent manner so that the lives or safety of the public might be endangered. Fifth, that by such operation of the motor vehicle, the defendant caused the death of John O'Keefe. Elements 1, 2, 3, and 5 are the same as manslaughter while under the influence of alcohol, as previously instructed a few moments ago. The difference between manslaughter while operating under the influence and motor vehicle homicide is the 4th element, so I'll focus on that. To prove the 4th element of motor vehicle homicide, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people. A person acts negligently when she fails to use due care, that is, when they act in a way that a reasonable person would not act. This can happen either by doing something that a reasonable person would not do under the circumstances, or by not doing something that a reasonable person would do. The defendant acted negligently if she drove in a way that a reasonable person would not have, and by doing so created an unnecessary danger to other people, a danger that she could have avoided by driving more carefully. The defendant's intent does not matter, so do not consider it in determining whether or not the defendant was negligent. There is no requirement that the Commonwealth show that the defendant intended to act negligently or unlawfully. Under our laws, public safety requires each driver to determine and to adhere to an objective standard of reasonable behavior. Therefore, what the defendant may or not have intended to result from her actions is irrelevant. The issue is whether or not she drove as a reasonable person would have under the circumstances. In determining whether the defendant drove negligently in a manner that might have endangered the lives or safety of other people, you should take into account evidence, if any, about the defendant's rate of speed and manner of operation, the defendant's physical condition, and how well she could see and control her vehicle, the condition of the defendant's vehicle, the kind of a road it was and who else was on the road, the time of day, the weather, and the road conditions, what any other vehicles or pedestrians were doing, and any other factors, including the defendant's consumption of alcohol, that you think are relevant. The offense of manslaughter while operating under a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor also includes the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and the lesser offense, and the lesser included offense of operating under the influence. As a matter of law, the indictment that is before you, which charges the defendant with manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, also charges her with these lesser included offenses. So the Commonwealth may prove the lesser included charge of operating under the influence, even if it fails to prove the greater charges of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and motor vehicle homicide. You may find the defendant guilty of operating under the influence only if you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of manslaughter, and you are not convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of motor vehicle homicide, but are convinced that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of operating under the influence. To prove the defendant guilty of operating under the influence, the Commonwealth must prove elements 1, 2, and 3 that I instructed you on motor vehicle homicide while OUI. So the third indictment is leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death. In order to prove the defendant guilty of leaving the scene of an accident resulting in death, the Commonwealth must prove 6 things beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant operated a motor vehicle. Second, that she operated a motor vehicle on a public way or in a place which the public has a right of access. Third, that the defendant knowingly collided with John O'Keefe. Fourth, that the collision caused injury to John O'Keefe, resulting in his death. Fifth, that after causing such injury, the defendant failed to stop and provide name, home address, and registration number of the motor vehicle. And sixth, that the defendant failed to do so for the purpose of avoiding prosecution or apprehension. Jurors, I've already instructed on the first and second elements. The other four elements should be given their plain meaning, and the parties agree that I do not need to define these any further, correct? Okay. Thank you. All right. As a general rule, you're permitted but not required to infer that a person who intentionally uses a dangerous weapon on another person intends to kill that person or cause him grievous bodily harm, or intends to do an act which, in the circumstances known to him or her, a reasonable person would know creates a plain and strong likelihood that death would result. An item that is normally used for innocent purposes can become a dangerous weapon if it is used in a dangerous or potentially dangerous fashion. The law considers an item, in this case a motor vehicle, to be used in a dangerous fashion if it is used in a way that it reasonably appears to be capable of causing serious injury or death to another person. In deciding whether an item was used as a dangerous weapon, you may consider the circumstances surrounding the alleged crime, the nature, size, and shape of the item, and the manner in which it was handled or controlled. That completes my second part of the instructions. I'm now going to turn to the third and final part, which is shorter. In order for a jury to return a verdict, that is, to reach a decision in a criminal case, the law provides that there may only be 12 persons on the deliberating jury, and you will note that there are 18 of you. To avoid the need for a new trial if one or more jurors becomes ill or is to be excused for some good reason, we customarily impanel extra jurors at the beginning of a trial, as we did in this case. Because of the anticipated and now actual length of this trial, we impaneled more jurors than are commonly impaneled. However, when you begin your deliberations, the law in Massachusetts is that only 12 jurors can deliberate. Therefore, at the conclusion of my instructions, Mr. McDermott will reduce your number to 12 on a random basis. The jurors not selected to serve in the jury will become the alternate jurors. If you are selected as an alternate juror, please do not feel that your efforts in this case have been wasted, because as I've indicated, it's important that we have extra jurors in case of an emergency. If we did not impanel extra jurors and a juror became ill, or for some other reason had to be excused, we would have to try the whole case all over again with a new jury. In the event that a juror has to be excused once the jury starts deliberating, then an alternate juror will be chosen to take that juror's position, and the jury will be required to start deliberations from the beginning. Therefore, it's important that the alternates not discuss the case with anyone else, including each other. For if an alternate becomes a member of the jury for deliberations, the alternate's views should be his or her own and not be influenced by anyone else. Different states and jurisdictions use different means to select a foreperson of the jury. In some jurisdictions, the jurors select their own person. In Massachusetts, the judge is responsible for selecting the foreperson. A foreperson of a jury has been described as the first among equals. He or she is responsible for organizing the deliberations, communicating with the court if necessary during deliberations, and presenting the verdict following your deliberations. The foreperson has no greater say or vote in the jury's deliberations. However, and in that sense, the juror is equal with all other jurors. I am going to ask the juror seated in seat number 1, your juror number 5, sir, would you agree to be foreperson in this case? I'm going to ask you if you would be foreperson in this case. Thank you. I always appreciate it when people say yes before I tell you what's involved, but thank you very much. All right. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree. So, all right, so I skipped the line. When you return to the jury room to deliberate, the court officers will deliver to you all the exhibits in this case, as well as the verdict slips that you'll be using. in returning your verdict. So the foreperson will be given the verdict slip setting forth the charges against the defendant. 12 jurors must agree before you have a decision to any specific charge. That means that to find the defendant guilty, all 12 must agree. To find the defendant not guilty, all 12 must agree. You should consider each indictment individually and continue deliberating until you've reached a final verdict. You should not begin deliberating until all 12 jurors are together in the jury room and should cease deliberating if any one juror is not present in the jury room. It is important that you not communicate with anyone outside the jury room about the deliberations or about anything concerning this case. Further, I remind you that no juror is better qualified to determine the truth of the facts in this case, to dispute or to deliberate on a verdict solely because of education, background, or experience. The parties and I have chosen each of you as fair and impartial jurors, and your voices have equal weight. To reach a unanimous verdict, each juror must agree. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another and to deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement, if it can be done without violence to individual judgment. At the same time, each juror must decide the case for himself or herself, but only after impartially considering the evidence with his or her fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to re-examine your views and change your opinion if convinced it is wrong. But no juror should surrender an honest conviction to the opinion of fellow jurors. Although how you conduct your deliberations is up to you, I urge you not to begin by conducting an immediate straw vote. Rather, I encourage you not to take any votes before you've had completed a careful and thorough collective view of all the evidence. At this point, I want to remind you of an important issue that I raised with you at the beginning of this trial. I told you that our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. I also pointed out that we all have our own built-in expectations and assumptions, even if we are not conscientiously aware of them. And I talked about some of the ways we can try to deal with them. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are the most likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Take time to consider all the evidence. Second, as you start to draw conclusions, consider what evidence, if any, supports the conclusions you are drawing and whether any evidence casts doubt on those conclusions. Double check whether you are actually using unsupported assumptions instead of the evidence. Third, as you think about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Fourth, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? Fifth, listen to your fellow jurors. They may have different points of view. If so, they may help you determine whether you are focusing on the facts or making assumptions, perhaps based on stereotypes. Of course, your fellow jurors could be influenced by their own unstated assumptions, so don't be shy or hesitant to speak up. You should participate actively, particularly if you think the other jurors are overlooking or undervaluing evidence you find important. In fact, when you explain your thoughts out loud to other jurors, you are also helping yourself to focus on the evidence instead of assumptions. If you use these strategies, then you will do your part to reach a decision that is as fair as humanly possible, and that is your responsibility as jurors. Now, during the course of your deliberations, you might have a question concerning the law in this case. Perhaps I said something you did not understand. If you have any questions, please feel free to bring them to my attention by writing a note dated and signed by the foreperson and sending it to me by way of the court officers. I'm not suggesting for a minute that you have to have questions, but if you do, that's the process. Because your rule as the jury is to determine the facts in this case, I cannot answer any questions you have concerning the facts of the case. I have no role in this case when it comes to deciding what the facts are. Neither is it possible for me to provide you with a transcript of the testimony. If you send a question to me, I'll respond after consulting with the lawyers. Please do not ask a court officer or anyone else to answer any questions concerning anything material to the case. Generally, we will not answer a question or take a verdict from 1 o'clock till 2 o'clock, but I think you've all waited so long to get this case, I think we can change that. But the court staff needs a luncheon break. You'll have lunch brought into you, and you can decide whether or not you want to stop your deliberations during lunch or continue and deliberate. At the end of the day, if you're still deliberating, I'll send in a note asking if you want to continue deliberating or break for the day and return the next morning. Don't tell anyone, including me, how the jury stands numerically or otherwise on the questions before you until such time as you've reached a unanimous verdict. You are going to notice shortly that the court officers are going to take an oath, and you will hear from that they too, as well as all other persons, are forbidden to communicate in any way or manner with any member of this jury on any subject touching on the merits of this case. Remember that the decision of the jury must be unanimous, and the foreperson should be certain that each member of the jury is in complete agreement with the verdict on each indictment. After the final vote of the jury, the foreperson should check the appropriate boxes as to each charge, then sign and date the verdict forms and notify the court officer when you've reached a unanimous verdict. You will then be brought back into the courtroom where the foreperson will deliver the verdicts. This will be the last time I'm going to see counsel at sidebar, but I'm required to see counsel at sidebar.
Press the like, press the like, press the like, please. Press the like and subscribe. It would mean the world to me if you liked and subscribe. Like and subscribe, everyone. Let's fucking go.
May I?
Yes.
Could the juror sitting in seat number 13 step down and take your place as an alternate? Could the juror sitting in seat number 7 step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 6, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 17, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? Juror 2, could you step down and take your place as an alternate? And Juror 8, could you step down and take your place as an alternate?
All right. Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands? Do you swear that you will keep this jury in alternates in some separate but convenient place until they agree that you not suffer any person to speak to them, or speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse until they are discharged of their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so members of the jury, I need not remind you that you have an important responsibility, but I believe that you will bring to bear all the wisdom and the judgment and conscience that you possess in reaching your verdict in this case. All that we can expect from you is that you decide the case with integrity and with principle. We all expect you to reach an impartial verdict dictated by your logic, without bias, without prejudice or sympathy, and not prompted by any facts except those that you've heard here in court during the trial. We are looking for impartial judgment dictated by your reasoning and the fullest discharge of your oaths as jurors. You may retire and deliberate your verdict.
Jurors, make sure to take your notebooks with you, please.
I'm going to see counsel one more time.
Judge, the first thing is counsel this morning and yesterday looked at exhibits, and I believe that we were pretty close. We had one exhibit that needed to be dealt with. Ms. Little, what number is that one again? 150?
Yes, this is exhibit 155.
155, and I'll let Ms. Little take it from there.
Yes, there's just one page, Your Honor. I believe, and my memory's not perfect, but I believe that we were going to have this redacting stuff, it's the same redactions from last trial. I think there's just one line here that needs to be redacted.
Okay, is the Commonwealth in agreement with that one line?
No objection. I believe it was redacted last time, so if defense
Okay.
wants to make that redaction, it can go into evidence.
Great.
I'll see if I have a Sharpie and I can take care of it.
I think we probably have one here you
I
can
have
have.
one. I definitely have one somewhere.
All right.
That's number one. And number two is, can council look at the verdicts and just tell me if verdict slips and just tell me if they're okay with it? Thanks.
You'll see that it's not what you provided me yesterday, Mr. Kennedy.
Sworn in first. Counsel, you can keep doing that. Mr. Rose, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that you will keep that jury in some separate but convenient place until they agree, that you not suffer any person to speak to them, nor speak to them yourselves, nor ask them if they agree, nor suffer them to disperse them, they charge their verdict, except by further order of the court, so help you God? Simply because you weren't in the room. Thank you. Is the Commonwealth content with the verdict slip?
Almost content.
So, Your Honor, I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip.
So everybody else can sit down. Mr. Yannetti can stand.
Thank you. I understand that you've rejected our proposed verdict slip. Our concern with this verdict slip is that there are 4 options for, actually more than that, 7 options for guilty verdicts, 1 option for not guilty. And we're concerned that this is too confusing for the jury. So we are asking that there be not guilty options for each of the charges, including the offense charged and each one of the lesser included offenses. We really ran into the same issue last time. I think what complicates it is the fact that there are 2 theories for 2 of the lesser included.
Do you suggest that doesn't accurately reflect the law?
It does reflect the law. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it makes things very confusing, and that's why we believe that it cries out for some not guilty option, given the amount of options for convictions on this verdict slip. So
Okay.
we would again ask the court to adopt our proposed verdict slip.
So your proposed verdict slip did not cite any case law. Do you have any case law that supports that proposition, Mr. Yannetti? I have not found any. I've looked.
There's not a lot of case law out there in this verdict slip either.
Other than that has never been proven, has never been found to be inaccurate.
Not yet.
Okay.
And I mean that
So
with all respect.
that's fine. So your rights are reserved. Does that help you?
Right, well, all we can do is object, Judge, and you make,
Okay.
you make the decision.
Okay.
Judge, the last couple.
If you find authority for that, let me know.
We'll do.
Okay.
The last couple things, judges, that we were provided with a clean
Laptop?
computer laptop. Thanks. We were, with a clean laptop. Defense counsel had a chance to, or at least defense had a chance to look at it, and I think that's fine. But
All right. So we'll send that in with the exhibits. I need to go edit my charge to fix all the typos.
And then the final thing is I provided counsel with the exhibit list that we had, and it was satisfactory for both sides.
Great.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
anybody new? We still, everybody's been here, so they know the rules, right? No yelling. Oh, she's beautiful. Oh my God, look at you, Mama. Look at you, Mama. Hi.
I watched every day.
You are beautiful. Oh my God, isn't she gorgeous?
She loves
I'm live streaming.
I have to say hello.
Hi.
I'm from Norton.
Oh.
Your son.
Oh, you know my. Are you Mark?
I'm Mark.
You're Mark Sweeney.
Yeah.
Nice to
We've
meet you.
talked before, but
Yeah.
I'll send this out to everybody. Here you go. All right, Tina.
It's me, Gina. Again, the verdict slip.
No.
Yep.
Well, I'm live streaming.
Had a stroke.
What?
I need you to get a quick glance at the side home. I have this poor man right here because I thought I was going to get this real quick. If you do it real quick,
Oh my
real
God.
quick.
Yeah, that's okay. Hold on, let me put this on me. Today.
All right, perfect.
Momo. Another car's coming. We shut the volume. Oh, that didn't sound good. We'll get the front door for you, my dear. Hi, love. I can get it.
Watch yourself, man. You're going to get run over. See? No, no comments.
I'm going to cry.
All right, another one coming in.
Now I can't.
I can't.
Go to the front. With my wife. She's in the other way.
This way.
Keep us in your prayers.
Remember this one? Sorry.
Yeah. No, what else we got in the back?
Yeah, I was able to drop it off. Look at me, I'm quick.
Just clap all of it.
Yeah.
I'll pick the back. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you.
When?
Thank you so much.
Yep. All right, folks. Let me put it on you.
He was just doing this and then
All right, folks. I don't know if you guys. All right, folks. All right, hold on a second. Let me.
Are you live right now?
Yeah. Hold on. All right, so let's go back down into the buffer zone. Brandy's gonna go live.
We're gonna find the buffer zone. Oh yeah. Where's the buffer zone sign?
It's on the poles down
Okay,
here.
all right, we gotta do it.
It's on the poles.
We need a selfie of Gina.
Uploading. I'm out of it. I'm not even.
Mike is muted. Hi, is the mic muted? I don't know. It said it was. Can you hear me? I mean, that was a few hours ago. I think one of the people. Let's see. Let me turn it around. Hold on a second. Yikes. There's the people. See the people. She loves it. She loves it. Yes, it is.
Tell Scotty to show you his shirt.
What? What's on his shirt? All right. We'll be right back.
We'll be here.
All right. Let's see. I can't see anything. A couple of weeks ago?
Let me see.
No, not that one. Who's taking
No,
care
what
of
one?
Shona? Just stay there until they don't deliver it.
Yeah. Wait, I gotta get away from this music, I think. Oh, stop it. Scott, a legend, the perfect man, super smart, sexy, funny, and always full of good ideas. Basically the most interesting man in the world. Yes, I love it. Oh my god, that was the best. Oh wait, is that us? Is that my voice I'm hearing? So guys, I was kind of only listening halfway. Well, I was trying to listen, but with so many people, it's chaotic. Karen didn't look happy. She didn't look happy. I don't show you calls. They have seven options to be guilty. It's just this whole thing is just, it's just going to be so much guilty of everything they're putting her through, right down to the very end, right down to the very last second. You know what? It's going to be the sweetest justice ever. It really is. We're so sick of it. We're so done. Oh, I didn't do the car. I forgot. I walked back there and I don't know. I think I took a photo or something. I forget. I think I just forgot what I was doing. Listen, I'm melting. Did I step on the brake, guys? I have bad memory. I don't even know if I did. Let me see. All right. And I'm charged. Let me see. Oh, hi. Hi, how are you? We're live at Resistance to Silence right now. Do you want to say hi? Say hi. Yes. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. So I got sunglasses on. Let me see. Hello, family. Randy, what street should I get to at least? Wait, are you trying to find us, or we're just put in the registry of deeds? It's High Street in Dedham. If you're trying to get here, is that what you're asking? This is what street is this? Old River Private Parkway, but. Audio's on. Okay, cool. Sorry, guys. All right, cool. And I can't really see you guys, so I'm just gonna hope for the best. It's sunny out here. I'm sorry. Melting.
Forward today, it will be done.
Hey. It feels good out here. You guys want to say hi to Resistance?
Yeah.
Say hi, guys. Look at it. The crowd is just getting bigger and bigger. Ooh, who's over here? What's doing? Who's over here? It's a prayer, you guys. Woo! The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. We made it to the ending. Oh, that's what I went to the car for too. It's my damn poll, and I forgot. I have short-term memory loss. Yeah. Say hi. Yeah. Dina, I know. Dina always sticks me on this. Trying to go where? I know. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go this way. Excuse me. Hi, sorry. Thank you. Hi, how are you? Thanks. Hey, did you? Hi, how are you?
William O'Connell posted it.
Send it to me, will you?
I did.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I love it.
I was like,
I was like, I gotta go find them again.
just in case you see that, this is the face
Okay.
of Malala on Twitter.
I'll send you the Snapchat.
Thank you.
Because I followed that kid. He was so nice.
Okay, awesome.
You
Yeah.
were awesome.
Well, thank you.
Like,
Sorry,
thank
get me
you for
going.
sending her.
God, pray for me.
No, I knew you were a good person.
Well, now I just
I'm just sick of it. I know. We're sick of it. We're all paying for it. We pay for the taxes, then we pay for the donations, we pay for all of it.
Yep.
And then we're killed.
Yep. And I love that Alan Jackson put that in his closing statement.
Yep. He's literally like someone said the other day, like, this is their purpose. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're genuinely
amazing people when they're literally fighting for justice.
They're doing it all for
this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because they believe not just in her.
Moving across the country for temporarily, it's like
It's crazy.
other people would never do that.
No.
Oh, sweating. It's so hot. Man, I thought it was going to be cooler than yesterday. Whew. It's hot. All right, I'm going to try to go down here and read the chat in the shade. See if I can pull over for a minute. See if I can sit right here for a minute and check the comments. Sorry. Ooh. Let me see. Oh, Katie Goggins in here? Who are you? Oh, is that who was asking? Oh, sorry. Is that Katie? Was that you asking for directions? Sorry. I can't read because my sunglasses, the sun, I can't really see the chat. But, let me plug in my phone. Hold on. Oops. Are you? I'm coming. I'm following you guys. Wait, I'm trying to plug in my phone. Sorry, technical difficulties with this one, with me. Oh my god, I love dogs. I'm obsessed. I'm a little kid. Give me Bubbles and a puppy and I'm happy.
Oh, you can take all my dogs.
Oh man. Let's see. Yeah. So I don't know, you guys. This is the best crowd.
She'll check in it for with them.
What time is it now? 3:11. I don't know. What's this big crowd for? Yeah, say hi to us.
I always got that shit.
Always. You gotta. Peace. I love you. So this is behind the scenes, behind the deeds, behind the register of deeds where they do the dirty deeds.
This is where all the corrupt work in park.
Not for long though. Not for long. All right, I'm heading this way because I'm staying in the shade.
I gotta run to my car.
All right.
Nice crowd out here today.
Yeah.
Great vibes.
It's freezing. I mean,
Great energy.
are you? Damn, tell Dina. You got her number. Tell her to get on here. Dina,
Put it on your phone.
where are you?
Get your ass on that live right now.
Tina. Bowena.
You gonna walk back over there?
Yeah. Catch. All right, let's see. Chat, where are you? Randy Dina was on a YouTube channel called AV to the 7th Power. Oh, cool. Oh, I'm gonna screenshot that. I have like the worst memory. Are we here for 2 more hours to see? Yeah. So she's gonna push them till 5:30. I don't know. I'm assuming the first hour they'll be kind of like, I don't know. I haven't seen the jury yet. This is just all speculation, guessing, but they're probably going to walk in there. They'll be shy first 5-10 minutes each. You know what I mean? Somebody's going to speak up and it'll go from there. They'll review whatever they need to review. But I feel like if it's anyone like the people we have here, they should just speak up and say not guilty right away. Let's get this over with. Let's get it done. We don't need to see nothing else. We've seen enough. If they were smart enough, it's kind of hard. I can't say if they were smart enough because, a lot's been hidden from them. So, hey, we're live.
For Carrie.
Yes, couple hours. I don't even know if it'll go that long. But yes, keep praying, manifest it. We want Mr. Reed to have a happy Father's Day. So we want this to happen today. End the nightmare today, Friday the 13th. Yep, we're going to end it today. Yeah, RTS, say hey, James Jackson, JFK. Yep.
Free Karen Reed, let's go.
Yep, soon, very soon. Karen Reed will be free.
How she does. How many we got there? Let me see the chat.
I don't know how to see it.
Chat. You see it right here. You know how to see it.
Yeah, I don't know how many sponsors.
Oh. Do you have a mail, Boston?
Email? Oh yeah, I do.
See what I got? Be a mod now.
Listen, you have to get in here. Jump in. Take over.
All right, ready? Go ahead. No, Brandy, come here. You gotta do your interview.
Brandy, come on, we gotta do the interview.
So, Brandy, how do you feel?
Michael Morrissey, your days are done. It's over. It's game over.
Hey, if one thing,
All of you.
if one thing out of this trial stuck out to you the most, what was it?
It was that if you let things get swept under the rug and you keep secrets and you just shut up because you're scared and nervous, you will become a victim. And the cancer just grows from there. You need to say something, you need to speak up, and you need to fight for people. Justice for the kids, justice for everyone. You know what I mean? Like, you got to speak out. We're going to clean this city up. Norfolk County will no longer be run by criminals. We're never going away.
Robin G.
You woke up a lot of beasts. You woke up a lot of angry mothers.
Listen, I need everybody in the chat right now. You guys need to all
It's over, yeah.
It's over.
All red in the chat.
right now.
Yes.
Put them disclaimers up. Let's go.
You know about to invade that chat with the red. I want to see. I'm looking.
Hey, Brandy, can hear you perfect. Hi, JFK. What up, Robin G?
Technical difficulties.
Yes, yes.
Oh, here come the men, the boys.
Here you go.
Yeah, I knew he wasn't going to slide out there. I'm like, if he's taking that.
Brandy, they're letting us use the bathroom.
Yeah, in the D's, right in that door right there. Yeah, right there.
Which way?
So there's steps right here, or just go right up here. Just hop up here. Yeah, just jump the wall right there. The door's right there. Yeah. Yeah, bathroom's right there if you need it. All right, let's go. Where we go? This way. I'm gonna go get my stamp. You guys, chat, remind me, because by the time I get down to the out of the buffer zone, I'll forget. I'm tired. I haven't slept. I'm sure we have funny accents.
Oh, right.
Melrose. Hi. He's so sweet. Your phone cover. Thank you. Bye. He's the best. He's always here though. 2 hours go by. He's here like clockwork. Where's Dina? My arm's tired. She ran because she put me on here. Oh.
Do you want a
Yeah, I'm going to my car now to get one. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. I gotta get my charger too. All right, hold on, guys. So, come in the AC with me. Oh, God. Okay, I'm hiding. Oh, Jesus, Mary and Joseph. It's hot out there. Whew. All right, let me see. Comments. Turbulence, yes. Turbulence. He's here, they're here. Oh, boy. Okay. Yeah. How do you type in YouTube? I don't know what that means. Oh, look at all the disclaimers. That's cute, guys. Hi, Dana and Tracy, if you're watching. Hi, Dylan, if you're watching, or anyone who's watching. Appreciate you being here. And I'm sorry that sometimes I'm just not entertaining because I just don't know what to say except let's effing go. This is exciting because I feel like this is going to be the best justice ever. Oh, crap. This lady... Did she want her phone back? There's some lady that's using my charger and let me go find her. Ugh. She probably didn't want to go into my car, but whose phone was charging? Yours? Oh, are you okay with that? Do you want it? I wanted to check in with you just in case.
I didn't check it. I didn't want to get.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure. Do you want me to get it for you just in case? All right. Oh yeah, I gotta do that too. Thanks. No, but I didn't know if you wanted it. I'm like, oh, she probably didn't want to go in my car, but
No, I wouldn't go in your car.
I'm like, yeah, there you go. You can if you want. You still need it. Like,
well,
no problem.
26%. I can't believe it. But that should get me.
You
want
to put it on airplane mode and charge it? That'll make it faster.
Yeah, why don't we?
Yeah.
I tried doing that in my car, but hold on. Airplane mode on.
Okay.
There you go.
Hold
You
on
want me to
1
take a
second.
picture of you?
No,
you're
I'm on
just
a live.
checking yourself. Oh, you're on a live. Helping another person.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
Oh.
Thanks. Then I gotta step on the
close
brake.
your door.
All right, thank you.
Do you want me to step on the brake?
I got it. It's fine. Thank you. I appreciate it though. And yeah, if you want your phone, go ahead and get it. Yeah. one more time, guys. And then we'll head back up there. Oh, yeah. Don't mind me. I'm old and brittle. Water. Drink water, people. Even if you don't like it, drink it. The body is 80% water. It needs it. And you are what you eat. Your health depends on what you put into it. And just a little lesson, because I have nothing else to say, but if you think about all the chemicals that go into your body daily, you start with the shampoo, the conditioner, the toothpaste, the mouthwash. By the way, mouthwash makes your blood pressure go sky high, so just FYI. Yeah, just before you even get out the door to work, school, whatever, you've already put in a ton of lotion, everything going right into your blood. It takes seconds for this stuff to get into you. So, hey, you coming to take over?
I seen you in the car.
Yeah, so be kind to your body. You only get one. Treat it good. Don't wait till it's too late. You know what I mean? Because once you get a diagnosis, you don't want it. You don't want to hear it. So I always say to try to be preventative. Who's that? Who's that? Tracy! Hi.
Hold on.
I'm chewing my gum.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I can see you. Yeah,
Can you
bro.
hear
Can
me?
you put this here so I can see her? Yeah. Okay. I think so. No.
Can you hear me?
Hold on. I got off you. I can hear you.
You can?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
What a day.
I know. Oh my God, it's so hot out down here. I didn't know it was gonna be this hot.
I know. I'm in the car. I'm like 10 minutes away. I just have to find a parking space and I'll be out there. So,
All right. Cool. Naomi just was trying to park, and I think the Deeds was full. So
yeah,
I don't know.
I know.
People could have left though. So
Yeah, I know it's going to be a challenge. So, but I'm in the area.
all right. If you I would say if anyone leaves, but it's me, Dina, Scott. None of us are gonna leave. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, it's fine. No, I know.
All right.
Stupid work.
Yeah. Damn it! Don't they know?
Right? I can't. But how's the vibe
We'll be
down
here.
there? Pretty positive?
It's so good. It's so good. Everyone is so excited. Everyone feels it. I don't know if we mentioned this on the live earlier, but in between the two buildings there was a rainbow.
Yeah,
I saw it. I don't know if I caught it on the video, but I saw the rainbow, and then there was people walking down here, like those religious people. So Jesus was here too. And
Jesus was in the house.
I don't know. I just feel like it's the perfect day for justice. But
It
I
is.
remember saying last year on July 1st, like right before 4th of July, it was a perfect day for justice too. But I feel different.
Well, it's different. It's a completely different trial this time around, I think, and I think the defense went at it a little harder.
Yeah.
And a little more defensively, rather than offensively.
They
So,
focused more on there was no collision, which that's it. You're saying the collision killed him.
right.
There wasn't a collision, so.
Yep, just facts.
That's it, yeah. I mean,
It's not their job to find out who killed him.
It's just their job to prove she didn't, which they did.
Exactly.
They did 10 times over.
Yeah.
10 times over.
Totally.
I'm so excited because it makes you feel so good knowing that these amazing people did this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to, count the chickens before they hatch, but I mean.
I know.
It's been hatched. Game's been over.
Yeah.
They killed the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
They
We're
killed
all
them.
nervous, Of course we're nervous, but you got to stay positive and just hope that the jury thinks the way we do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And if the jury was, if they got to, then I hope that person has a change of heart in there. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah.
See how bad it really is. So.
I was saying in chat earlier, there's always that one asshole on the jury that's going to be the arrogant one. Oh, change my mind. There's always one in every crowd. So I'm hoping that guy's not in there,
I know. So did the one that didn't take notes ever, did he get called off or was it just a note taker? Were the note takers kicked off?
I don't know. I heard what I heard was Was it jury number 1 that got picked? No.
I know jury 6 and jury 13 were alternates, but I don't know. They were probably the note takers.
You know what though? Like the people that weren't taking notes looked like they were paying very close attention and were the type of people that like servers. Like I can't write down an order without writing it down. There's servers that can just, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Some
I'm
people
always
are
like,
really
you sure you
good
don't want
at.
to write that down? You sure?
Yeah, exactly. So
People
I don't
just
know.
get it. They get it. They know.
Yeah, some people are just good with hearing things and having it register in their memory. I don't know.
Oh shit!
We'll see. Uh-oh.
That guy just. Those white cars behind me. Oh,
What's going on?
Missed it. He was just about to clip that car. He literally by inches just hit it. I mean, missed it. Oh god. Oh, is that Barefoot Betty? That's Angry Barefoot Betty, I think. I feel bad because when the ambulances and the fire department comes through here, it's been 3 times already today. They like have no room because of the traffic. It's scary. It's awful. Makes me not want to be here.
All right, I'm right around the corner, so I'm going to park.
All right.
I'll see you in a bit.
I'm going to get out in a minute. All right.
All right.
Where's my pole go? You guys want to get on the pole with me? Just kidding. Just kidding. Get on the pole. Go work them streets. All right, let's see. I got to figure out how to get you off of me. And, what do I got for battery? I got 42. That should be good, right? Did that lady take her? Hold on 1 second. Yeah. Oh, she's still charging hers, so I'll come back. Let me see. Oh, shit. I'm putting up windows that shouldn't be put up. I'm like, you know, Dana and Tracy, God bless them, because they trust me with this. I'm all over the place. All right, let me get you on the pole. Turn you this way. Yeah, all right. We're going to go work these streets. Let me see. Work it. Twist that wrist. Just kidding. I'm so bad. I'm going downstairs. No, I'm going to hell. Not downstairs. You're like, where's downstairs? Take me with you. Where's secret places? They got AC down there? Right. Oh, there's Sue O'Connell down there. Let's go see her. Hi. Oh, wait, you know what? I gotta turn it this way, guys. How much she's on your side here? I think so. Yeah. What about that? Flag is fine. Yes. Hey, smile. Hey. Red, white, and blue. Yes. Good luck. Good luck. Thank you.
What do we think of the jury? Expression. You got a young jury. It's on the but the note take is gone. Should we be upset?
No, because like someone said, there's restaurant workers that don't take your order down either, and they remember it all. Yeah. Oh, really? He must have known. He must have known. Crap. Did he know that he was going to be the floor person? I don't know.
I don't know. Okay. It worries me terribly. All right.
No. Not worried, because you know what? I just did it a second ago, yeah. Where was I just going to go? Chat, remind me. What was I going to do? I got my pole. I stepped on the brake. I always forget what I'm doing. I'm like, what did I just have to do? I can't. I'll try to. I can't see any coffee. You cracked me out. Oh, I'm sorry. You just want to watch me fun. I'm glad someone gets entertained because I feel bad. But hey, look at this flag. So Ross, there wasn't no names. You can't have no names down here, so we crossed it out. We put Massachusetts framed her, Massachusetts murdered her, Massachusetts executed him. We had to change it. We're not allowed to have names down there, but now we can hold it in the buffer, outside the buffer zone, whatever, in the buffer zone, whatever the hell it is. Look at Mr. Quack Quack here. We're not allowed to have names down there, but Yuri, you forgot one. Excuse me. Just kidding. I love that.
Function for the
Oh, look at
DA's
the rose.
office.
It's beautiful. I love the kids. Aw. She's like, what can I get in there? She's cute. Aw. Who is that? What's better on, who's he on? Glare or something? No. Who's over there? Should we go check in over there? Let's go see who's over there. All right. Let's go over here, see who's over here. Sneak up on them. Oh, hey, Trouble's over here. That's what's over here. Say hi to RTS. Yeah. We're here. Hi. Listen.
You want alternate corner?
Yeah, resistance and alternate. Yeah. I think.
Hey. And height.
Yeah. Everyone else. The Stream Dream Team. Listen, you're accepting it. You're accepting it. You're accepting all of us. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Yeah. He's like, nope, I'm neutral. I'm neutral.
I'm just here to hear what people have to say.
Yeah. Me too.
I'm taking notes.
Me too.
A little earlier, that action that happened,
Yeah.
that wasn't on purpose. When I heard about something other.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, about
I
early.
didn't
Yeah,
know who
I
you-
know. It was hilarious
I had
because
no
it was
idea
totally
who was
accidental.
there.
Yeah. No, it was hilarious because I was like, I saw you and we both, yeah, no, I get it. That was hilarious because of everything that happened earlier.
Yeah, I
too.
heard about that,
Yeah.
yeah.
And those weren't accidents. I don't know. So I heard. I don't know. Oh my God, let me see your shirt.
Hey.
Let me see the
Great.
shirt.
Huh? How you doing?
See those respectful men?
Oh, we
Real ones?
alternate corner shirt. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Alternate corner.
Like and subscribe.
Hi, Tracy. How are you? Good to
Oh,
see you.
she's here. The boss is hi, honey.
Great job today. Thank you. Oh my God.
It's awesome. You won't. We won't. In the name of the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Yeah. See all the people.
You want me to take over?
I'll walk up and down a couple more times.
all right,
Yeah.
let me know.
Yeah. I will. I'll do another lap. If you guys can put up with me. Sally, Steve's till 5:30. Yes, they have 2 hours. Juror 18 is sick. What? Fangirling over Hank in the unit? Wait, what? Juror 17 has been placed on as an alternate. He's an infamous note taker. Juror 5, notebooks, full notes. Yeah, he's an alternate taker. Yeah, okay. Juror 18 is a sick juror? What does that mean? Is it really sick or is it like it's not a human? Or is that a typo? I don't know. Is somebody. Oh, cool. We got people everywhere. Still got people up here. Hey, guys. Hey. Yeah. Free Karen. She's going to be freed.
Yes.
Karen will be freed. Yep. Oh, the breeze feels so good down here. Oh, my God. I say it every time I walk up here, but I keep torturing myself walking back down there in the hot zone. Where's Trouble going over there? Dennis and Tim, where are they off to? They're up to no good. You know it. You know it. Oh, look at that bike. Let's see. I loved seeing you yesterday. Aw. I love seeing everyone. Now would be a good time to walk in traffic. I'm playing in traffic, Ma, just like you always told me to. And I'm having a fucking blast. I should have did it years ago. No one ever told me how fun the streets would be. I would have been on them years ago.
Not guilty verdict.
Yes, soon.
Sure.
Yep.
Have you seen the
Tell me, have you seen him?
Channel 10 camera guy? He was looking for Boozy Beauty to take a picture with him.
Wait,
Just
where
a
is she?
coworker.
I saw
She's
her and I
down
forgot
there.
to say hi.
And I can't find him now.
I think he walked that way, but I'm not sure.
Huh?
I thought I saw him walk that way, but I'm not sure. I could be lying. I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. A little short tan reporter? I don't know. I'm going to go say hi to Boozy. Did you see her? Come with me. Yeah. Is he? Oh, you're going to have to hold this then. I want to say hi. Oh, that is loud. No loud breaks in the buffer zone, please. We're all trying to concentrate on our prayers and our manifestations. So, say hi to Sean. Hey.
You keep going that way, you might find Rogie Rogue.
I don't know who that is.
He's a flipper. He's from the first set trial.
Oh,
and he goes on, and he's the worst.
Oh, yeah.
He left because I caught him coming into territory, and he got in.
What did he expect? So,
It was the best.
Who are you? I've heard of him. I don't think I've known him in person, though. I think. I might, though. I'm gonna go say hi. Yeah, come.
Randy.
Hey, oh my God, hello, how are you?
I love
It's
your
so
little
good to see
videos.
you.
I love your videos.
Oh, thank you. I love you. I'm so happy. Here, hold this. Just a second, ready? Hey guys, it's my mom. What's mom? The youngest of the Postal Address. You're the best. So glad to see you. Hi guys.
How you feeling?
I feel amazing. I feel great. I feel like they're going to come back soon. You know, they got to do their due diligence. They got to pretend, whatever. But they know it's coming soon. Mike Marcy. Buffalo County will no longer be controlled by criminals. You woke up a lot of angry mothers, a lot of angry fathers. You woke up a beast, and we're not going anywhere. So, she was factually framed, and it's over. The nightmare is ending on Friday the 13th. It started as a joke April 1st, and it's over. Ooh, sorry. Sorry. Jimmy, we're live. Want to say hi? No, don't tell us, boss.
For a good cause.
Yeah. Fighting for freedom. We're out here for you, boss. What do you think? I think within an hour. Oh, yeah.
Wait.
Yeah. You're always tan, though. You always look like you got a good tan. Keep up the good work. Yeah. I forgot I wanted to go say hi to John.
Is that you?
I don't know. I can't see. I got sunglasses. Oh, no. I don't know. No, that's me. I'm Boston, Randy. Hi.
Hello.
How are you? Oh, my God. Hi.
Here she is.
We're live on Resistance right now. Want to say hi? We were talking about you earlier.
You were?
Yeah.
Was it good or bad?
Because it was like, girl with sunglasses is here, and we met her. I'm like, TikTok is here. Miss Emily was here. And I was like, I remember meeting Boozy Beauty at the stand-up, the TikTokers. TikTok loves freeing down me. They do,
By the way, congratulations.
So this is Canton Chronicles right here. We got John Camo and Boozy Beauty. Find her on TikTok as well. She's not suspended.
I can help you with that, okay?
Listen, I lost all my appeals.
You also her appeals.
I did, and I don't know how. I'm like, why do you hate me so much?
I hope Dad is laughing at that.
Listen, they know. They're like, yeah, they know. They're like on the side of TikTok, like, shut her down.
They're like not a surprise.
Yeah. I'll stop saying bad words. I'll stop talking about ham sandwiches if it'll get me.
They're the ones that did it to themselves.
Yeah, right? Right?
I made myself a sandwich yesterday.
I'm like, I don't even want to see a ham sandwich. This is my life. I'm sick of it. I'm going to think of hang sandwich.
I did a turkey sandwich, but not
I was like, call me if you got salami. I'm game.
Salami?
Salami. I like salami.
I would like salami. All people. Yeah.
I don't even like it anymore. I tried to stop eating cold cuts.
That's okay.
But The kids like cold cuts.
Yeah, they do.
That's why.
But I eat their food. I'm like, I will steal candy from a baby if I'm hungry. I steal cookies.
Some of the pickle flavored pretzels.
Yeah,
that you
yeah,
bought.
yeah.
You're like, I saw Karen Reed eating your pickle chips, so I'm gonna get.
I love
pretzels.
pickles. Yeah, I was like, they were good.
I want all the pickled stuff.
Yep.
I want all the pickled stuff.
We got Meredith up here. There goes Mike and Martha together. Hi. We got everyone down here today. Yeah, Boozy Beauty, follow her if you don't. You guys going through? Let me go down here. Oops, sorry, so sorry.
Set that up for everything.
Oh, yeah. Still got people over there. Yeah, so hey, filming you, filming me. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Laws Media. He's the best, isn't he? Oh my God. Him and Mike, they're so good. They're just like, they're gentlemen, you know? I feel like that went out with the twist. It's like, bring back manners, please. Why did they go out of style? I hate it. I want to bring back when you have to say, like, yes, ma'am. No, sir.
That's on like mean touches, like, oh, I don't get it.
Hey! Hi! Hello! Good. We're just live on RTS.
We're getting
What's
ENG
up?
today before 5:15.
Yep.
We got
Yep.
this. Positive vibes only.
Yep.
Positive vibes.
That's all there is down here. I love it.
Yes.
So good.
Yeah.
You see Mazda and Young Jerks over there and everyone? TV. Yep. Everyone. I love it. JFK, James. Got everyone down here. Brenda Sweeney coming. Yeah. I love it. So good. Oh crap, where did I leave my battery pack? You know what? I don't know. I've been walking the streets all day. I don't remember.
I mean, there was almost 60,000 views.
Oh, that was awesome. I don't know.
I know you're not that.
I mean, it was great. Probably because we were like, you can't get no town.
I said to somebody and they were like, that was so hilarious, the blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, you can wear what you want, say what you want, be as loud as you want.
And we will not be silent.
No,
That's right.
no. We should do that once a week down the DA's office.
Right.
Hey,
How's it going?
law girls, not attorneys.
Did you see my message? I was like,
No, I haven't checked anything yet.
I just had sent it to you. I told Ross earlier. The guy was like coming through with the parking thing.
Oh, yeah. I love him, though. Yeah.
I know. I was like,
We moved.
Yeah. You were fine.
I'm like, I'll move. I'll go park down the street for him. I don't want to get him in trouble. He's the best, you know? Yeah. Hey, girl. Hey. Hey, twin. Yeah. Yeah, I got a twin. It's Turtle Boy shirts on. Hey, this is the trouble corner. Just kidding. Hey. Yeah. Definitely. I know.
I love Honey. I love him, bro. I was darn not guilty.
Who is it? Oh, Sergeant Peter Murphy. I love these two girls. They're the best. You won't find any better. I love them. Oh, I'm off. The fan! The fan!
The fan?
Why is the fan? The fan's on.
Oh my God.
Oh, false alarm. What the fuck was that?
How did it pop on your screen?
I don't know.
It just does?
Well, usually they kick me out when they come back. Don't give me a heart attack, Tracy, Dylan, Dana, whoever did that. I saw the fan pop on, and usually it kicks us off when they're back at the bench, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, no way. Just fuck. Are you in TV's corner, Boston Brandy? Turtle Boy's corner? Like you want me to go back down there where he was in the corner? Or am I in his like? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I know it feels good right here. Deeds building. Yes. Yes. So the Deeds building's right there in front of us. Did you step on the brake or do you want me to walk down?
I just did.
All right, cool.
2 seconds.
Yeah, the Deeds building's right there. It's right across from Superior. You just go down this street right here, Old River Private Way, to get to the back. Just parking back there. Or if you go way down there towards Cafe Bagel and Dedham House of Pizza, you might find parking around the shops right there if you're lucky. People might be leaving. I think they're shutting the streets down at 5 o'clock around here for the flag parade or something. I'm not sure though. Karen Reed will be freed. Yep. Mr. Neil.
How you
The
doing?
best ever. I love the shirt. Kronk. Yeah. It's good. Oh, there's a breeze now. It's making its way down here, the breeze. Hey, listen, Pat. Listen, Pat. Oh, I hear Bettero's voice. I love his voice.
If there were a verdict today in acquittal, I'm not saying there will be.
Yes, there will be.
This is all like not funny.
You want to see the duck, you guys? Oh, my back hurts. See the ducky? He's us, right? Like, what was that? Like, don't do that to me. I'll fall. I'll fall down. So there's my sign. I stuck it in your car, Dina. I didn't know what else to put it, but this is why we're here. United States of America, birth given rights being trampled on. Don't lie to us. Don't tell us we have something and then take it away for no reason.
I don't know what I do.
I thought there was a bad one. I heard Cookie.
Yeah, I heard
I'm like, wait, I heard
Yeah,
Cookie.
yeah.
You heard it too, right? Yeah. My ears perked up like a dog. I was like, oh, Cookie? Listen, I bought my house where they invented the chocolate chip cookie. Because I love cookies that much. No, I'm not that bad. You know what? I need some money. I gotta go to the car. I need some money, honey. I didn't get a cookie, no. Oh, a cackle? I don't know. Oh. Let me get. Hey! Fancy meeting you here. Oh, shoot. Shut the door. How do I get to. Can you tell me how to get back? I don't know how to turn the camera on. It's like it's my first day. Oh, here we go. All right, there we go. Oops. All right, sit right there for a second. I need the charger. I need the charger. Wait, but I need this. Sorry, guys. Where are you? Where'd they go? I lost the show. Did you see Tracy? Yeah. She's here. Yep. Cool. Yeah. Hold that. Say hello. You drank all my water? I said, where's my pocketbook? Give me your card so I don't have to search for mine. I want to walk down and get a drink. Can I have your card? So I don't have to go dig into mine. Tina says I'm spoiled because I always make Ross do things down here. I'm like, listen, it's because he does it. He listens down here. I'm taking full advantage. Who wouldn't? He won't say no to me in front of people. Do you want anything? You want to come for the walk? Come for the walk. You got nothing to do. Keep me company. Let's go. I know my legs hurt. I just sat down too. I need a drink. Now it's a project to get out of the. Here we go. All right. All right, folks. What? Give it to my Lou. Yes, my darling. Yeah, I think I did. Yeah, I did. You leaving? No, what? So, I'm live. Yeah.
Okay, well, yesterday they shot somebody in Providence, a young man.
Do you care about being live?
Nope,
Okay.
go ahead. His name's Sebastian. They won't let the mother into the hospital. We don't know if he's dead or he's alive.
What? Why?
He had a toy gun.
Stop it.
Mental illness, so we're protesting at 5.
Did you tell the? I just got chills. Did you tell Jen this?
Yes, I did, but
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
have, I'm not on YouTube. I'm just
What's his name? Sebastian?
Sebastian. Everybody wrote that.
Is it in the news already? No.
No, that's why she's trying to. So we're going to the police station at 5. We did do a press conference today.
Look at her running. It's too hot for that. I love her.
How can they not let him in the hospital?
The government just has too much control over us. It's disgusting.
It is.
There's nothing a parent won't fight for than more for their kid, and then the government's like, nope, snatchies, I'm going to take you. Oh, get the hell.
We're friends on Facebook, though, right?
I think so. Yeah.
So.
Brandy Perry Magnolia, it's on there. But the rest of my socials, it's Boston Brandy. Brandy Perry. Yeah. Brandy with an I.
So you know what's funny? The person I organized with, her last name's Perry too, Ashley.
Yeah, maybe shut your Wi-Fi off, but it should come up. My back hurts. I need water.
What? Didn't you have a bunch of water over there?
Yeah, I keep losing them. I walk around, I put it down, I probably had 3 of them. Magnolia with no A. Yeah, Magnoli. You ain't getting my social. Just kidding.
No,
I misspelled my name on live all day. I don't care. People know who I am. I'm an open book. I don't give a shit. Oh, look at more animals. So, you know the feds are watching. Where are you? What car?
Right.
Oh, let's go before that. We gotta go before it shuts off again. You want to walk with me?
Oh, yes,
I want to get a drink before I have to step on the brake again. And I only got
I found you. I think we might already.
7 to 10 minutes. I think we are. Please, Tina. Oh, Freya, thank you.
Because I was thinking if like you could connect the families together, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. You know?
You going for ice cream?
Listen, where's ice cream?
Down at the ice cream shop. That's where everyone's heading.
I didn't know there was one.
I just sent it.
Because we never made it down that far. I went to the little Mexican place around the corner to get something.
I can't walk. My back hurts.
Are you
I'm live, yeah. Stay high. Yeah, you get it's your turn.
Yeah, no.
Let's go. Listen, my foot. You mother father. Listen. Hey. Listen, I just found out about ice cream. This is kind of good that I just found out the last day because I would have been down here 3 times a day. No, 5. I heard 5.
No, 4.
4?
Yeah, 4.
I just heard 4 o'clock.
Well, then I guess we're sleeping over.
I don't know. I'm going to do all the cars.
Shit.
Maybe that's why they're doing all those tickets.
I don't know what's going on. They're closing the roads. They're blocking us in.
I thought the verdict was going to come back before that. I was like, what?
Bye. Hi. I love it. Oh, wait. Is this a line? Look at the sea of pink. I love it. Seriously, though? Like, I must be so out of shape because my legs hurt from walking back and forth. I wish my watch worked and counted my steps today. I'm going to go at least 70,000. I aim high, you know? Listen, your people are asking. They're begging for you. They want you. They're like, give us Tracy. No. Yeah. Don't even say you have no hands, all right? There's no excuse. Take it with your toes. Just kidding.
I wish I had previous. I'm not Dina.
Yeah, Dina just ran from me. I'm like, listen, you little bastard. No, I'm fine.
No, seriously.
I gotta charge it in a minute, but I gotta go in and get a drink. I'm dying of thirst. Thank you guys. Let's see. Water. Yes. Actually, you know what? Where's that? This thing. I'm gonna get this thing. Did I take your card? Yeah, take it back. Thanks. It's too hot in here. I'm going back out. Yeah. Get Carol on the shelf. Carol on the shelf. Stop it. She's gonna break a bone. Look at her running down the street. You know what? That's why she's still running down the street, because a body in motion stays a body in motion. Yep. Oh my God, I love her. I love the people. Oh, Sherry G, listen, I'm gonna collapse in 10 minutes. My energy is wearing thin. But what'd you think of that little fake out with the fan? That kind of, I hate it. Let me sit you down right here. Did you pay for it yet? Listen, where's the man? What do you think? Oh, it's hot. He's hot. He's hot. You know what?
Whenever pass comes through, it's my full government name, just so you know.
Yeah. Full government. Don't use my full government name.
Yeah, well, it is.
All right, I'm going back out there because I'm dying. I'm melting. Ooh. Phew. Oh my God, more dogs. Puppy. Look at people coming all the way down the street, across the street. See pink everywhere. Oh, excuse me. See it everywhere. Going way down past the movie theater. So yeah, I heard there's ice cream down there, but that's too far. I'm too scared. My back hurts. I'm not going for ice cream. I'm just excited for my drink.
Yeah.
Erin, hi Erin.
This side? This side. You want
Hi Jason. Rita. Kentucky. Oops. I love everyone with the flags too. You know what I mean? Ugh. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna sit. Oh boy. Oh. Eek. Ah! Did you see that? Something fell or got me. I don't know if it was a bug, but I will die live on camera if a bug comes. Just FYI. I can't. Oh. Oops. What's going on? Somebody update me. Like, is Jess Machado saying anything? Is Turtle Boy updating anything? I know he's outside the deeds right now, but have they said anything like how the jury looked as they were going out or anything? Give me some gossip. Give me the scoop. Give me the scoop. I need it. Oh man. I don't know how I got energy. Can you open it for me?
Look at you, lucky you.
I'm dying. I'm doing suppers. Wait, all the way. Actually,
It is open.
Take them for a second. Take them.
Oh my God. Oh,
He says you want me sipping for you too? You asked? Yeah. Hold on. Sorry, I had to take a sip. Yeah. Take it, you bastard. Shit. It's all in my fucking hair. Just spit out my drink. Bastard. Oh. Well, I never stay clean for long, but I usually get to blame my kids. I can't blame my kids today. Look at this. Hold on. Let me turn it around. Yeah, there's Debbie with my favorite sign. Yep. Whew.
so isn't there like some fucking parade or something?
Language children did. She said trucking. There's a trucking business down the street.
I'm so sorry.
Here comes the Canton Chronicles. Did you see me spit out my drink? Hey!
How's it going?
Love it. What's up?
Hi, Resistance to Silence crew. Love you.
We love you, Krongs. Oh, we got framed people down there on the cars down there, everything. Oh man. Hey guys, keep praying, keep saying random prayers in between, you know? In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
See, that was
Oh
great.
my God, yeah, get back in it. You didn't stay in long. Get back in. Hey, it's running. The car's running. You might as well. Listen, if anyone's like really overheating and feels sick or anything, get in my car. The AC's on. I have to run it for the TV anyways. It fits 7 people. So if you want to hop in, ignore the mess. You know what I mean? Move the hat. But seriously, don't get sick or anything. Sit in the AC, okay? All right, no problem. Hi.
I love your case.
Well, thank you. Microdots. Microdots.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
yeah.
Look
Yeah,
at
he's
that
got a
case,
lot of...
Sandy.
Hey, is it upside down? Here we go.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Microdots. I'm gonna have to order one. Yeah.
I got to step on the brakes so
Karen,
it doesn't...
unfortunately, isn't gonna be the last one.
Yeah. Oh, she wasn't the first either. Oh, you stepping on it? All right, let me take my drink with me. Actually, give me that. Can I have the pole too?
I'm putting my phone back in here, honey.
All right.
Thank you.
Did you say you charged that thing or no?
Yeah, let's charge you. Want it?
No, the battery.
This thing?
Can you open this thing? Like turn it this way?
I don't know how much it's got, but it was plugged in.
Oh yeah. Okay, there we go, guys.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to use
John, yeah. Yeah, it's dead, right?
Yeah, it might be dead.
Yeah. Let me see. Plug it in. I don't know. It's not. Yeah. I can't hold it. Yeah. So here we go, going down the line. Here we go. Hey.
Howdy.
Howdy.
When somebody's getting tried for allegedly intimidating.
Listen, get back in the AC. It's gonna run regardless. Sit in it for 5 minutes. All right. All right. I can fit 7 people. You can all get in. Hey, go sit in my car. It's AC. Go ahead. All right. You want to? Dina, Tracy said she wants you to get on.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'll be better once this is.
Yeah, I'm ready. I give them another half hour.
Yeah?
And then I think they'll be ready. Yeah.
You're right.
But you know what? I always got a 50-50 shot and I'm wrong. I don't gamble. So, but this time it's different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Vinny's putting his foot down. Listen, he's putting his foot down. He ain't taking no crap. What is that? It's adorable. Oh my God. Where'd you get that? Tell me now. Yes. This is cute. Look at them.
Look at like that turtle boy.
Oh,
That's baby Clay.
oh man. Oh, so this one's gotta go.
Do you want a big turtle too?
Yeah, the mommy and the baby. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, they're all right. They were like $12, like at Marshall's or something. Yeah, yeah.
Marshall's over here.
I got them for St. Patty's Day, but then I was like, hey, Turtle Boy's green. I'll wear them, you know? Yeah.
I wanted to school to pick him up, and they're like,
I'm trying to read the chat, and I can't. It's blocked. I gotta try to move this thing. Hold on. Yikes. All right, let's see. Diva, Jen, and Kat, do you? Thank you. Micah Dodd, say hi, Vinny.
hi.
Is Tracy on?
No, she's avoiding me like the plague, and so is Dina. I'm gonna kick their asses. She just walked by me and ran because I told her to jump on here. Kick her ass.
Wait, I have the same phone like folder.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
I think this was Five Below. Five Below.
Hey.
Hey.
Hi.
Hey.
You know this guy? Vinny?
That's Vinny.
Hi, Vinny.
Yeah, he's the boss in these pots. He's the boss. Oh, man. Oh, the breeze feels good. My God, yeah. Yeah, I know. Look, air me out. Oh, man. Wow, look at all the people back over there. Oh, man. Vinny said, baby Clay, I know, right? Oh, my God. Yep, exactly. If you don't have the money. Social media. Are you guys ready? I give it about a half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Hey, how you doing? Long time no see. I'm seeing you.
You know, whoever was tampered with, whoever's the one holding out, they gotta convince them. Hey. Good.
So busy with
Man.
Watching Melanie.
What's she saying?
Melanie down there? Melanie and Federer were just talking about
You're on live.
the DUI only charge because they feel
Yeah.
like this jury, if they want to convict Karen of something,
Right.
it will be that.
Right.
Because they last time said.
But it says
she was
leaving the
drinking.
scene of bodily injury. There was no bodily injury, and I hope someone in there explains that. You can't, because it includes leaving the scene of an accident or an injury.
Maybe that it's not even like an accident, has nothing to do with
Yeah.
an accident. It's just the whole drink and driving
Yeah,
charge.
'cause people
They
wanna-
changed
yeah.
it. I don't even know. I'm like, what? They could do that?
No.
So, I don't
The
know.
verdict form again, like this.
Verdict form,
You know
yes.
what? It's just.
Now the sun's coming out again.
I know. I gotta get under the tree. I know. Let's see, guys. I still have to watch closing arguments. Yeah, Jackson was. Oh, it was beautiful to watch him. It's so enlightening. It's like, hey, girl. How you doing? We're live. How you doing? Good. My back hurts. I'm ready for this. I'm ready for it.
I know. You're
You
still
know?
here? Because earlier
Yeah.
you were like, I'm going to leave. I'm like, you can't leave.
Yeah, no. I'm just
there.
kidding.
You have to stay.
Yeah. No, I think I was trying to run away and go hide for a few minutes, but I can't. There's JFK giving his speeches.
Oh, I didn't even recognize him. I just like walked up.
Maz is here, Young Jerks, everyone, yeah. Yeah,
This is a
this
lot
is the
of
biggest,
people.
yeah. Say hi, guys.
Remember, it was only the hi.
Yeah.
Remember, it was like 12 of us.
Yeah. Dude, this is amazing.
Though.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
On every corner, all the way down, from the corner of the registry all the way down the street.
This is amazing.
We got people down there past the Blue Bunny and stuff. Yeah.
There's a blue bunny.
Yeah, down there. Yeah. Oh, look at people all right here. He's I lost him. I don't know. I was walking. Oh, he's over here. He's over here.
Usually with Scott.
Yeah.
It's not here.
Head hen, he's here. I don't know where he is, but he's here. Yeah. It might be down there. Say hey.
Oh my god. Like this looks like way more people.
Photos.
than
I
on-
love you kids. I
like
know.
on the
Yeah.
video. Oh, there you are.
Is he like, where's Ross? I was like, I don't know. I lost him. He's here somewhere.
Good. How are you? There's Aiden.
Where is he?
Look at
Over
him.
there?
I'm gonna go.
Is he live streaming?
Let's
Yeah,
go
let's
see.
go.
Let's
Oh,
go.
wait, we're going to get hit.
We don't want to die.
Oh, man. Trying to hold my stick, my drink. I don't know. It seems like he's... Oh, look at that license plate. Oh, fudge. Oh, fudge. Look at the license plate.
Are you kidding me? Let's go in the crosswalk.
All right, let's just go right now.
So yeah, you know, it's you know, no crowds very fine.
He's live with Billy Bush. I have
Oh, is
him
he?
on the phone.
Oh. He's live with Billy Bush right now, they said.
Yeah, I'm gonna get back and just walk around amongst the people down here and thank everybody for coming out here and just feel the good vibes, keep people, you know, positivity up, and just, you know, hopefully it comes today. If not, we come back here Monday, we do it all over again.
Mm-hmm.
Picture of Brandy.
Yeah, she wants to open up her cake house. Exactly. She's like, send me
Bev.
Yeah.
Bev needs to get some
out.
picture of you and I. They gotta go. Oh yeah.
Appreciate it. Live streaming. Real.
Yeah, I got you too.
Billy, you got this?
Two
Oh,
great minds.
I got Meredith.
Get in there, Meredith.
Thanks, Billy. Talk later. Yes, you can.
What's that?
I'm sorry. I know. She always does. She always does. I know. I love it.
I was like, she's really. When she wrote that picture, I was like,
I know.
oh my god, she's like. Well, I was two more neutrals were closed, but then like the first 2 days, then Costco went so slow, I didn't get to test it for the third day.
Yeah.
I don't have that many like.
Never
hot
goes
weather
as planned.
I have a ton of good winter for clothes, but yeah.
Hey, how you doing?
You know,
How you doing?
you know Brandy?
Boston Brandy, nice to meet you. We're getting a not guilty. I'm giving it a half hour. Michael Morrissey, it's done. It's over. Norfolk County will no longer be controlled by criminals. You woke up a beast in all of us. We're not putting up with it. We want a refund.
Turn your head. You can't hear. Yeah.
Yes, I am. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the bodies. I'm sick of it. You know what I mean? We're not going to put up with it.
So bad. He's like, well, I'm gonna get her now.
Yes, here we go.
I think he realized it ended up thinking it was so I'm gonna sound really funny, but I'm gonna say it anyway because you should always comment on it.
Hi, guys. Hey. Who knows a juror? Get an update, will ya? Yeah. They might got some intel. I don't know. Yeah. Never know. Police are showing up, so they might got some inside intel. It might be happening soon. We don't know. I give it a half hour, but I said that a half hour ago, so I don't know. I don't know. It's coming soon, though. Yep.
Everyone's gathering around. My heart's pounded.
I know.
Both of us were sitting there because my heart just jumped happy. So did hers.
Oh my God. Really? Oh, yes. Maybe you're feeling it. I feel it. Yeah. I just hope Mr. Reed has a happy Father's Day. I want this to happen today. I want this to happen today for him.
I want to say to
Yes,
happy
yes.
Father's Day. Something's happening because they're all coming out with the.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, it might. Let me see. Let's go over there. Something's going on. Let's go find out. Don't let my battery die. Excuse me, sorry. Let's see. Oh, all right. No, I don't see nothing.
Thank you.
A lot of Cadillacs. Oh, here's her car. Here's her car. That's Karen. Everybody be quiet.
Stay on the sidewalk. Stay on the sidewalk, out of traffic. Hi, everybody. Your love in silence is probably more important than all the yells and screams. It means so much to us.
Thank you.
God bless you guys. Hi, guys. Alan?
He wants everyone to be quiet.
Sorry. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I love Liza. Oh my God, Nathan, Mr. Reed. This is, I just. Oh God, we got newbies over there screaming. Wait, so are they back? Because is the jury back? Is that why they're back?
Have they?
Is the jury back? Is that why they're back?
I don't know. That was.
Yeah.
They normally don't come back until the.
Yeah, they would hang out at. Is the jury back? Is that why they're back? Is it? Is it? Yeah, he's here. I know. I'm on live, so.
watching everybody.
All right, get off the street. I'm going over there though. I want to go over there. I know. Okay. Yep. Thank you. I'm going over there. Relaxy, Jaxie. Listen, the Reeds are here. I'm going over there. Oh, excuse me. You guys, I hope my battery doesn't die. I will die. Oh my God. I hope it doesn't, but I can't promise that I won't probably drop the phone if I start crying if it happens. You know what I mean? But don't worry. Actually, I'll probably put you on the stand. Yeah, this is it. They're here. I'm gonna put you on the stand. My stand. This is it. They're back. They're back. I think. Why are they back? They're back. Why did they come back? They gotta. Yeah, I hear Brandy. They're back. They're back. I got goosebumps. Keep praying. Keep praying. The power of prayer. Keep praying. Listen, yeah.
I think it's a verdict or a question.
I don't know. It could be a question. That's right. Yeah, I don't know. Shit, bust my bubble. Shit, with logic and shit.
I know she told them to be prepared to deliberate till like 5 or 5:30.
Yeah.
So come on.
Yeah. Look at these people. Look at them all. Hey, up there, I see you. How you doing? Yes. Oh, all right. Yeah, we all are. Everybody, I don't know if it's a question or if this is it, but I don't know. I think this is it. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Damn it, Ross, if you can hear me, if you're watching, come down here so I can set up my stand. I don't know how to set up my
All
stand.
right. Remember, we got to be quiet because if when they come out, it might not be a verdict, but when they come back out, you still got to be quiet.
Even if there's a verdict,
What happened? Oh,
Gina, if there's a verdict, we can be back.
huh?
There's a verdict, we
Wait, I
can
don't
be
know how to set this up. It's fucking like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like, who is this
Reality of it, it's over. Technically it's over, but I don't know. You still got to be respectful, like to the OT. You know what I mean? Don't yell at me. Even if it's over, you can't yell stuff to like Hank Brennan or anything else because you still get a federal charge. Yeah, celebrate. If they end up reading a verdict, we'll tell you what the instructions
All right,
are
let me
then
just.
of what you can do.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get you up. Here we go. All right. All right, now sit stay and behave yourself, all right?
No,
Watch them,
you
watch
know as
them.
much as I do about that. Is anyone new down here that knows if they come back out, like if they're not doing the verdict right now, if they come back out, we still have to be extremely quiet and just do the hands
Yeah,
up stuff.
I know.
Where am I from? Waltham. I'm from Waltham originally. Oh, all right. Yeah. You're right by
Know
me.
what's
Yeah.
happening.
So,
Hey, did anyone check Twitter? Has Jess Machado or anyone updated it? Do we know?
hi. Anybody just coming down here? Right for them? Yeah. I'm new. Yeah. If there is a verdict, are we allowed to make this? Once the verdict's, if they're going to read a verdict, then the police are going to instruct you where you need to go for it. Okay, and they'll tell you. But they might come out and then just go back again. There might be just a question from the jury. Last year they had to do it a couple times. I didn't go to Waltham High. We went to Central Junior High. Yeah.
I gotta get that. I gotta get my charger, my other charger. My phone's gonna die. I'm gonna be pissed.
Everybody drink enough water today?
You know what? I'm gonna.
Good. It's hot
I
out
gotta go
here.
back to my charger. I'll be right back.
Nobody knows what's going on, folks. So remember last year they got called back like 3 or 4 times. If anybody remembers.
Yeah. So they
Yeah,
might
they
have a
got
question.
called in and out 3 or 4 times.
Yeah. But I mean, I heard the judge saying earlier, like, don't ask me questions about the facts. I can't. I don't know. Listen, I need to take that lady's charger off the charger. I need
Want
the
a whole
charger.
crowd shot? What is it? Want a whole crowd shot?
Oh yeah.
Come
What?
walk with me for a minute, Mike.
Are they gonna lobby?
Come walk with me for a minute. The whole crowd.
Oh, can I go?
Yeah.
What?
I'll walk with you.
Who said that? They dismissed the jury?
What?
Nuh-uh. Wait, is that true, Dina? They're saying they dismissed the jury.
Hello.
Wait.
They're in there. They're in there.
Yeah,
I
no, I
didn't
don't know
hear
what that
that.
means. Wait, for the day though?
No, it's in Melanie's chat.
Oh, okay. So we don't know it's true. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she said
Yeah.
5:30 already. Here I am.
Someone just said they're
She said
dismissing the
5:30.
jury.
Yeah, yeah, the fan's still going. Yeah. Hey, I gotta go charge this. I gotta go charge my phone.
I am fine.
I know. Go get water down at the thing.
Can I come? Can I?
Bye, doll.
There.
Oh, my back. My back hurts. I know. Yeah, I know. People, I'm like, what am I believing people for? It's 5:30. I don't know. Oh, my back. Hello, darlings. Hello. This is
I
a
want.
Wawa.
I wonder if they come back tomorrow. If they're gonna,
Tomorrow's Saturday. They're not coming back tomorrow.
they can deliberate
Yeah,
on
I
the
gotta go
weekends.
charge
You
it.
know.
I gotta charge it. My phone's dying. Yeah, will you go on for a minute? Just so I can charge it? I just
He's
want to be able
coming
to
back
have
down.
video for
Go
when
over here.
I they come out. But everyone's going off. Everyone, look at everyone's going off. Oh my God. This is giving me chills seeing everybody rush up there. Like, oh my God, look at them.
I know. I was the same way because I was laying down taking a nap in the back of the truck.
I don't know.
I was
Could be
trying to take a
questions.
nap.
Could be. Let me get in here. Go, 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 guys! Yes! Yes!
Everybody's here today.
I know, it's nuts.
Oh,
Come
They're
in.
back.
Come in. Hold
What do you
on.
want?
I just heard it.
Come
Oh no,
on.
they're not. I thought I heard.
I just want to miss you.
How's my switch
That is
that
on
thing
outside
work
from
on here?
Canada.
Peter Murphy.
Peter Murphy.
So I talked to Peter Murphy earlier. Yeah, said that.
Hello?
It's bad.
You know what's going on?
That's it. It's bad.
A flipperoonie.
Hey.
All
Oh, they're
right,
coming
Brandy's
on
gonna
right
take a
now,
break.
Kelly
She's gonna
says.
charge.
Kelly from Amy, Kelly, and ever home.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
good.
saying
I'm
it's
talking to
a
live,
very
and it's
important
like not.
question, but she said they're
It's
coming
like
back on
everyone's
now.
live.
Everybody's out today.
I'm just gonna put me on mute right now.
Make sure you guys pick up your trash too, because I just found trash on the ground.
All right, so 4 of us. That's crazy. Well, I'm so like,
I know. It's like everybody's everywhere. I'm like, it's crazy.
say hi.
Let's go. Where's everybody at?
I don't know.
Who's in chat? You can see the chat.
No, I could. Wait, I can. Chat.
See who's in there today. They're probably all here right now.
I can't see
They
them.
probably shouldn't mostly be here.
I only work here. I don't
Oh,
know.
there you go. It's all right.
I don't know, baby.
Okay, it's the last day, hopefully. But
I know. Okay. All right, I'm just gonna face the camera this way. No one wants to look at us all
Make
day.
sure you guys pick up your trash, okay? Trash. You
I just
trash.
picked up trash. I picked up the whole. I just picked up.
I don't play that.
I know.
I know you
Even
don't.
that lady was like, "Good job, you get it again." It was our stuff though, so
I know.
you know.
It's crazy. I
It's not too bad.
think I'm gonna go up high.
Mike Prophet, thank you so much for the bumper sticker. I was so bummed when I got rid of the
Ice
car
cream.
and I needed another one. I'm like, yes.
Do you mind if I sleep right here?
Let me turn this off.
No, nobody knows what's going on right
I'm
now.
just gonna turn this down because no one's listening to me.
Their cars aren't here right now, so.
Is that Melanie Little talking?
I don't know who they're listening to. Just as long as it's not any of them.
Oh, that'd be funny.
We're talking over each other.
You know what
Who's live right
we
now?
never
Gina?
did, Brandy?
Gina's live?
We never got everybody to try to
Hilarious.
take a picture in front of the registry of deeds.
People have said at all these different angles.
Crazy, I know, right? It's having like cameras everywhere. It wasn't.
Yeah, and he's working from home, so he's further away. So it'd be nuts to even try.
It's like an hour and a half.
Yeah, I bet. I came from Brain. I didn't hit any traffic
Really?
from Braintree.
I went back.
Oh, good, good. How long did it take you? Like that?
Now like 20 something. Would have been the same on the highway. At least the highway is stuck.
Yeah.
At least the back was like constantly moving, so.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to keep
The backpack with the car.
You stop. That's what I'm saying.
That's
That highway just stop there.
He was just over here yelling.
All right, I'm gonna try to mute myself.
If it's anything like last year, we'll probably have to come back here on Monday.
I don't know. Okay.
There's always one. I think there's always one. I mean, it's lined up all the way in front of the registry of deeds.
They're gonna arrest him.
He's running up.
I don't think he can be.
He's an idiot. He's gonna come out and watch.
Yeah. I don't know.
I love you, Dina. Listen, best YouTube channel on YouTube.
It's the People's Channel.
It is the People's Channel. We the people. It's the Constitution's #2 channel.
I don't think that guy has anything to do with this.
No.
He's
No.
gonna come out of his house and look, and now we have no protecting it's over here.
He probably owes that child support. That's probably what it is. That's what it is. So.
We're fine.
We're fine.
It's fine. Something's going down.
I personally wouldn't have let him go into the court with a backpack after he didn't listen, but that's my opinion.
Because he probably has a bomb.
Yeah.
Oh, don't say that.
Tactical crime. You guys all gonna get on the sidewalk. Everybody on the sidewalk.
I know, because everybody's horny for the street.
You gotta get on the sidewalk.
Isn't it? JFK deserves to be in the streets, bro. Like, this motherfucker. Yes. Go. He's go. Go.
You can go. There's room down the other end.
Go.
That's him there. They got him. Hi, Lisa. The kids are playing on the stairs. It's really nice. Oh, we even have Medicare in the thing, which is cool.
Randy's saying that. She's like, I'm not okay. I'm not okay. I'm not. You guys. I'm going to be on my side. Don't be nervous.
Here comes one of their cars. As I said, this happened a few times last year where, there could be just a question about something or asking for something, anything like that. Mimi's got her parking spot back. That they should make a new sign that says Mimi's parking spot.
Yeah, but we're being too
Let's walk us into dismissal for the day.
I will. If they said about That's what the point is.
Go ahead, go. There is somebody I know that's like. Hold on. I love you.
Nick Rocco said they're dismissing for the day.
Okay. Now it's like the one always.
I guess Nick Rocco just say that they said they're dismissing. They're going to dismiss for the day.
Seriously?
Yeah. Well,
I thought she said 5:30. She was adamant.
I guess there's some sort of scheduling issue.
What? With who?
I don't know.
Are you kidding me?
No.
What?
But this happened last year. Remember, there was questions.
Yeah,
There was back and forth and everything. So
Yeah, it's not going to be like that this time. There's not going to be any of that bullshit. No, too bad. No, you can't leave. You're obligated till 5:30. Like, this is your job right now. You need to stay here.
I tell Bev Canoni.
Bev.
Yeah, she doesn't. She doesn't give a rest.
She doesn't.
She like me to like
It might. Aiden said it might be a verdict.
So Dina, Aiden's just good guy. It's not good for the verdict.
All right, jurors, I understand you want to go home. It's been a long day for us. We appreciate everything you've done today. I do have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Do not talk to anyone, and that includes each other. So when you walk out the deliberation door, you have to stop talking about this case. Even when you come into the courtroom,
It's
don't
breaking
run
up.
negative to each other, certainly not on the
There's too much
phone.
interference. I got Verizon.
Remember that, and you cannot, even if you get here before
Shit.
you're called into court on Monday, you can't discuss the case then either. And that goes for
Cindy
the
lies.
lies as well. So, we really appreciate that. Watch your social media use and the papers and the news. Stay away from all of that if you can this weekend. We'll see you Monday morning, ready to start up fresh. Thank you. All right, well, I hope everyone has a good weekend with no work.
Thank you.
All right.
Hi, sorry. I thought Dina was on, but she's not. Um, yeah. So they let everybody go for the day. Figured that would happen anyway. Let's turn down the stupid volume.
Sit on it and come back.
I see Dina up there, where everybody is. Nothing eventful, for sure. I'm alive.
I thought we were going till 5.
Now she's letting them go.
Did you hear the gate traffic's too heavy?
I know, right? Yeah, so guess that's it. I'm not going down there with that big crowd of people because I don't need to. Yeah. Those are people I've never seen before, which is great. I'm glad that. Right. Yeah. You know. Yeah. Cheryl with an S. Hi. It's great, but it's. I don't do well in big crowds. I don't either. I get real anxiety. Yeah. And I mean, I'm glad that they're here to see this. This is great stuff, but it's chaos. Yeah. It's hard to manage people, adults. Yeah. Just I'll having get aggravated if people aren't quiet. Yeah. Got rushed. I don't want any part of that over there. I just don't want it. That's not my job. It's going to be really sad if people ruin it for the people that have been here all along. You know exactly. What I mean? Yeah. And that's what sucks for us. But I mean, I don't know. I wanted to say we were these people once too, but I don't remember being that like cuckoo over it. I was just kind of like, we need to help this girl. Yeah. She lives in our state and there's no reason for us not to go. Right. But yeah, I don't know. I appreciate it. And I'm sure Karen does too. Everybody's eating ice cream. Where's this ice cream shop that I've not yet? Know, I'm like, I've never been to it either. Everybody's like, oh my God, you haven't? It's so good. Like, you know where it is? I have no idea where it is. No, it's down there somewhere. Probably. I must have walked by it like 500 times, but yeah, me too. But kind of too late now. There's Miss Rita Lombardi crossing the street. Good. I'm glad the cops are like next to the sidewalk, keeping people, doing their job. Right. It's not freaking Dina's job to get people off of the sidewalk. And poor, like, Dina's getting shit from someone this morning. I saw it in the live. Like, they're like, yeah. I was like, come on. I know. She's like, sorry, ma'am, or something like that. I was like, if I was there. She's just trying to help. Like, exactly. Rod, you coming back Monday? Okay. Mr. Rodney, the man. Oh, there she is, clearly. Poor girl. Oh my God. Are you kidding me right now? I know. It's beautiful. Jesus Christ. It's so selfish. Yeah. Oh boy. Who's that guy? Oh boy. That's Peter Murphy's dog. That lady's dog is like in the street. Like, don't you care that this is like the busiest street in Dedham? Get your dog out of the road. It's irresponsible. Look at it. She's looking at her phone. She's not looking at her dog. I hope I don't know her because then I feel really bad. Nothing. Karen came by and AJ thanked everybody and they started again. So that was great.
So no verdict today.
Yeah. Nope, no verdict today. You're right to the moment here in Dedham. day, every day.
It's crazy.
Yep. It's really like the only road out of here. Like if you go that way, just
Yeah, you gotta go to the side streets.
yeah, it's crazy.
It's like one way it's a left, it's a right. It's not like it's a straight road.
Right.
I was trying to leave here. I'm always confused like, where the hell I parked today because
I know.
it's not square. It's like a triangle. It's an octagon.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird here.
I seen a cool house for the cool swing. I was thinking about going by there after this.
There you go.
Swing. It's a cool tree, like a big one.
Awesome.
And it's like not like a cheap like.
Yeah.
It's a nice. It is.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
the historic.
I wanted a house just because of the swing.
Yeah.
It was
That's
like
awesome.
it was probably 20-something feet swings, like the rope. It was like a thick one with a nice
big old tree.
It was a big tree.
Yeah,
It was beautiful.
Trees.
I'm like, wow, I never saw this house, but I'm parked 2 miles away from the courthouse.
I know, right?
I really got parked far. When
Yeah.
you first walked, oh, it wasn't too bad. Then the second time I went back to bring something, I'm like, oh, I should probably try back. So I'm like, oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
And then I walked back, I'm like, holy shit, I parked far. Probably literally parked like 4 blocks away. I had to write the street name down so I could find it.
Try to go behind the beach.
I just want to come in this way because all the traffic.
Hi.
What's going on?
Did you pick up my foot? I'm live. Did I what?
You're just holding a phone like that for no reason.
I know. Please, please.
Loyalty, huh?
I don't know about that.
I picked everything up, yes.
Thank you, Neil.
Erica!
Erica Walsh.
Walsh.
I guess we'll be back on Monday. Yeah, I'm gonna head back. I'm gonna help Erica clean up and stuff. So I'm just gonna sign off because
ITS World.
yeah. Someone take us out with that beautiful song that I look forward to every day. Here comes the sun.
Cause my crew. One leg, one without a leg.
Here comes the sun. Here comes the sun.